processes in an oil refinery, the most important is distillation. It is the first step in turning crude oil into usable products. The process depends on boiling. When water is heated, its temperature rises to 212 degrees Fahrenheit and stays there. This temperature is its boiling point, and once it has reached it, the water won't get any hotter. From this point on, the heat is used to change the water into steam, turn liquid into vapor. As soon as the steam cools below the boiling point, it turns back into water. The vapor condenses. But every liquid has its own particular boiling point, determined by the size and shape of its molecules. In general, the smaller the molecules, the lower the boiling point. The larger the molecules, the higher the boiling point. The clear liquid is made up of small molecules and boils at 173 degrees. The dark liquid is made up of larger, bulkier molecules and boils at 363 degrees. This difference in boiling point allows the two liquids to be separated again after they are mixed. Here's one way to do it. Heat the mixture inside the tube so that both liquids are vaporized. And feed the mixed vapors to a column where they are cooled. Near the bottom, the vapors are cooled to just below the boiling point of the dark liquid. So it condenses here and can be drawn off. But it's far too hot for the vapor of the clear liquid to condense. So it rises until it too is cooled sufficiently to condense. At the top of the column, clear liquid is collected, and at the bottom, dark liquid. The clear liquid will contain a small amount of the dark, and vice versa. But these amounts are slight, because their boiling points are far apart. But crude oil is a mixture of a great many different kinds of molecules called hydrocarbons. There are many thousands of them, and their boiling points lie so close together, they couldn't possibly all be separated individually. Fortunately, it isn't necessary. Instead of regarding crude oil as a mixture of individual hydrocarbons, they are lumped into groups, each covering a range of boiling points. In oil refining, these groups are called boiling fractions, or just fractions. The top fraction goes to make gasoline. The next one, turbine fuel. The next, diesel fuel and home heating oil. The rest either goes to make industrial fuel oil, or is separated into more fractions. To help understand the idea of boiling fractions, consider crude oil as a pack of playing cards, all shuffled up. The gasoline fraction can be thought of as the fours. The turbine fuel fraction as the sixes. The diesel fuel and home heating oil fraction as the eights. And the fractions with the highest boiling ranges, the queens and kings. Sorting crude oil into fractions takes place in fractionating columns. Separating all of them requires two stages: crude distillation and vacuum distillation. First, crude distillation. Through these pipes, crude oil is pumped continuously from storage tanks to a furnace where it's heated. But it's only made hot enough to vaporize some of it. When it reaches the column, the crude oil is a mixture of vapors and liquids. Once inside, the vapors and liquids part company. The liquids fall to the bottom. They are the queens and kings, and will be dealt with later. Meanwhile, the vapors, the fours, sixes, and eights, rise. As they pass through the tray, they are cooled. When their temperature falls below the boiling range of the heaviest fraction, this fraction condenses on the tray and is withdrawn. The remaining vapors bubble through this liquid and rise to the next tray where they are cooled further, below the boiling range of the next heaviest fraction. This condenses, and it too is drawn off. The vapor that's left is drawn off the top of the column and condensed. There are several ways of separating the fractions. One way is to use bubble trays. On each tray inside the column are mushroom-shaped fittings called bubble caps. The hot vapors rise up through the stem and back down underneath the bubble cap, into contact with the liquid on the tray. If liquid and vapor are of the same fraction, the liquid will be cool enough to condense the vapor. Thus, if the liquid consists of eights, the vapor that condenses will also be eights. But if the vapor is of a lighter or lower boiling fraction, it will find this liquid too hot to condense it. So it will bubble through and rise to the next tray, still as vapor. If the liquid consists of 8, these bubbles will be 6s and 4s. In practice, however, the vapors are so closely intermingled, they never separate completely the first time. Some vapor which belongs on this tray is carried through with the lighter vapors to the tray above. Here it condenses, but now it's on the wrong tray. To return it to where it belongs, a steady stream of liquid overflows to the tray below. Since this tray is hotter, the 6s that come down are re-vaporized and again rise to the next tray. But it is the right temperature for the 8. This time, it stays condensed. This thorough mixing and separating goes on all the time as the fractions are sorted out. Liquids falling and vapors rising, all the way to the top. At the top of the column, it's coolest, and only the lightest fraction is left, the 4s. This vapor is condensed, but it still contains stray 6s. So here too, a steady stream is returned to the tray below. The 6s remain in the tray, and the lighter 4s are re-vaporized. Only 2 trays have been shown here, each tray separating 1 fraction. But in practice, several trays are needed to separate each fraction efficiently. An actual crude distillation column may contain more than 50 trays. The top fraction goes to make gasoline. Next one down, turbine fuel. The next, diesel fuel and home heating oil. The liquid settles to the bottom as residue, but it still contains other useful products. The fractions in the residue boil at very high temperatures, some more than 1,000 degrees. At these temperatures, the molecules will crack apart before the fractions boil. To prevent this, they must be made to boil at lower temperatures by vacuum distillation. When a liquid is heated, the pressure of its vapor increases. This pressure pushes against the pressure of the atmosphere. When the vapor pressure is high enough to overcome the atmospheric pressure, the liquid boils. But the atmospheric pressure on the liquid can be reduced by pumping out some of the air and creating a partial vacuum in the flask. The vapor pressure now has less resistance to overcome, so the liquid boils at a lower temperature. Here the pressure has been reduced enough to make the water boil at room temperature. Similarly, if the pressure inside a distillation column is reduced, the heavy fractions can be boiled at lower temperatures, so they can be distilled without their molecules cracking apart. From the vapor entering the vacuum distillation unit come more products. The lightest fractions go to the cat cracker. From the next fraction come wax and lubricating oil. The heaviest fraction remains a liquid and is withdrawn for processing into industrial fuel oil and asphalt. Distillation is the key process in a refinery, but distillation alone isn't enough. For one thing, the gasoline that's distilled directly from crude oil, called straight-run gasoline, by itself is not high enough octane for the modern car. For another, when enough gasoline, turbine fuel, and diesel fuel are distilled, a lot of heavy fuel oil is produced as well. By using another process, cracking, heavy oil can be converted into high-octane gasoline. Heavy oil is made up of molecules that can be represented like this. When heated to very high temperatures, their movements become violent. Eventually, they shake apart, or crack. In cracking into smaller molecules, most of them also change their shapes and take on new properties. Most important of these properties is a higher octane gasoline. This reshaping process depends on a substance called a catalyst. A catalyst is any substance that stimulates a chemical reaction without itself being affected by it. Hundreds of substances do this. Some complex, some simple, like these pieces of copper. This demonstration shows how they work. These two liquids normally react very slowly when mixed together. Now add the copper. The reaction is speeded up. reaction is complete, the catalyst is unchanged and can be used again. Many catalysts are used in a refinery. One of the most important uses is a catalytic cracking unit, a cat cracker. The catalyst used here consists of silica and alumina in the form of a fine powder. To do its job effectively, each grain must present the largest possible surface area to the heavy oil that's to be cracked. Seen through an electron microscope, each of these grains resembles a sponge. The grains are so sponge-like, this small handful has a surface area of 6,000 square feet, the area surrounding the mag. The catalyst also has to circulate freely in the cat cracker, and to do this it must be made to behave like a liquid. At rest, the powder is a solid mass and will support a metal object. But if gas or vapor is blown through it, it's churned up or fluidized. The wrench sinks as if it were in a liquid. To do its work in the cat cracker, the catalyst must be heated to more than 1,000 degrees. Then, at the base of the unit, hot catalyst and heavy oil meet, and cracking begins. The heavy oil is immediately vaporized, and the vapor in turn fluidizes the catalyst. This mixture rises to the reactor. Here, the heat and the catalyst complete the cracking reaction. Before long, however, carbon forms on the catalyst, clogging the openings. This reduces the working area and makes the catalyst less effective, so it has to be cleaned. It's fed to a regenerator, where the carbon is burned off. The burning also heats the catalyst back to its working temperature, and it's ready for use again. This is the cycle of the cat cracker. A steady flow of catalyst meets a steady flow of heavy oil, and cracking goes on continuously, producing the new shapes that make up high-octane gasoline. Besides gasoline, cracking produces petroleum gases and diesel fuel. All these products are passed to a distillation column where they are separated. But cracking doesn't provide enough high-octane gasoline to meet the demand. So low-octane straight-run gasoline is converted into high-octane gasoline by catalytic reforming. Straight-run gasoline consists mainly of short, straight molecules. To upgrade it, the shapes of these molecules must be changed, that is, reformed. As before, heat and a catalyst are required. And again, high-octane gasoline is produced. A catalytic reformer uses platinum as the catalyst. A thin film of platinum is coated on pellets of aluminum oxide, and these are packed in the reactors. But reforming requires a lot of heat, and the process has to be done in 3 or more stages. The straight-run gasoline is heated to more than 900 degrees and fed into the first reactor as vapor. As it passes through the catalyst, reforming begins.
Yes. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll do it all. Everything. All of it. I'll leave no stone unturned. There will be hell to pay. Retribution will be made. We have no option. The sun beating down its smiles with a cruel malice. We need to block it out. Stop looking at me. Stop. I can't. The Son of Man cannot be diminished. There will be no others. I will not abide. With the souls haunt me, they circulate all around us. Can you hear it? Can you hear the souls coming out? Yes, indeed, I can. And if you cannot hear the bells whistling, oh, all the worse for you. Oh no, there's always going to be more. There will always be 1,000 of us to your 100. You cannot get away from it. There will the souls, they screech out from aeons past beyond, the mortal kings of our lifetimes. There will be no time for what they demand. We cannot be enough. I know where they hide. We will root them out at their source. Where are they? Bam! Oh, the first one. Oh, the first piece of blood to be spilled. There's no aim in this game. What the fuck? There is only root them out at their source. Wherever they hide, whether it be in trash cans, of aeons past. In the throne of immortal kings, can we hunt down every interlocutor, every man, woman, and child who hates what we've become. Look how they hide from us. They know that when accountability comes, there is no use hiding. Out of every nook and cranny, I can in fact find them. This way. Yes. There you are, Carnegie. Got any grapes? No, hiding in the bushes won't do it for you either. Oh no. Let's find this one. There you are, blending in, trying to hide yourself, for you are embarrassed. It will not happen. I'll find each and every one of you. Look, there's two here. Grabbed both. And the black one too, while we're at it. Let's see. Oh, yes. Oh, in the throne of immortal kings, is there anything left for you, for all of us who need to understand? Oh, you think you can get away from me for now? I'll remember you. You will not escape my wrath, for my wrath is not just my own. I have been empowered by the grace of millions of people who silently scream out for the coming of the ghosts which haunt us. They will have their retribution unless I am impeded. There is no future without what must be done. Destroy every single one of them. The imposters amongst them who try and hide to pretend like they're one of us. No, none of that. You were a fake one, and a real one will be found. Thank you, Mr. Dog. This is truly man's best friend. Turn in those who wish to undermine all that we hold dear, what we love. There can be no hiding. There you are. You think you could grill yourself and that would make you a more amenable treat to me? No, not at all. The king of Babylon will be fallen today. We must destroy All that we must destroy the entire kingdom of the king of Babylon. Drown him in a bath of his own blood. There will be no retribution for the enemies of the Son of Man. Tell me, Son of Man, is it just to watch the home that you've had invaded? Is it faithful to follow? You thought I forgot about you. It is faithful to follow, but is it faithful to follow the cattle in front of you to the slaughterhouse? Son of Man, are you not content with your purchase? Is there something which irks you, something which leaves you discontent? Well, you must be brain-broken, Son of Man. Oh, in the shower, I'll give you the treatment. Is there one in here? Nope, just a hockey puck. There you are. You thought you could hide from me. None of it. We're halfway to completion. We will be saving the Earth. There is only one way forward for industrial society. Its consequences far too wide-reaching for it to go unnoticed, for it to go unconfronted. Do not let the defenders of sin, do not let the defenders of Satan, of the demon of Babylon, allow you to have the wool pulled over your eyes. Even in the virtual world, you will not survive. There's no duck in here, is there? No. Carnegie wouldn't be hiding in there. We've got our tracker right on our monitor. Let's take a look. Something opened inside the garage. Is there another? Yup, there he is. The serpent will be consuming God's creation if we allow it. The demons and foes of man will fall immediately before. Where's Rockefeller? Let me find Rockefeller. There you are, laundering your sick delusions for the people who need and grasp onto the illusions of putting numbers behind people. I'm not a fucking circuit. Where else do they hide? There must be one here and one in here. Thank you. You think your cheap gifts will stave the coming? No. All of them must be broken. All of them must heed the call. For what are you to do when there's a pathology affecting you, but to treat the pathology? Yes. We must excise the tumors in our midst. There's one on the second floor up there. They hide in trees and bushes and lampposts where they think they're safe. I promise you that you are not. Man, woman, child. Okay, maybe not children. Actually, children are probably chill. In fact, these demons that we are eradicating here desire the deaths of all children to disenfranchise them from their rightful heritage. The heritage which the man of God has bestowed upon all creatures. Don't push, watch. I'll put that out for you, no problem. Anyone in here? Anyone hiding in the cupboards underneath the floorboards? Oh yes, you think you can hide amongst the fruit just because you're gay? You think you can escape retribution for supporting the sins, the destruction of souls far past? Where is this one? Hiding. Not today. There's one on the other side. There's a UFO. No extraterrestrial distractions will hinder our mission as we hunt. Oh yeah, it feels good to find and to go back before Industrial Revolution, before the consequences which have drastically afflicted humanity for the worst. There is only justice to be had. We will always push forward. Where do they hide? Is it faith to watch the serpent consume all creation? Where is he? Very sneaky. Very sneaky. There must be one here. Aha! Yes, I'm inside their birdie brains. I'm inside. They cannot. There must be something in here. Behind. Where? Where do they hide? Ah! No, you will not hide. You will not drown your sorrows in misery. You will be sought after. Anyone in here? Anyone in the trash where you belong? No, that's too good for you. There must be someone on top of here or inside. There you are. Is there another one here? No, none. There's one other on this level, right here, somewhere. These deceptive little greedy shills, greedy for the blood of creatures long past. My reptilian ancestors cry out in pain. They know, they see what I do. Bear witness, my primordial birdie ancestors, for I avenge you. From the trees to the nooks to the crannies. Where is this shitty one? Maybe behind a cushion? I'm turning down the music. This music, far better, far more appropriate. Let's see. Where could they be hiding? Oh, where are my interlocutors? For justice will be found. They demand that we stay silent, that we try and keep calm in the case of emergency. What the fuck? Aha. Bitch, gotcha. Gotcha. And there's one right here, on the other side of this wall. I'll catch them. Ah, they will not best me. Ooh, this one almost tried to best me. There's one here. And trying to drive the machines which drive our own extinction. You will not escape. You will be found and you will be dealt with appropriately. For there is only one future, and it is the future of the young. The young who crave for freedom, for their autonomy, for what is rightfully theirs. You think you can sit on the beaches in Crete? No. In Bali? No. In Argentina, you think you can hide? No. None of that. There will be no hiding. Only justice. There's one on the other side here. Maybe on the floor above. Where do they hide? They give themselves away with their little beak. There's an up. What does this mean? One behind? What the f- Is this right here? You sneaky bastard. I'll be back for you. Oh, they're in love. No. There is no remorse for what's coming. Damn! I have no sympathy for the destroyers. All great new golden ages require just a little push. Bam! I almost stepped on you if I didn't even know you were there, Rockefeller. Haha. Oh, that's how they hide inside. No, they launder their music to make us think it's man against man, when in reality it is man versus ghoul. There is nothing left for them, and I will be certain of it. Where the fuck is this little piece of shit, you little motherfucker? You're on my level. You think you can hide behind a chip in the wood? No. Sneaky, sneaky. They just sprout wings and move as soon as you try and tie them down. How is it possible? They must be grasped with our raw hands. These abstract circle jerkings will end. We will meet face to face. Where the fuck is this little piece of shit? It's in the TV. It's in the disassociation box. What in the fuck? It's down. Huh? Is there a basement? There might be. A safe room, perhaps? No. A Cadillac? No. You don't need one of those. One of your fat-ass fucking machines. to grow obese in while you drink your sodas, your corn syrups. You poison your body and you allow your mind to be poisoned. Why? For convenience. There's nothing left for your kind here. We'll find our way upstairs and finish cleaning out the house. This one will be dealt with in appropriate time. Like all the others, there will be hell to pay for Flanger as well. Hudson's rockers. All of them. Even Mina might have to go for her endorsement and purchasing of affected securities. Few will be spared, but only those who remain will be righteous. They will be just. They will feel responsibility. They will finally be free. They will be autonomous. There's one further up, which eludes me, and only a couple which are just down here. This one's up. Where the fuck? Where in the fuck? This one. Up again, on the roof. I'll be grabbing them. Hell hath no fury for the enemies of mankind. As I jump, I leap into action. Battle does not satiate me, only justice. And there can only be justice when there has been hell to pay. Break their bonds of humanity. Free them from the cage of their flesh. You're finally free. Only two more little innocents remain. On the inside, in the walls, they hide. I will grab them all. Oh, you thought you could hide from me? No, son of Rockefeller. The Son of Man has come to claim his prize. It is I. Is it faith to be patient while the serpent consumes God's creation? Is it faith to search, to seek? Because what is what will be. How can you build without destroying? Just a little bit. In the cycle of life and death, we turn our eyes to the disassociation box, and who are we met with? Why, it is the face of the demon of Babylon itself. Be gone with you! There's one more. There's more! A secret. A fucking secret duck! There's a question mark one that's missing, and a red one as well. Oh, Lord have mercy. Take down the planes which try and extort man. What in the fuck? Be gone with you, devil! Oh, Lord. There's 2 hidden ducks. I must find them all. They hide. Hee hee, we want to play a little game of hide and seek, do we? Why, isn't that astonishing? I'll shoot anything and everything that moves. So help me God. What magic has bound me to this place here? Let me free, let me at them! Let me fill my cup with the blood of their enemies. They will not allow me. There he is, hiding by the petrol station and pawn shop. Be gone with you. Oh, it's not a duck. Oh, shit. Where the fuck are you? Where are the last vestiges of your ideology? Your fake, ghoulish, necrotic ideology. There must be one. In the sights here? No. In the scenery, perhaps. My ghoul locator seems to be malfunctioning slightly. Chat? Can you see the oil baron? Chat, can you see the... We're doing Dora the Explorer. Chat, can you see the Shell CEO? Help the Son of Man reclaim their fortunes. Their prospects have been denied by the prospectors, which deny former generations their freedom. Their minuscule, petite games will not detract from our holy goal. In the gutters, maybe? You find yourself in the gutters, the last remaining duck. Where the fuck is this little piece of shit? I'll have you know, I've got my best man on the job right now. There must have been a hint with, Nope, there's a wall. It's a solid wall. Where are these clowns? On the other side? No. They hide inside technology so that we may see without being seen. We may have eyes without being seen. Where the fuck? No more Duck TV. No more spreadsheets. No more charts. I want none of it. I'll shoot them all if I have to. In the drains, I'll root them out. They'll try and hide. In my medicine cabinet? No, they do not hide. For my medicine actually makes me sane. That ain't one. 17. What innocuous mysteries do you lay on me, Serpent of Babylon? I have my revenge. My retribution. There is no future. We will take what is rightfully ours. For if your opponent is abusing what you treasure, what you hold dear, is it not your rightful place to reclaim it, to take it? Where the fuck are these little pieces of shit? Not in the trash. There's nothing else. Ah! They elude me. They will not deter me, though. Prophets. My fucking ass. I'll show you the profits. You can profit a couple of grams of lead in your head, Mr. Rockefeller. Mr. Duckefeller. Wanted. Welcome back. Who the fuck are those people? Not in the death machine. They hide. Where the fuck? Behind? I can't find these two fuckers. I must consult the CIA archives to find the last two enemies of mankind. Let's see. The secret cipher. God has been divining me more knowledge, and I stand smarter and stronger by the day. I will find what is rightfully mine. What the fuck? Is this a duck here? Oh my, I might have in fact found you. How the fuck do I get out of here? What is going on? There's a duck here. Oh, you hide in the space between dimensions. Where? Oh, there's one here and one here. I see. Help! The demon of Babylon has trapped me in the space between realities. Oh, shit. We're back. And I know where they hide. Beyond the remotes. Where the fuck Aha. There. And I've found the last one. Hiding indeed inside the gutters. Oh, no. What a wonderful world. Yes, the new age excites me. For there will be no future, but the future for my friends, my family, my allies. Fuck, I'm stuck! They've trapped me in another wicked scheme! What the fuck? We are against a formidable foe. I'll climb any mountain, any ladder, to do what must be done. Find them in their homes, in their spaces, for there are no public spaces anymore. The last one will fall. The holy duck? This one? Not that one. Find the holy duck in the sky. Only one remains. Where's the sun? You stare at me with a sick malice. Nice, we did it. Oh, it feels good. Oh my, it feels good. We will ascend beyond. Luffy! They're on the moon as well? Why, of course. I don't mind taking a bit of responsibility for them as well. Not at all. Not one bit. We'll step into the spaceship. Hello, chat. Ugh. Oh my. I feel like I'm coming down off of a huge delusion. But I feel good. I've actually never felt better, I feel like. I feel great. Yeah. Let's take a look around us. What's going on? Yeah. Oh, let's get rid of that. Oh my, what the fuck was I doing? What the hell? Why? There's so much blood on the floor. It's disgusting. Ew, it's like coagulating. I assure you, Salty Squid. I assure you, Mog, these are in fact real ducks. And hell hath no fury for them. In our bright new age of progress, we have relieved ourselves of the infection which seeks to consume us. We'll destroy them all. When the sun comes out after the rain, God will always have a rainbow for us to admire their grace. For if we do not have faith in the unerring grace of God, what can we do? For in reality, we cannot do much without the grace of God. With the power of God, we will prohibit the serpent of Babylon from sending the cattle into the grinder. We will push for a better future. There will always be a space for me and my ilk. I'll make sure of it. Hey chat, how we doing? Hold on, let me take these goggles off. Give me one moment. Okay, much better. Much better. Hi chat, how are we doing? Are we doing well? Ooh, nothing like that. I'm doing alright. I'm feeling good. It's a lovely Saturday. I'm looking forward to a bright future for us. Here, let's chat. Why don't you get behind me? It's safer like that. It's safer if you guys just stick behind, that's right, the big bird. That's me. Few birds are as big as I am. And let me tell you what. Nope, you think this stream is done? No, we are so far from done. There will always be more. So, how we doing? It looks like someone painted the walls with blood but fell asleep in the... Well, I'm not really sure what went on in this room. I kind of don't remember. I feel like I was in a haze. A mystical sort of... I mean, it felt good. I don't remember exactly what was going on. Maybe I got Weinstein's, you know? I got a little... Someone left something in my drink at the party. Right? Yeah, let's bring this up. Here we go. Alright. How we doing, chat? You know that channel? No. The glasses were gone. The glasses I think might have been driving me crazy. I had instructions and I felt like a prick every now and again. And pretty much the glasses would just like videotape everything and play it back to me and try and synthesize both like the future and the past. This all-seeing eye. Oh! Oh my, it looks like our next game is also ready. I'm so excited. We're gonna be finding the best future for ourselves. Oops, that was not, here we go. Here we are. Yes. I need to turn down the music a little bit though. Should we take a slight moment of silence to mourn for those who have been lost in the interstitial time between liberation and our future? We've done what must be, we have committed the acts which must be done. Let us commit ourselves. Let us commit ourselves to seeing what's left. Let's clean up a little bit. I can't. Oh, this is interesting. Let's get rid of that. And also bring down Misty Rain. Oh yes. This is so chill. We've just got, you know, this isn't a very complicated game. Just a little WASD time. Oh look, there's a little frog on a bench. Let's clean all this up right here. Oh, we're full? Yeah. Let's bring it out. Let's clean everything up. Let's build a better future that works for everyone right here. Oh, we get money for recycling oil. That's not exactly accurate, but it's only accurate if the government subsidizes it, I guess. But you know, what do externalities have to do with anything, am I right? What do externalities have to do with literally anything? Because if it was actually an externality, the market would have priced it in, right? There's no such thing as externalities. It's all priced in already. Oh look, we're already getting a little bit of coral back. This looks so nice. This is so comfy. Oop, we left a little dribble right there. Yeah, let's bring this in. Let's bring this in. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright, chat. I'm very excited. We've got a very interesting article that AI is gonna yap to us about today. We're gonna figure out what the fuck is going on. I have formerly given very prominent liberals a little bit of shit. Just a tiny bit of shit for not knowing why people might be disenfranchised, why people might be disaffected with politics right now, and instead of trying to figure out why people are feeling a little disillusioned with liberals, let's try and figure out. And we're gonna do it in the best way we can by figuring out the green new scam. That's right. The green new scam. Oh, my favorite little words. Here, let's pull it up. Let's get it going. But we're gonna be off to the races immediately, so let's take it down a notch, right? Like this.
1.
Whoa, 1. We always have to start with 1 because 0 is fake. 0 does not exist. We're gonna grab a yeah. Chat, how we doing? How you doing? Are you excited about nature? Do you guys love nature? I love nature. I love hiking. I'm a big kind of rock climbing fan. I am a person that has had the privilege to go skiing a couple of times. It's awesome. I'm dying to visit the Pacific Northwest because that is one of the few places in the world with a tropical deciduous forest, or a tropical evergreen forest. You know, the fog, the mist, the huge trees, it's awesome, it's mystical. And in fact, it's very interesting to look at, you know, pictures of America in like 1850s-ish when there were still these huge, massive acorn trees which would be able to feed thousands and thousands of people. Let's see, where is my media player? Yes. Oh! That's a little unprofessional, so we're gonna get a chroma key. And it's, of course, gonna be green. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that. We're so in, and then if I bring this up a little bit, we're gonna be in very good shape. Whoops, not this. Let's close this down. There we go. YouTube chat has to say, how to convince liberals that people who vote for Republicans or right populists in general aren't stupid or fascist. How do you convince liberals who vote for Republican or right-wing populists that they aren't stupid? Okay, so the problem with Republican voters is that they aren't stupid. They are people who can tell something is wrong, but they haven't been trained, they haven't exercised, I guess, the art of rhetoric, the art of language. They haven't been exposed to sources which sort of lay out the problems. And instead, there are people who do read these sorts of sources, who do understand what's going on, and hold liberals responsible. Is it fair to hold liberals responsible for a lot of the current political climate? Sort of. I don't know. Here, let's grab a little upgrade. Maybe we can E. Big, very big. I mean, the problem with like the definition of fascist is Donald Trump. I don't think Donald Trump himself is a fascist, and the people who surround him. Fascist is a modernist term. We are no longer in a modernist age where fascist means the same thing. Hello, Evelyn. My friends, I'm getting them back. We're no longer in an age where fascist means exactly the same thing, right? And one of the huge problems that liberals are having right now is very similar, right? The relationship between Zionism and fascism, between Zionism and Nazism. Like, in former political climates, it was very easy to tell what anti-Semitism is, but now it does seem like the culture of the state, of the military-industrial complex, of the attention economy, of the postmodern condition has brought us to such a condition where where like Semites actually like anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism is a belief that, you know, Jews run the world, and like, I don't know, you know, maybe I'm speaking out of pocket, maybe I'm not representing an actually widespread belief, and, you know, obviously there's a huge amount of harm that comes with allowing the rhetoric to disseminate, because you can't tell between a genuine actor and an ingenuine actor. And so, oh fuck, I'm just spreading the bottles around. Uh-oh, hold up. There we go. Let's clean these bottles up. And so you get a political environment where actually it does feel really comfortable for people to believe that you are powerful, for people to believe that you're incredibly strong. and more capable than you actually are as an individual. It feels good to have that sort of like faith, even if it's, you know, it can be used for incredibly like harmful beliefs, right? People think you're powerful, and you know, maybe actually I am powerful. But liberals seem to think that you're supposed to be this perfect, unbiased, and rational subject. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's literally the fetishization of rationality. And there's a guy who has called into the Majority Report a couple of times, and I was in his chat for a while. I'm going to publish this video. He's somebody who calls himself a rational objectivist, and the obvious connotation is that, oh, they're a libertarian. No, in all reality, I think these Ayn Rand rational objectivists are just as pure of a liberal as you can possibly be. Like, there's nothing more liberal than just straight rationalism, objectivity, stuff like that. And I led him down the path of humanity, of indeterminacy, of faith, of, you know, you have to incorporate both into your framework to see which one's more appropriate at different stages or different scenarios. I mean, I think, honestly, the easiest shorthands that liberals can make is, or at least to improve the perspective, is that any time that a liberal starts thinking about a data set, they should start thinking about the people involved in the data set, the people who are associated with the data set, right? And we're going to get to this, I think, later in the stream. This is where a lot of climate denialism comes in, right? Oh, it's natural for there to be climate fluctuations, you know, the weather is constantly changing, you know? If it's happening, it's natural. And, I don't know, like, no, actually, Kells Krauts. Liberals don't believe that they're unbiased. What they say instead, or at least now, is they say, we need to examine our biases, because once we examine our biases, then we can come to better conclusions. Well, there is a little bit of a missing piece if you're the one who is analyzing your own biases with the intention of coming out like more unbiased. No, it's fine to be biased. I'm biased towards good things. Actually, I remember a conversation that I had in Washington Park in New York a while ago. Like 2 years ago or so, I was visiting a friend of mine, and the NYU DSA had a table out. And, you know, of course, after we were done with our conversation, it seems like the police came by and told them to wrap it up, because you can't be here. But my friend and I got to talking with, you know, somebody who I would consider, you know, very smart, very intelligent, a DSA operative, someone who I could, you know, trust to make reasonable conclusions about research and scholarly sources. And we got to asking them, well, as a leftist, do you think that there's any form of imperialism which is just? And, you know, obviously they're like, well, imperialism is bad. We don't want to do that. But eventually we got around to confirming that, no, there are beliefs that people have that you do want to have on other people, right? I don't want people murdering each other. I do want to select for certain things. Being completely permissive is not actually a thing. It's not real. And so, you know, obviously we're hit with this reactionary feedback that which fetishizes like being discriminatory, right? This is where we get people saying like, oh, liberals are racist because they see race. I don't think, yeah, you know, just take a look at people. There's obviously skin color means different things to different people, and it means very substantial things for people's livelihoods. Let's get a bigger tank right here. Is this big? Oh, that was a double upgrade. Okay, we don't need a double upgrade, but I think we got it anyways. And that's good. Anthropocene is kind of a joke, though. There really isn't anything that we built that would be detectable to archaeologists in a million years. There isn't really anything that we would build. No, Spore, you're no, Spore, that's like such a wrong take. There's Spore, I'm putting chat on screen. You're free to argue your heart out, but no, that's bullshit. There is obviously going to be something that archaeologists can see about humanity in a million years. There's going to be a thick fucking sediment of microplastics waiting for future archaeologists. Keep that fucking bullshit out of your mouth, Spore. Or defend yourself. Whoa, water? What is this for? Oh, it's for... Yeah, wash all that stuff off. Wash it off the birds. I love Dawn and how Dawn has used oil spills as a marketing opportunity. That's so awesome. You know, our product is so great. By the way, you shouldn't use soap on birds, like, at all. It's really bad for their feathers. So all those birds that got, you know, that Dawn extra soft, nope, bad shit. Who doesn't eat plastic? We all eat plastic. It's just a matter of how much you're willing to buy to sort of stave off the fetishization of that stuff, of microplastics. Okay. I need to lock in a little bit mentally. I need to stop using words like it, that, stuff. I want to be more precise when I'm talking. And this is sort of why a lot of liberals think that conservatives are fucking idiots. Because they're very imprecise with their language. Their values seem to be incredibly inconsistent if you don't know them very well at all. If you don't talk patiently and you just hear like, oh, you know, fascist. Yeah, I'm sorry, the Democrats have a little bit of fascism in them as well. And so to take this like moral high ground and this dichotomy between they're fascist and we're not is completely missing, I think, a very real perspective of humanity. And it's a fake vision of humanity meant to make us more amenable to not only capitalism, but like a political control that doesn't involve young people, that doesn't involve actually everyday people, right? And then we were talking about this on, yo, what? There's a haste? E is haste? No, fuck off. I'm not using E as haste. Oh, no, that was just purchasing it. Ah, okay. I mean, but that kind of implies that the contents of your belief are fully transparent. No. The contents of... No. The contents of people's beliefs are absolutely not fully transparent. And this is something that is very obnoxious to liberals, but liberals, you know, sort of are like, oh, well, I'm actually completely transparent with my beliefs. No. Beliefs are something that are signified. They're something that is beyond the semantics of your rhetoric, right? And I plan on writing another long-form article about communication, because the current model, or at least, you know, modern perspectives on how people communicate between one another interpersonally, is that there's the semantic context, there's the signifying context, right? The important thing to realize is that when people say something, usually it's because they think it's important to bring up, or it's something they care about, right? Even if it's, you know, completely banal. Research has shown that the most successful human relationships, like romantic relationships, are indicated by if a couple can just, you know, be happy pointing out menial bullshit and like divulge in the fact that it is menial bullshit, right? Oh, hey, look over there at that cute dog with the nice braids. It's not really nice if the response to that is, yes, that's nice, honey. Very cool. That's awesome. No, I mean, obviously they don't have transparent beliefs, and liberals don't have transparent beliefs either, right? There is very much so that is insinuated, and this is why a lot of people, or a lot of Republicans, a lot of MAGA think that liberals are liars, even if they are completely fine with their preferred liar, Donald Trump, who is, you know, a massive fucking shill, fraud, and hack. But he says it like it is. He says it like it is. He speaks from the heart. You should read Davison's article on triangulation and hermeneutics. I love hermeneutics. Triangulation is pretty awesome. My favorite book recently that was on indeterminacy was a book out of the University of Chicago called Philology of the Flesh. Christian Warning. If you read the book, Christian Warning. It's a really great book though. And it is, I read that book. Habermas and Neo-Pragmatists. Yeah, I don't know about those people either. We're going to be, over the course of the stream, I've got a bunch more interesting articles that we've got. But today, let's get on track. Yes, the Anthropocene is a belief, not an actual geological phenomenon. I'm sorry, Spore, there's like actual geological phenomena and having a belief about geological phenomena is completely inseparable. Fuck you. Spore, right now, do you believe in generations? Like generations of people? Do you believe in Gen X? Do you believe in Gen Y? Do you believe in Gen Alpha? Do you believe in baby boomers? Spore, right now. Jürgen Habermas. Yeah, we'll be reading a couple of neo-pragmatist articles soon. But let's let this one run a little bit. Maybe I want to make this a little bit slower, but there isn't much of like an option between. There isn't much of an option between 1.5, 0.5, shit like that. So I think we're gonna go with 1. Let's bring it over here. How's OBS looking? All right, let's begin. Let's learn about the Anthropocene. Let's talk about the end of nature. Let's figure out where the Green New Scam went wrong. Yes, whatever.
1.
Spore. I'm not
Welcome to the Anthropocene, celebrating the end of nature. Nobel Prize-winning atmospheric chemist Paul Crutzen introduced in 2000 the concept of the Anthropocene as the name for the successor geological period to the
Paul
Holocene.
Crutzen.
The Holocene started about 12,000 years ago and is characterized by the relatively stable and temperate climatic and environmental conditions that were conducive to the development of human societies. Until recently, human development had relatively little impact on the dynamics of geological time. Although
You know what the problem with my stream is that we listen to media that generally I agree with. And usually it's made by people who are smarter than me, and I feel like I've got nothing to add to them, and so we just, sit in silence and enjoy like a really cute game. But no, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actively try and disagree with these people. I'm gonna steelman the MAGA position, although in all honesty, this article is probably gonna be very MAGA. I was reading some stuff from this book before my philosophy of language seminars. Yeah, philology is super cool, super cool, and in all honesty, philology is probably the most important field of philosophy right now, because it relates to AI, right? Are AI entities, just because they can assemble sentences together, alive in the same way that humans are? Is there the same sort of appreciation for the sign underneath the semantics? Just because you understand the relationship between every word and every other word doesn't make you human, and it doesn't make you incompatible with humanity, but we shouldn't fetishize like this is some massive breakthrough that's gonna save society, right? It's a very, like, liberals have a very, even, by the way, I'm calling like tech guys liberals as well. It's a very, it's a fetishization for the ability to find numbers behind reality, to put everything into a solid measure, when in reality, like, it's okay if it isn't perfect. And to know, like, incrementalism is bullshit. It doesn't work. It's not real. You can't go back. So, like, honestly, the two things that, in retrospect, made me the most uncomfortable with Kamala Harris's campaign slogans was the weird stuff, right? Republicans are weird, and in all honesty, they're very weird because they're also highly sexual freaks and deviants. And the other one is, we're not going back, like in reference to Roe v. Wade, obviously, but, to people who don't give a shit about Roe v. Wade or think that Roe v. Wade was a satanic structure to harvest cells from children, then, of course, they're not going to be super happy with it. Oh, these bottles are awful. Yeah, no. You should 100% read up on the philosophy of language, the mind, computationalism, and activism. Dreyfus and Turing are going to be another stream of ours. If you want to start in that sort of area, That's where you should and start. 100%. I think his name is Patrick Dreyfus or something like that. Dreyfus versus literal Alan Turing. That's right. I am homophobic, and I'm homophobic because all of the biggest people in AI, Peter Thiel and Alan Turing, have been gay white men. And who also voted for Donald Trump? Gay white men. So, yeah, I'm coming out. It's official. We're done with them. We're cleaning them up. All right, let's continue, though. Exact birth date of the Anthropocene, right? The semantic barriers between... whatever. Hold on, where is this shit? Where's chat? There it is. Boo! Cancelled! You hate gay people! Thank you, Violent Smoker. You're so right. I know Dreyfus from debates with McDowell. Ooh, there's a Dreyfus versus McDowell debate. That's very interesting. Right? Ooh, okay, yeah, this one I'm gonna have to look at. Yeah, Hubert L. Dreyfus. Great places for you to do philosophy. Don't start with Plato. Don't do fucking Aristotle. It's bullshit. If you want to be a philosophical person, you want to be a well-balanced philosopher king in the modern age, don't fucking read Plato. Fucking like, oh my god, Plato's literally the worst. It's so annoying to read. Don't read fucking Hegel. People who flex about reading Hegel are the stupidest pieces of shit in the world, who can't get enough of the fact that, oh, you know, I read Hegel and you didn't, you're interpreting it wrong. It's literally just like bullshit power games is what Hegel comes down to, unfortunately. And Hegel sucks ass besides that. Hegel was actually the first Antichrist. Can I get a here from chat right now on the Antichrist rhetoric? Any Antichrist haters?
Disagreement exists over the exact birth date of the Anthropocene. It is indisputable that the impact of human activity on the geoclimatic environment became more pronounced from the Industrial Revolution onwards, leading to a situation in which humans are now widely considered to have an eco-geologically critical impact on the Earth's biophysical system. The most obvious example is the accumulation of greenhouse gases like CO2 and methane in the atmosphere, and the changes this induces in climatic dynamics. Others are the growing homogenization of biodiversity as a result of human-induced species migration, mass extinction, and biodiversity loss, the manufacturing of new subspecies through genetic modification, or the geodetic consequences resulting
Also the, not just the mass extinction and the manufacturing of new species, but also the regulation of the species identity behind a copyright. Right? Genetic copyright is a very real thing, and probably one of the things that is going to make the entire Great Plains of America just an absolute wasteland. Oh, can I get all these bottles in one? Hold up. Almost. I almost got all the bottles. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll grab the rest of them later. No more hailing Satan. We killed Satan earlier this stream. Stop it. No more of that.
Extinction and biodiversity loss, the manufacturing of new subspecies through genetic modification, or the geodetic consequences resulting from, for example, large dam construction, mining, and changing sea levels. We are not any longer objects of nature, but have become subjects in what Norgard calls the co-evolution of socio-ecological systems. This raises the specter, of course, of the obligation to consider what sort of environment we wish to live in, how to produce it, and with what consequences. It calls for a new modern...
All of these questions are questions that even the most evil people, the most oil-baron people understands. Their solution, though, is to shill space travel and Mars climate development on Mars to you. And no, sorry bud, you're not gonna be on the lifeboat. You're too poor to be on the spaceship. You're gonna get fucked over. And more people need to know that, right? Anytime that you have a disagreement with your conservative coworker, or who says something like shitty about trans people, about hating them and how trans people are undermining Western society, in effect, they're kind of right. Trans people are undermining Western society because the fucking media is spending 50% of their time to talk about not even 13% of the population, but 0.01% of the population. It's fucking ridiculous. But actually, before I forget, I promised that I would talk about the research symposium that I attended recently. This was just a couple of days ago. So I'm fortunate enough to be on what I consider the front lines of the psychic war. And I'm going to be honest with my beloved chatters who have joined me today on this lovely Saturday. I like streaming. Streaming is cool. But streaming is not something that I plan on doing forever. It's not my main thing. It's not my frontier of psychic war. For me, my frontier of psychic war is in research. It's in biological STEM, and I want to be a person who has the ear of powerful people, and I want them to think about the heinous shit that they don't really consider, right? One of liberals' main problems in discourse for the past 20 years is that they've got sort of one-dimensional critiques. They can't make a critique and then critique the critique as well, or critique the assumptions underneath their critique, right? And this is where you get a lot of liberals who are like, oh, MAGA are fascist, MAGA are fascist. The otherization of the fascist by Democrats, completely outside the Democrat sphere with a complete like blindness, is why people are going to keep calling them fascists. And actual white supremacists, they like Gavin Newsom quite a bit, because he is a very handsome white boy. He is a little quirked up and also a little reptiled up. Let's be honest, he's got a little reptile in him. Maybe we can get this bottle out this way as well, and maybe we can back up into here. Okay, fortunately our ship doesn't take any sort of damage. But actually, hold on, before I start talking about the research symposium that I went to. So I had the opportunity to listen to some of the most recent advances in research. There's a lot of cool stuff going on, specifically with the monitoring of metabolism, right? The distinction between cellular signaling and metabolism is getting thinner and thinner every single day. So signal transduction, cell identity, all of these are highly interrelated with another. And systems biology is sort of the unspoken rule underneath most modern research. And the problem with systems biology that liberals fail to understand is the human component behind it, right? Liberals are all about finding the number underneath the reality, and if you're just trying to find the number underneath reality, you're gonna miss out on actual humanity, right? People who want to do things, who have dreams and stuff like that. But let's see if I can talk specifically about there was one lecture which really irked me, really put me off. There was one lecture which really fucking pissed me off. Not necessarily because I didn't think that the research was uncool or it was particularly evil, but because of the language the presenter used was something that I would expect from a ghoul. Just a complete fucking ghoul. So the name of the presentation was Programming New Immune Functions with Synthetic Molecules and Circuits. Do any of you have a guess as to why I had a problem with that name? Programming New Immune Functions with Synthetic Molecules and Circuits. Any guesses as to why I might have had a problem with them? And so after they finished their lecture, in all honesty, I learned pretty much nothing from their lectures. All the other lectures had something cool, some new insights into metabolism, signaling, immune systems. But this one, it honestly just seemed like they were, and they disclosed it, they had a company there, they're the chair of two companies, the presenter was the chair of two companies. It honestly just seems like they were shilling for their company. And a couple other people at the symposium were also shilling for an organization, but they were shilling for a public organization who was looking for maybe a postdoc or a PhD student to take over a core facility so that they could process data. Because smooth brain skill issue? No. Who's smooth brain skill issue? No. The thing that I had problem with, and this was not because it uses computational metaphors to the description of biological life, you are exactly right, Kels Kraus. You are on the fucking money. And I went up to the lecturer after... Oh, this has to go... Uh-oh, hopefully it's not stuck. You are absolutely right, because it uses computational metaphors to describe biological life. There are useful semantic keys that we already very frequently use to describe these exact same things. Programming life? No. You can, give certain things to life. You can induce it to go along certain routes, but it isn't like a program for you to unravel. And this was honestly the fantasy of like early 21st century biology, Once we can understand the entire human genome, we'll have it all figured out, We'll be able to see every single gene inside. Well, the questions of how those genes are regulated, which genes are expressed at which times, under which conditions, is an incredibly complicated problem. So the original fantasies that were part of biology, once we've got the code, the IKEA blueprint kit, we'll have it all down. Nope, it's been like 15 years since the human genome was fully sequenced. And no, we've still got quite a few mysteries that we don't understand. It's not, the human genome is not just a two-dimensional sequence that just turns on and off every so often. No, not at all. The human genome is a three-dimensional organization that wraps and construes and distorts and bends and twists into the new hot thing is called, biomolecular condensates. Let's get a... Whoa. Did I double upgrade? The big thing right now are biomolecular condensates, because this organizes a whole bunch of cellular activity. It's another sort of emergent level above the foundations, right? And if you can't take an understanding of biology at multiple emergent levels, then you're kind of just a ghoul. You're going to be a person who uses computational metaphors to describe biological life. And to be clear, the presenter didn't present any human data. The person that I had ooh, yo, free money, thank you. That's where your FDA money is going. That's where your FEMA money is going. It's going towards me, to cleaning up the environment. This is my future. This is the future liberals want. Popular evolutionary psychology suffers from that syndrome. Yeah, 100%. They can't think of people at multiple emergent levels, right? They think that they're just in a sort of like ivory tower of looking at the world objectively, and the numbers will speak for themselves. And this symposium was also a great opportunity for me to chat with people, very smart people who have been in the industry for a long time, who are very familiar with grant writing. And the Trump administration has rewritten the criteria for what makes a goal grant, right? What's a good grant? They give guidelines and stuff like that. All biological research right now cannot be animal models. If you're proposing research to the federal government right now, it cannot just be an animal model. You also have to have something that relates to humanity. Now, obviously, clinical trials are insanely expensive. They're completely unfeasible to be doing. And so what you're going to have to be doing is like either extraction work, cell line work, or like miniature organoid work from consenting human patients. But if you're doing like a toxicology study, there are obviously these problems of emergent systems where there's all sorts of stuff that goes on at the cellular level or the organ level that just cannot be replicated in a cell culture. And so a lot of people were complaining, like this is just sort of a waste of money. Well, fortunately, it's a waste of the federal government's money. The other thing that the federal government is looking for is an increase in the amount of AI that you use. It's sort of an unspoken rule. If you're using AI in your research, you're getting funded, you're getting the big bucks. Fuck yeah. And I'm gonna be so cynical right now. It feels just like that the Trump administration is a sock puppet. He has already had multiple strokes. He's not the same fucking guy. He's not as clever. He's not as funny. Donald Trump is a funny guy. Liberals need to admit that. He's a funny fucking guy, or at least he used to be.
Now, not some more. He's sort of like a shell of his former self, and he's getting puppeted by all these different financial corporate interests at the detriment of the American public, in the spirit of progress. But, don't look too heavily into what that progress actually means. As long as you're using AI, it's all good. And so, in the meantime, they're building all these massive data centers in the area. And they're like, well, we gotta get highly intelligent people to make use of these data centers. So we're gonna have to attach AI work to all, grant work. Fuck you. Gene sequencing was probably the most important discovery of biology that thrusted the field upward at an exponential rate. Good science is supposed to raise up even more questions. Yes, 100%. There's always supposed to be more science, and people are supposed to be able to do science. I think science is actually supposed to be an interpersonal thing, right? You always need to understand that there is a indeterminacy behind your observations about quote-unquote reality, and obviously, you need a model that you've tested, that you feel works, that meets your criteria. You need to analyze those sorts of beliefs and assumptions. Otherwise, you're kind of like not doing much. There always needs to be room for the question. And that's also one of the big problems that liberals have had, is that, instead of saying like, oh, that's not an appropriate question, they'll just say, they'll just sort of, the idea is that liberals will just censor free speech instead of coming to terms with questions that are semantically innocuous, but obviously dog whistling at something like that. And they're just not prepared for that. And they would prefer to not engage. And, it is everybody's individual responsibility to decide if they want to engage or disengage with heinous rhetoric. But the second critique on top of that is that liberal institutions have not been training people or preparing them for it in that way, right? Just take dogma for what it is, don't entertain other questions. And, obviously there are some things which are settled, but we need to have patience and allow people to have a childlike curiosity for not only our beliefs, but also our constructs of reality. Let's put this water out. Gene sequencing was a really big thing. I don't know if it was the most important discovery of recent times. That's sort of a tough one, because honestly, there's just been so much shit going on. In all reality, probably the biggest discovery has been the instrumentalization of cells of B cells and T cells to produce antibodies. That's probably the biggest one. But let's go back to the presentation that I had a problem with. I did psychic war, over dinner, in chats with PhD students and postdocs, and the final bugman boss was the author of this presentation, the programming new immune functions with synthetic molecules and circuits. After he was done with his presentation, I thought that the research he did was really cool, it's interesting, but I told him, people are not circuits. His presentation was not about people, it was actually about yeast, but the connotations that he was running with were very much so obviously that scalability, biological selection, programming. He used a really, how liberals and media will use turns of phrases. Oh yeah, corporate. This is the sort of corporate lingo, circling back to innocuously describe something or to disarm you, right? You're not getting fired, you're getting laid off. These euphemisms. And one of these he used a euphemism, which if we were taking him at his word for scaling the technologies to human contexts, it is just eugenics. And he made a joke halfway through the presentation about the Matrix, and reflecting this guy is very much so a futurist, a cyber, a sort of fetishization of the cybernetic, right? The presentation sort of almost verbatim referred to autopoiesis, right? Which is the study of a singular entity morphing throughout time, which came up in a biological context, but it's not great. I don't know if they were a full-blown transhumanist, but they were definitely, a human instrumentalist is probably what I would most closely describe them as. And they made a joke about, the Matrix, and almost nobody laughed, and he didn't expect this. He was like, wow, you guys here are like not laughing how I've done it previously, you know, because this is a speech, this is a presentation that he's done before. He is going around promoting his company, hoping to pick up like talent. So on the one hand, the presenters are presenting their data, and they're also looking for talent, and on the other hand, the institution is getting people to exchange ideas in interesting ways, which is cool. This is great. And he was surprised that his Matrix joke sort of just fell on its face. And the reason was because everybody in the room was insanely uncomfortable with what the guy was saying. Like, obviously the research was super cool, but everyone just didn't like it. Right? Even like children are fucking against like AI use. They'll be like, whoa, stop that. That's AI, you know, like they feel like they can recognize it, and they've got an inclination against AI. Kids don't want to be the fucking monkey attached to the steel monkey mother gripping onto like wool. Children don't want that. And, you know, kids are obviously, I think actually we need to be very patient with adult liberals and adult MAGA in the same way that we're patient with children, because we are, I think, in an age of immense immaturity. And it's immaturity, it's an ability to take responsibility, right? I would say one of the big distinguishments between liberals and Donald Trump is somebody who is able to radically take responsibility for things that are pretty obviously nowhere fucking close to his responsibility, right? He's stopping 7 wars. How the fuck is that possible, bro? But liberals are sort of the exact opposite. They'll defer to the greater consensus, like, oh, you know, like I would love to do that sort of thing, but you know, I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little liberal guy, and it's the most frustrating thing in the world. And what is this? F? If liberals are able, oh, there's like a barrel or something. There's multiple barrels. If liberals are ever able to take responsibility for their role in the destruction of the climate, and you know, the fake carbon credits, the scam Green New Deal, then I don't know, we might actually have a chance. But they can't even bring themselves to promote an outsider, put a leash on an outsider, and have them take responsibility to be the scapegoat for the Democratic Party. They can't even fucking manage that for themselves. Instead, they want to keep pandering to the center, which is the most disgusting bullshit in the world. Anyways, the response to my critique of their presentation, you know, people are not circuits, we shouldn't be using language like circuits and programming, is because we need to always be conscious of the social environment in which we're in. If you cannot appreciate that, then our ethical and biological problemas are going to be no different than Russia, right? Russia is going to be, right, when Russia complains that Ukraine has like biological super biolabs, I think they're doing an immense amount of projection. They want those biolabs. Russia is a ghoulish fucking corporate entity that is completely willing to put immense amount of time and energy into genetically modifying not just their soldiers, but probably their population as well. And the thing that should be distinguishing America from Russia is the ability to critically examine that and to make these technologies accessible to more people. That's how we beat the Ruskies. You're down with clinker? Yeah, but I replaced my plastic straws with paper cups. Yeah, we just need to be individually responsible. Like, I remember in high school, the fucking, like, I'm not sure if it was Greenpeace or something like that, but the shills, the carbon footprint shills came to our school and was like, you guys need to think about how big your carbon footprint is. And, you know, obviously, public schools are not going to pass up just free money. Like, obviously, that shit's going to go to some good use. But this is where we go back to the conversation of compromised incentives and dark money. Can I grab it? Hello? Grab this? No, we're not welcoming our robot. Let's continue on with the article. Hold on. So, the future of... in order to make yourself a highly capable rhetorician, I think in the future, it's going to involve... it's going to involve having a perspective for transhumanism, for philology... Where the fuck is my... Not F. Was it not E? What was the button... What was the button to spray water? What was the button to spray water? Hello? Oh, it's space. You need to have an understanding of language. You need to have an understanding of the separation between human and non-human. And if you can't, talk or at least have these perspectives in the back of your head while you're talking just banal politics to people, to see people as people, to understand that their problems are real, but they might not be able to semantically put it in a concise way. You need to have the spirit of patience to look past that. I miss. Is that too much to ask for? The spirit of patience to look past it? Oh. Let's continue. Right?
That fully endorses human non-human entanglements and takes responsibility for their nurturing.
Responsibility?
We do know that the environmental catastrophe is already here, that the geoclimatic changes and other environmental transformations are already such that they are inimical to the continuation of life in some places and for some humans. And this will undoubtedly get worse as anthropogenic change
rhetorically,
accumulates.
we should say that it's going to be the destruction of all life.
The question of the production of nature, an expression that may have sounded quixotic until a few years ago, has now been put...
Not by quixotic, he means, Don Quixote, and sort of fantastical, sort of highly delusional. But no, it's a real problem. Yes, so it's gonna get worse as
the question
shit accumulates. Of the production of nature is a social concept, right? The difference between the quote-unquote real and reality is that reality is a social understanding of what's going on, right? The Hobbesian man against man in a brutish struggle for life is very much so a construct, a social construct of reality. And the gaps between, because there's always going to be indeterminacy within a model, those gaps in the indeterminacy, the mystical, the magical, the unexplainable, the schizophrenic, the indeterminable, that is the seeing beyond the imagination, that is the real. And the delusions of capitalism are going to come apart at the seams as climate change progresses, right? Our understanding of scarcity is going to have to change dramatically. Our relationship to products, each other, entities, and we can't just let the liberal accelerationists throw us for a loop.
Production of nature, an expression that may have sounded quixotic until a few years ago, has now been put firmly on the agenda. Nature, as the externally conditioning frame for human life, an externalization that permitted the social sciences and humanities to condescendingly leave the matter of nature to their natural science colleagues has come to an end.
Over the external.
The end of nature and the inauguration of a socio-physical...
And the one I don't like left accelerationists, but the one thing that left accelerationists do understand is that there is a fundamental disagreement between the real and reality as it's constructed by capitalism, and they think that the best way forward is going to be intensifying those differences between reality and real, right? Fucking reality check. Actually, that's going to be the name of the stream later. It's going to be reality check.
Historical nature forces a profound reconsideration and rescripting of the matter of nature in political terms. The question is not any longer about bringing environmental issues into the domain.
Hells Kraus on YouTube says, this sounds like a quote from someone from the Frankfurt School. Well, I've never been to Frankfurt, so, I couldn't even say. I don't, the one thing that I've been trying to figure out recently, besides, just being associated with cultural Marxism, what's the problem with the Frankfurt School? Because in all reality, I think a lot of conservatives use the same framework of the Frankfurt School. It is an article, yes. I have ground up a human-made article into an eigenvector to anathematize over.
Of politics, as has been the case until
reality
now,
isn't real.
But rather about how to bring the political into the environment.
Actually, that's also a really
However,
good campaign
political
slogan.
philosopher Alain Badiou argues that the growing consensual concern with nature and the environment should be thought as a contemporary form of opium for the people. As Zizek puts it,
I thought this
replacing the declining religion ecology takes over the old religion's fundamental function of having an unquestionable authority that can impose limits.
Right,
This
the laws
seems
of,
at first
okay, so
sight-
this is very much so in line with what we were talking about, Cartesian disenchantment, that God has been replaced with the laws and mechanisms of nature, which are completely rational and allowed to be analyzed by objective measurements, when in reality, not really.
Not only a scandalous statement, one that conflates ecology with religion in a perverse twisting
Okay,
of
I do agree
Marx's
with him.
original statement, it also flies in the face of evidence
is
that
wrong, he's a piece
politics
of shit.
matters environmentally. Yet, in this contribution, I wish to take Badiou's statement seriously and consider how exactly, in the present configuration, the elevation of environmental concerns to the status of global humanitarian cause operates as a gigantic operation in the depoliticization of subjects.
This is true, because it is the ultimate expression of our individual ineffectuality and the lack of responsibility for climate change. Because the unfortunate thing is, there aren't major people to point to for the destruction of our planet. In fact, it's very much so a problem of actually all of us are responsible in our own little ways, and it's going to take us being responsible for us to fix it and holding each other accountable, and specifically the wealthy. But, you know, obviously the Democratic donors don't want us to talk about that at all. Instead, they want us to talk about, oh, you know, Trump bad, they're fascists. Don't look under our hood. We're asking the right questions. Knees on YouTube chat says they kind of are a major predecessor of post-structuralism, which is to say there isn't a singular way to review the world. This does not fit with the authoritarian worldview, which demands singularity. Yeah, a singularity, objectivism. But okay, the problem with, you know, the authoritarian worldview of singularity and, yeah, okay, singularity is actually a really good word because it describes not only the perspective of these people have on reality, but the fact that there's, you know, an external truth that is measurable, and also that they're looking to hasten humanity into an exponential phase of growth, which is completely unsustainable for the other, you know, factors of humanity. Okay, so the Frankfurt School are sort of the predecessor of post-structuralism. Got it. And we all know, ain't nobody is more post-structuralist than MAGA.
Ulrich Beck concurs with this. In the name of indisputable facts portraying a bleak future...
Knees, I really want to watch... There have been a couple dozen Curtis Yarvin debates recently that I want to watch with other people. And I'm trying to recruit people for it. If you're willing, there's your invitation. And it's very much so about... I want to talk about the liberal sort of impropriety of singularity, right? At a very surface level, you know, they're all being very civil, very engaged, very intellectual, but there's always something that's underneath it. You can't just say that, you know, they believe exactly what they say they're believing. I'd be down if you don't mind shit audio. No, it's okay. I don't mind shit audio. It's all good. It's just going to mean that you're going to be the leftist on the panel, and I will not be the leftist on the panel. Which is great, you know? I'm going to be able to get away with so many... I'm going to be able to get away with so many ghoulish things. Eon Wagner? Oh, no, sorry, that's not Eon Wagner. Lampboob. Hello, Lampboob. Welcome on in. Good to see you in Twitch chat today. We're cleaning the environment up a little bit. No, yeah, Curtis Yarvin is like the most insufferable little piece of shit in the world. The debate that comes to mind initially that sort of sparked my interest into wanting to watch him was his debate at Harvard with, you know, the queen of woke, you know, just like a black liberal professor who stands for the institution. And I watched like 10 minutes of it, and I was like, wow. He is just, you know, breaking every single convention that they wanted to have for this, you know, nice, polite debate. And it's so obvious, like, who wins the debate. Like, because Curtis Yarvin shares all the same values that liberals do. He's just honest about it, is honestly what I think the difference is. No. Okay. is he a dumb person, or is he taking a look at the liberal social field? Has he found the core assumptions and virtues of liberalism and then doubled down on all of them in a way that liberals can't compete because they don't have a critique of their own system? Now that's ahistorical. Watching it, you watched it? Yeah, I think Kid Not Kin watched that debate a little while ago, but since then there's been like 2 more debates that I would be very interested to see where they're going. We'll see. You might be down as well. Kels Kraus, are you in the Ponscom Discord? If not, that's the way to get in contact with all of us. We've got a great community going on. I'm really happy. Those fuckers do not get views, and they should not get views because they're scumfuck assholes who don't care about you. And I'm actually somebody who does. You are in the Ponscom podcast? What's your Discord username, Kels Kraus? Now, he's ahistorical? Okay, but like, okay, the problem with saying that Curtis Yarvin is ahistorical is that history is a thing that we are building up in the present moment. It's something that is continuously being constructed in the current based on pieces of evidence that you include or do not include from history, right? It's always a current interpretation of former things. YouTube chat is not showing up. I know, because YouTube chat doesn't have the privilege, you know? I think the people who are on Twitch are just better. I just like them more. And the reason is because they got funny little emotes. Twitch chat has got funny little emotes that I like. We love 7TV here. Yeah, that's all that matters. All right, let's continue on. In the name of indisputable facts and praying for a future for humanity, let's see. Oh, it's Wick. Okay, Kels Kraus is Wick. Noted, noted, noted. Yeah, yours. I'll definitely keep an eye out on this. What do you mean, fuck this, Salty Squid? You haven't even been contributing to the stream. How the fuck are you gonna say, oh, fuck this stream? Fuck you, Salty Squid. God damn it. Let's continue on.
For humanity, green politics has succeeded in depoliticizing political passions to the point of leaving citizens nothing but gloomy asceticism, a terror of violating nature, and an indifference towards the modernization of modernity. In this contribution, I shall explore the paradoxical situation whereby the environment is politically mobilized.
This is what I want
Yet
to
this political concern with the environment, as presently articulated, is argued to suspend the proper political dimension. I shall explore how the elevation of the environment to a public concern is both a marker of and constituent force in the production of depoliticization. The paper has 4 parts. In the first part, I problematize the question.
Look, Lamp, I appreciate your constructive criticism of the stream. I'm not Destiny, though. I'm not adding more cum emotes. I'm not fucking obsessed with that shit like Destiny is. So no, it's not happening. Sorry.
Of and constituent force in the production of depoliticization. The paper has 4 parts. In the first part, I problematize the question of nature and the environment. I argue that there is no such thing as a singular nature around which an environmental or climate policy and future can be constructed and performed. Rather, there are a multitude of natures and a multitude of existing, possible, or practical socio-natural relations. And proper politicization of the environment needs to endorse this heterogeneity fully. In a second part, the emblematic case of climate change policy will be presented as cause célèbre of depoliticization.
Okay.
I argue how climate matters were brought into the domain of politics, but articulated around a particular image of what a good climate or a good environment is, while the political was systematically evacuated from the terrain of the now Anthropocene.
We need to focus. We need to be serious. This is a serious stream where we're seriously considering our
this argument to the views of political theorists who have proposed that the political constitution of contemporary Western democracies is increasingly marked by the consolidation of post-political and post-democratic arrangements. In the fourth section,
Everything is
I
post.
discuss
Everything
the
is fucking
climate
post
change
these days.
consensus
You can get
in
a
light of
social
the
article about the
post-political
post-post.
thesis.
Yeah, got it.
I shall conclude
First past the
that the matter of the
post-voting,
environment in general
postmodernism,
and climate change in
post-political
particular
condition.
needs
Yeah, okay.
to be displaced onto the
Gonna make a
terrain
post on
of the
Instagram.
properly political.
Who even knows what
2. The
politics
death
means
of
anymore?
nature, emergent natures. The death or the end of nature has been announced many times. The proclaimed end of nature does not, of course, imply a dematerialization of human life, the apogee of modern man's quest to sever the ties that bind him to nature.
Yeah.
On the
To
contrary,
sacrifice
humans
the
and
flesh
non-humans
for
are
the,
ever more entangled through myriad interactions and
to
transformative
sacrifice
processes.
the flesh for the coming.
The death of nature
immunized
signals
echelon.
rather the demise of particular imaginings of nature,
They should be
of a
treated
set
like
of symbolic
liberals should be
inscriptions
treated
that
like
inferred a singular nature,
like fanatics
at
in a
once
cult.
external and internal to humans and human life. In Ecology Without Nature, Timothy Morton calls nature a transcendental term in a material mask that stands at the end of a potentially infinite series of other terms that collapse into it. He distinguishes between at least three interrelated places.
So, I mean, earlier in the stream, we were talking about how, you know, objectivism and Ryan objectivists are the epitome of the liberal, because, you know, like, you know, I'm just a materialist, you know, all I believe is what I believe. It's a very sort of narcissistic identity. And if you cannot have and transition simultaneously through both the transcendental and the material, you're going to have a hard time talking to MAGA, you're going to have a hard time talking to liberals. You were raised as an objectivist? Yeah, I was raised as an objectivist. Well, I mean, I don't know if I was necessarily raised as an objectivist, because I was actually raised very theologically. But both of my parents, you know, were very... They understood it. Hillary Clinton smells like sulfur. I feel like sulfur probably smells like really good. She's been pretty nice to me. I don't know why you would want to compare sulfur to Hillary Clinton. That's kind of gross. Ayn Rand. I don't know how to fucking pronounce her name. I was raised by the new atheist rationalism. Oh, yes! Okay, so the biggest fucking dox for how delusional objectivists are is their atheism. Because if you are going to be an objectivist, if you're going to be an objectivist rationalist, you need to be a person that isn't just like hard atheism. At best, a rationalist is somebody who is agnostic. At best. Right? There's no evidence for it, there's no evidence against it, there's a different null hypothesis, and it's alright. That's fine. You were raised by wolves, salty squid, and then you found that, yeah, you were. But you were raised in like a gang. You were sort of the outcome of the worst excesses of liberalism. Because, you know, we all know Ronald Reagan was a liberal, and what do liberals love more than giving out drugs? Giving out drugs to poor people. Liberals love it. And then not holding the people who did it accountable.
Or meanings of nature in our symbolic universe. First,
The worst part of
as a floating signifier.
The worst part of objectivism is they do believe in morality. They just think self-interest is the highest form of it. Yeah, it's really fucking cringe. They're literally like, you gonna... Kels Cross on YouTube says, I might have to go now, but you might DM me later or ping me in the pond. Yeah, I definitely will. It's not happening today. For the record, talking about, or reacting to Curtis Yarvin's ghoulish comments, and how he manages to outflank the liberal establishment or the cathedral, not on the docket for today. You're a post-rationalist earth worshipper who has a protective black tourmaline amulet around their neck. Is it at least like a tri-color tourmaline? Because that's really gorgeous. That's why they say taxes are literally immoral, because it's self-interest. I mean, I don't know. It's so frustrating to talk to an objectivist because, you know, they obviously know that there's such a thing as a transcendental realm, the signifying realm, and they just want to be like blind to it. They want to be ignoring. They want to ignore it. They always have this sort of rubric of rules to defer to anytime something gets a little bit uncomfy, right? Why are you covered in tomatoes? I didn't say anything anti-clinker. Is there something on my face? Am I okay? Is there something on my face? I mean, I feel like my feathers feel fine. I haven't done anything to my feathers. It's okay.
Timothy Morton calls nature a transcendental term in a material mask that stands at the end of a potentially infinite series of other terms that collapse into it. He distinguishes between at least 3 interrelated places or meanings of nature in our symbolic universe. First, as a floating signifier, the content of nature is expressed through a range of diverse terms that all collapse in the name of nature: DNA, elephants, mineral water, the Andes, hunger, heartbeat, markets, desire, profits, CO2, greed, competition. Such metonymic lists, although offering a certain unstable...
Another one of the big reasons that liberals are enabling fascists is because fascists believe that... Oh, I did not mean to do it. Fascists believe that, you know, nature... They have an understanding of nature that is very much so outside the liberal sort of humanist perspective, and that includes the fundamental assumptions under fascism is that there's only competition, right? It's a very Hobbesian sort of, at least this is old fascism. New fascism, postmodern fascism is a little more dynamic, a little bit more opportunistic, which is going to leave tons and tons of liberals unprepared. Completely unprepared. Yeah, they're really gorgeous. Those sorts of tourmaline amulets are genuinely stunning. Okay, let's see.
Markets, desire, profits,
oh, that's right.
CO2,
there's no room for altruism
greed,
in
competition.
The competitive
Such metonymic lists, although offering a certain unstable meaning, are inherently slippery and show a stubborn refusal to fixate meaning consistently and durably. Morton's argument resonates with Slavoj Žižek's statement that nature does not exist. His Lacanian perspective insists on the difference between a series of ordinary signifiers and the central element which has to remain empty in order to serve as the underlying organizing principle of the series. Nature constitutes exactly such central, empty or floating element whose meaning can be gleaned only by relating it to other more directly recognizable signifiers. Nature becomes a symbolic tapestry, a montage.
The other sort of philosophical term for exactly this concept that they're talking about is the transitional object. That's sort of what they're referring to when they're saying it becomes a symbolic tapestry that is including all these other floating elements. Those floating elements are what's considered a transitional object. They're very sort of easily visualizable. You can turn time... Okay, I'm actually thinking about the Cruelty fucking Squad line. I can turn time in my mind. Time is so concrete that I can turn it in my head. Like an elephant, you can visualize and turn around in your head. But the floating signifiers of objects, of transitional objects, all objects sort of point back to a larger understanding once you start to talk about it, right? I'm sitting in a chair now at the, you know, very solid, what's it called, position, right? And this game is distracting me. It's so cute. It's so pretty. It's so thermal. This is what nuclear, by the way, to solve climate change, we need to do like nuclear winter. That's probably the only, that's literally what we gotta do in all reality. The floating object is something that, you know, can be approachable with solid objects, which refers back to a greater idea, a greater transcendental idea, right? I'm sitting in a chair and I'm not talking about, oh, you know, it has 1 leg, 4 leg, 3 legs. It's still, you know, you understand what it is. It refers back to something. Historical fascism was deeply influenced by humanism, but it wasn't the sort of contemporary liberal humanism. Yeah, it was also deeply influenced by archaeology, and we went over that on the Civ 6 stream. Although after the end, the fucking Civ 6 stream was such a fucking fever dream for me. Yeah, no, archaeology, turn of the century archaeology was absolutely essential to Nazism. I wish I would have talked about Troy a little bit more during that stream, because the man who found, quote-unquote, Troy, and also blew up Troy, was one of the biggest
founders of the sort of Aryan ideology.
Meaning can be gleaned only by relating it to other more directly recognizable
the transitional
signifiers.
Aryan subject.
Nature becomes a symbolic tapestry, a montage of meaning held together with quilting point.
Anytime I remember there used to be in my local like nature museum a huge tapestry with a massive number that was going up, documenting all the species that were actively being lost. And you know, the hope of it back in 2015 or so was to get people understanding the climate that we're in and make it more prescient, more imminent, the harms that industrialization is causing on people. But I see now it's just sort of a fetishization of the pastiche, of quilting things together, when in reality it kind of just means nothing. If the harms of climate change, of climate collapse, is just a number of species going up, or a number of species going extinct that have gone extinct going up, and that's your exposure to it, that's fucking it? No, like, stop.
For example, biodiversity, eco-cities, CO2 or climate change can be thought of as quilting points, or points de capiton, through which a certain
Points de
matrix of
capiton.
meanings of nature is articulated. These quilting points are also more than mere anchoring points. They refer to a beyond of meaning, a certain enjoyment that becomes structured in fantasy, in this case the desire for an environmentally balanced and socially harmonious order.
Yeah.
In other
one that
words,
we can, like,
there
go
is always
back
a
to.
remainder or excess that
Okay, the other problem with like systems theory and system biology is the idea of a system in stasis. No, that's not true. You never step into the same river twice. Once you get like an observation of a system, it's going to be a different system. Ever so slightly, you might have a useful model for it, but no, it's... As long as nature is viewed up as both separate from and instrumental to man, the number is just a cost-benefit analysis. Yeah, it's incredibly like impersonal, and obviously, you know, the benefit should be associated with the most prosperous, the most intellectual people, the most highly capable, which, you know, obviously aren't the common man who just doesn't have the ability to understand. They're just, you know, simpler. Oops. Let's go back. Yeah. So part of the political project for us when we're engaging in psychic war, we need to have in mind that we cannot view man separate from nature and as an instrument of nature. Once you start slapping numbers onto
symbolization.
it, and you shouldn't do this in
Second, Morton
conversation,
argues,
'cause it's just
nature
anti-human.
has the force of law, a norm against which
the force of
deviation
law,
is
the
measured.
God.
For example, when nature is summoned to normalize heterosexuality and to think queerness as deviant and unnatural, or to see competition between humans as natural.
Yeah, this is okay. So he's talking about the fallacy of the natural fallacy, and bro, I remember seeing a short on Instagram that was like, it was like a soy liberal. Oh, being gay is natural, and then the fucking short cuts to like Jeffrey Epstein, a bald lion, fucking tectone, and like a soy fucking kid with big black letters on a white shirt. Yeah, rape. Rape is natural. Doesn't mean it's good, and that's sort of the hitch that I think that liberals, and I'm also guilty of this 100%. I've been guilty of it as well. You know, doing the research into like, you know, what percentage of man actually is gay? Is it 25%? Is it 20%? Is it 10%? I'm exactly guilty of it as well. You like Bookchin's social ecology and Bradody's zoocentric egalitarianism. What is zo? Is zo like an acronym for something? Man is a malignant tumor on the earth. Okay, Salty, but the thing is, that argument has already been put forward and sort of commodified by the exact same systems that we need to criticize. You need to work within the framework and to readjust it, to move forward, right? Like the easiest example of this already being in the sort of cultural zeitgeist, right, that man is a malignant tumor that must be eradicated, is like literally like episode 1 of One Punch Man. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. One Punch Man bug nature? Literally, like, One Punch Man, the comic started out with a guy, a bug being like, oh yeah, you know, humanity is a virus, and in order to protect my beloved mother, we need to destroy humanity. And obviously, bro gets fucked up. Bro could not hang.
And altruism as a produce of culture, or vice versa.
And
Or when
altruism
nature
as a
has the
product
force of
culture
law,
rather than
a norm against
nature.
which deviation
Okay.
is measured.
The other thing that I want... So, hold on, let's do a quick review. Right? So, the psychic policies have to be not against something, but working within something inside the framework of the entity that you are engaging with. Oh, actually, you know what's the biggest fucking dox of the objectivist ideology? It's whenever they talk to somebody, right? And they have this fetishization of definitions because they don't have faith that there is something transcendental, right? Unless we have the exact same verbatim definition of something, we can't engage on a topic because we just have different definitions. And they kind of just fucking collapse the moment you take their definitions at face value. Because they can't understand it, right? When any time that an objectivist has a conversation, they're fucking over their own ideology because they are relying on a collective unconscious understanding of the semantics of words, right? We all understand what, you know, colloquially what nature means. And, you know, if we have a disagreement politically, oh, it must be due to a difference of definitions. That's why. Fuck me. I remember, I don't know why, and I don't know how I got to this. Maybe I was literally born this way, but I hated making definitions in, like, my high school and, like, undergraduate essays. It just felt so clunky to, like, require that you define everything. And obviously it's rhetorically useful, but it's like, oh, they had us do it just for the sake of doing it. Because, you know, you can't have a discussion without defining your terms. Objectivity is scarce. You're a science wonk. We never get certainty. Yeah, you never get certainty, but there's like a margin of error that you're... Okay, my favorite quote of all time right now is, your inability to think inside boundaries is not a flex. Because it's not. Definitions are useful. And in all reality, that's probably what's the most fascist thing. The least fascist people on Earth are probably, like, mute and deaf people. There's no way you could be fascist and be mute and deaf. There's, like, no fucking shot. Zoe is a Greek word for life. Okay, so I asked Angry Knees what they meant, because they said Bookchin's social... they like Murray Bookchin's social ecology and Bradody's Zoe-centric egalitarianism, and I asked them, what does Zoe mean? Angry Knees is saying, is a Greek word for life, referring to a sort of universal life force that pervades all things, as opposed to the bios, which was merely the physical manifestation of life. Yeah, actually this is, that's actually a very interesting, it's very interesting that you bring that up, because to me it feels very similar to the idea of the enfleshed world that Merleau-Poitier has, right? All sensory perception is embedded in the flesh, not only through our somatosensory and other physiological capabilities, but also because the world itself is enfleshed in a very alive way. And that is sort of a sentiment that I guess I'm seeing, you know, pop up competitively in a couple of different philosophical spheres, which is great to see, right? That there is a sort of universal life force enmeshed within reality. And bro, I was looking through the Objectivist Wikipedia page, and they also have the same perspective, that there is sort of a universal life force that pervades all things, that is constituted through humanity or through perception. But then, you know, they don't critically analyze it at all. They just leave it as is. I was a materialist until I became a witch. Well, yeah, we're gonna have to get some stakes out. We're gonna be burning people soon. Salty squid. So salty squid, huh? Salty squid. We're cleaning up after Salty Squid's mess right here. He just couldn't help himself. He got a little scared. He got a little spooked. He left a lot of his oil out about, but we're gonna be cleaning it up because we're such nice and good stewards of the planet. We're going to be forgiving Salty Squid for leaving his fucking oil out and about. All right, let's go back.
Becomes structured in fantasy. In this case, the desire for an environmentally balanced and socially harmonious order. In other words, there is always a remainder or excess that evades symbolization. Second, Morton argues, nature has the force of law, a norm against which deviation is measured. For example, when nature is summoned to normalize heterosexuality and to think queerness as deviant and unnatural, or to see competition between humans as natural and altruism as a produce of culture, or vice versa, or when a particular climatic condition is normatively posited as ideal. Normative power inscribed in nature is invoked as an organizing principle that is transcendental and universal, allegedly residing outside the remit allocated to humans and non-humans alike, but that exercises an inescapable performative effect and leaves a non-alienable imprint. This is a view that sees nature as something given, as a solid foundational or ontological basis from which we act, and that can be invoked to provide an anchor for ethical or normative judgments of ecological, social, cultural, political, or economic procedures and practices.
So
consider for
most the signifiers behind most political debates right now, and why everything seems to be so schizophrenic, is probably because it's about life. The politics is about life, and the sooner people accept that life is politics and politics is life, hopefully the sooner they'll be able to appreciate their autonomy for their individual situation and our collective autonomy for determining our better future. Drown, bitch! Drown! Be gone! And that can be invoked.
Provide an anchor for ethical or normative judgments of ecological, social, cultural, political, or economic.
Right. The most of the underlying debate underneath politics is what is natural and what are we selecting for, right? And so the unabashed confidence in selection that fascists have is, and I guess the reactionary liberal rebuttal to that, we shouldn't be selective. We should always include. No, you're always going to have a little bit of selection, and you're lying to yourself otherwise. And people pick up on that, right? It's about life. It's about selection, and how much control people have over their own freedom.
Procedures and practices. Consider, for example, how the vision of a stable climate is elevated to a public good, both by the British Parliament and by the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Yeah, it's a public good.
The delivery of a stable climate as an essential public good is an immediate security, prosperity, and moral imperative, not simply a long-term environmental challenge. And third,
Salty Squid, you say, why vote? Why even participate and vote? When you say that, I know you're saying it ironically, but, how long did it take for you to vote in 2024? Because it took me 3 hours. That could have been a whole fucking, minimum wage, federal minimum wage is $7.30? Bro, I could have been earning $15 instead of voting. My life kind of depends on money. What do you mean, why even vote? Yeah, there's just better things that I could be doing with my time other than voting. Trying to survive.
nature invokes, for Morton, a plurality of fantasies and desires for example, the dream of a sustainable nature, a balanced climate, the desire for lovemaking on a warm beach under the setting sun, the fear for the revenge of nature if we keep pumping CO2 into the atmosphere. Nature is invoked here as the stand-in for other, often repressed or invisible, longings and passions.
Yeah.
The Lacanian object petite a, around which we shape our drives, and that covers up for the lack of ground on which to base our subjectivity. It is the sort of fantasy displayed in calls for restoring a true, original, but presumably presently lost, humane harmony by retrofitting the world to ecological balance, and in the longing for a nature that functions as the big other, the one that guides the path to redeem our predicament. Here, nature is invoked as the external terrain that offers the promise, if attended to properly, for finding a truly harmonious life,
This
but
is
also from which
definitely-
threat of
this is a
disaster
criticism of
emanates
Bookchin as well,
if we perturb
sort of.
its internal functioning.
Right?
It-
Bookchin does have this sort of assumption about nature that there is a sort of stable point for us, but the strength of Bookchin is in his ability, or is in his, his focus on bringing people to be conscientious of their relationship with nature, which is the great part. We did it! We cleaned up the environment! Whee! Yay! For now, they want to make it illegal to talk about nature? What do you mean, Lamp? They want to make what illegal? You know what I'm going to be making illegal? I'm going to be making... and people, might call me deranged. They might call me a fascist. We're going to be making it illegal to be wearing the Cole Haan line of shoes. I cannot fucking stand professional shoes that have a white bottom. If you have a white trim to your sole, and I don't mean this in a racial kind of, if you have a white trim to your sole and you're trying to shill yourself to be professional, fuck you. The white trim on shoes belongs to sneakers. It belongs to Vans. It belongs to Adidas. It doesn't belong to your fucking professional shoes. You look like a fucking schlub. Oh, they want to make voting by mail illegal. Yes, they do. Well, no, they want to make voting by mail illegal for everybody that they don't like. Duh. No, let's be honest. We're steel manning here. They want to make voting by mail illegal, and they want to make for everybody they don't like, or to make the challenges to surmount in order to cast a ballot to be so unachievable. It's just not worth it, right? Your time is better spent elsewhere rather than your political voice, than your efficacy. All right. I mean, that's really like what it is. Like, you have to steelman these fuckers and what they actually mean to say. All right, we finished the first game of today. We're just getting started. We need yes, Lamp, you're actually so fucking correct. You're so fucking correct. The easiest way a liberal can get me, actually anybody, I don't care how fucking ghoulish their politics are, the first politician that says, yeah, we need to make the voting day a national holiday. Every 2 years, every 4 years. Fuck it, just make November 5th a national holiday. Just make it a national holiday. The first fucking liberal that says we need to make a national voting day has my heart. 100%. Because I've thought about this as well. 100%. Like, it's so frustrating. Excuse me, sorry. It's so frustrating to not see, or to see the obvious. Like, yeah, we can end Citizens United, but, there might be... maybe it's doomer to say it. There might be, workarounds to Citizens United that we aren't really aware of. It might be hard to legislate. The real problem that you're coming to terms with, Salty Squid, there when you say ending Citizens United is, how do we make the government more responsive to the needs of the people? How do we make people more engaged in their own political autonomy? And are corporations transcendental persons? Transcendental singular entities made by people? Or do they have a voice of their own, right? We can't hold them accountable. They're just people, they're just corporations, they're just systems. It's rough. Clean slate? Yeah, maybe. That's what, I mean, maybe... We're not going down the Poseidus route. We're not going down the Poseidus route. I refuse to go down the Poseidus route. If the liberals really weren't just capitalist shills, they would have electoral reform as the #1 issue on all platforms. Yes, making democracy responsive to citizens, right? And they can, bro, fuck it, I don't care. Like, you can ditch the illegal, like, moniker. Fuck it, call people illegals, if you're, hashtag no person's illegal. Is that evil? Is that evil for me to say? Hashtag, that's bullshit? It's fucking liberal cope, hashtag no person is illegal. There are illegal people. Whatever. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab myself some seeds. Yeah, real democracy would be super cool. Bro, I don't know, even like digital democracy. Like, you can like read the bills that are getting passed. Fucking Congress doesn't even pass bills anymore. The only way for them to get this shit done is by passing how money is spent. They can't fucking legislate for shit. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some seeds for myself. And we're gonna continue on with learning why are people so black-pilled about politics? You know, my girl Kamala was just in a tough spot. You know, we gotta cut her a little bit of slack.
The dragon has 3 heads. One to be a monarch whose crown will weigh heavy.
Alright, we're back. Hello, did you miss me? I'm glad to be back. Hello, Caramel on YouTube. It's good to see you again. Angry Knees says, ending Citizens United would either require a complete change in the Supreme Court or the support of 3/5 of the states. I want to be someone in politics, right? I don't think that my prospects are in streaming, and that's fine by me. I'm enjoying the time that I've got with you guys. I've got a bunch of cool plans. I love chatting with the people of the community. We bring up great stuff. But I do want to be in politics. I think it's like there's like so much obvious shit that should just be like a no-brainer in terms of like propaganda to build a more egalitarian future, and it's so frustrating to see liberals just shit the fucking bed over it. Like, I don't know, is it really that hard? Is it really that hard? I don't think so. Let's pull up our next fantasy of nature. You got my vote, King. Thank you, Caramel. Like the easiest fucking thing and the easiest way that a liberal could buy literally just massive amounts of popular support, and I'm so frustrated that Gavin Newsom hasn't said this yet, just a national holiday for voting. Please just actually care about getting people out to vote. Without reform, we're literally running a marathon instrument shoes. Every single issue is like pulling teeth and we'll never quite get what we need, or because we don't have democracy. Yeah. 1,000%. And you know, all the fuckers, all the stupid fuckers in government have like their own like little pet issues. Oh, I want my own little ear tags for my state. Wee. Fuck you. I think I would do the funny. If I were president, I would do the funny. We would have a couple of bills to pass. I would do the funny. And then I would do the George Washington, you know, the virtuous thing. I would clean house, is what I'm saying. I think what I would probably do, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in the next 20, 30 years, but I would probably have a joint session. I would lock the doors, and then I would have all of the members of Congress vote on very important legislation, like, you know, universal health care, the national voting day, border reform, higher education, controls on AI, which, you know, allegedly are supposed to bring about the Antichrist, according to the I can't say the F word. Okay, I caught myself. Chat. This is why I don't want to like swear on stream, because I know once I get into the habit of swearing, there's all sorts of shit that's gonna be coming out. Is it a slippery slope argument? A little bit. A wee bit. Angry Knees on YouTube says the existence of laws presupposes the state, which necessarily requires maintenance of borders. Yeah. Unfortunately, Knees, that makes you a fascist. Just saying that sentence, the existence of laws presupposes the state, which necessarily requires the maintenance of borders. Yeah, you're a fascist, bud. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I've got nothing else to say to you. Nobody is illegal. Only makes sense if nothing is illegal. Yeah, obviously shit is illegal. Oh my... I hate that fucking... They hate us and they want us dead. And they're going to feed us a slight expectation lowering in order to get it. Right? You know, oh, you know, like, things aren't bad here. They could be worse. You know, we're not the fascists. Just take a look at these ambivalent buffoons. Caramel, I've got your vote, Caramel. Thank you. That's awesome. I appreciate it. I'll be looking out for you. Look, fuck it. I'll make the, you know what actually also should be done? The 2 weeks before voting, national candidates should not show up on any form of social media. They should just be completely absent. The fucking discourse should move completely on from the candidates. They should not be in the media at all. They should just completely disappear in the 2 weeks before actual November 5th. And then fuck it. The entire week people can have off. Our loving president said it's war in Portland, and I'm trying not to be a doomer right now, and maybe at vote. Yeah, it's. I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest. You know, even while I'm denouncing liberals and I'm shitting on them, I am shitting on them because I want them to be better. I think they are the people who. The reason liberals are different from accelerationists, at least in history, is because they've got values that I believe in, and. If I keep feeling disappointed or disenfranchised by, and I'm not the only one, by how they're treating us. What? This game needs a controller? What the fuck? Wait, do I have a controller? I feel like I do. I should. Does it work? Uh-oh. I have a controller. Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see how short hike goes. Okay. Yeah, it's war. I mean, the problem with, you know, Donald Trump is he's turned his sort of national security eye from the outside and dismantled all the USAID because he doesn't understand it into the inside where, you know, we're at war with an internal enemy. And, you know, he completely said this, but I wanted to give you a small piece of hope in that Donald Trump is somebody who's probably going to die very soon. His predecessor might be somebody who's very willing to make amicable, stable ends. But no, we are entirely going to be entering into a very unstable, but also aesthetically unstable position in society, right? Climate change is going to happen. We're going to be exposed to climate change for years upon years through our phones until it's our house that's getting flooded or burned down by wildfires. Hold on, let's get proper game capture going. Here we go. Hello. Cancel. We need... Put rid of this. Properties. Yep. Full screen application? No. Specific window. Sorry. Baby voting blues. Yeah, make it fun. Make it an event. Make it like a fucking a state fair would be the best analogy that I can have for. Oops. Does it just? Oh, it freezes anytime that I log off. I tab out. Okay, interesting. President Newsom declares November 5th a national holiday, and all red states switch to voting on the 6th. Yeah. Hey, at least he believes in something. I personally wouldn't agree with it, but, you know, he would be my guy in that case. He would be my guy. At this point, I want Dems to run on accountability for the right. I want to see some form of punishment, jail, ICE agents. Yeah. But, like, this is the same problem that happened after the Civil War. It's all about being conciliatory, about bringing people together, about not making enemies of enemies. It's crazy. It's also how we got fucking Operation Paperclip. I'm sorry. But I don't have faith in Democrats doing that. No, yeah, they do need to use slurs more often. Thank you for stopping by, Lily. I appreciate. Yeah, J.D. Vance becoming president sounds like it's awful. It's not good. It can't be good. obviously the question affecting everybody's minds right now is who comes after Donald Trump? And they're like, there's this liberal fantasy like, oh, this is all going to be over when he's gone. No, it's not. And they're not prepared for it. They're not talking about it. But I'm so over it. Yeah. Another 3 years. It's going to be exhausting. But we're going to be in it together. We're in it together. Ain't no other way to say it. Saudi squid? What are you saying here? At an interesting convo on BS. What is BS? Can Antifa be a military tradition if the actions of military post-World War II in some ways instances of proto-fascist? Bro, reading about FDR, he got a ton of shit for being a communist and a fascist. And it's very interesting reading into the economics of World War II and after World War II. The economics of America and Russia were almost exactly the same. And then after all that industrial capacity didn't have the same use anymore, it was turned into manufacturing and consumption. And unfortunately, liberals can't even fucking take responsibility for dead fuckers 100 years ago for building these systems. Like, in the modern day, you can say, like, hey, previous things that my party did were a mistake. The fucking Republicans do that all the time when they're talking about, like, the plantation, right? And the party switch. Obviously, they're doing it disingenuously. Because they're assholes. Okay, but Dispel, what you're not thinking about is, if it's like a country fair, and then all these people have to hang out with each other after voting with food, and riots. No, riots don't happen at county fairs. Let's be real. Fascism has never been democratically voted out. That's true. And fortunately, the nice thing about the American system is that we can always just vote a new one in. Knees on YouTube's, yeah. FDR was a dedicated state capitalist. We're definitely going to be doing a stream on state capitalism. Look out for that. We're going to have AI yapping about Murray Bookchin's idea of state capitalism, which I've not read. I'm amicable to the idea because right now, recently I've been drawing a lot of parallels, looking at the transition from the feudal Russia to the communist Russia, and also in the same line of like objectivism, because Ayn Rand was somebody who was a white. Ayn Rand was pro... Uh-oh. Can I not move? Uh-oh. The connection is not super stable with my controller. Uh-oh. Ayn Rand was somebody who was fleeing the communist revolution and started writing about objectivism Why the fuck is this such a flimsy connection right here? Do I not have a better plug or a better cord? Ayn Rand was writing about objectivism after she came to America as a refugee and she still has a lot of these sort of kingly, philosopher king sensibilities to her when she comes to America and starts writing about objectivism. And when you look at the Marxist-Leninist political structure and you look at the liberal political structure, they're actually very similar, right? There's a privileged class of elites who have a greater understanding of ideology, of reality, who needs to coordinate the behaviors of everyone below them for the good, for the stability of society. It's very much so, the vanguard elite are very much so similar to the liberal elite. And when Ayn Rand comes to America with her anti-communism rhetoric and her objectivism, she doesn't, stamp out ideas of vanguardism, of communism. She thought that the idea was, these people want the good of other people, which means taking freedoms away from me. Yeah, duh. Fucking life is all about concession. The idea is, we want people to be as empowered to make the decisions of what they're conceding when they make a political decision. And as, World War II went on... I gotta unplug this. As World War II... Whoa. My fucking headphones fell out. How did I unplug those? As World War II went on, I feel like the similarities between... So capitalism continued to proliferate, and the competing vision of capitalism was state by the people, ostensibly, but it's still capitalism. That's what I assume Murray Bookchin's criticism of Soviet Russia is. And on the opposite side, Ayn Rand is fostering the development of pretty much the exact same ideology, a privileged social elite class who is going to define for everybody else, but, just atomized instead. We don't belong to a collective society. We're just people with self-interest. No, there obviously are transcendental undercurrents to objectivism. But maybe this connection will be stronger. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, I feel like a lot of America was absolutely crucial to setting up the next political structure for Russia, which is this oligarchical, capitalist shill country where people are completely politically disengaged, and then you have authors like Dugan, who I should look into more. We can swim! We're a penguin that can swim! You've got authors like Dugan who prioritize this sort of neo-fascism for the fetishization that leverage the fetishization of control by stoking discontent, chaos, and polarization so that the main avenues of criticism cannot be easily elucidated, right? So to recap, Ayn Rand leaves Tsarist Russia when the Soviets are closing in. The Soviet project for communism sort of falls apart, and they need to fall back on a vanguard privileged class. Ayn Rand goes to America, establishes neoliberalism with the worst fucking ghouls of the century, where communism is this sort of hotbed for political industrialization, where they can learn from and take the best from, this sort of reservoir of creativity, which hones capitalism to its logical extremes of self-interest, disassociation, depersonalization. And then once communism falls apart, because the leadership was able to sit back and say, hey, we fucked up a little bit. Things aren't going how we wanted in this political project, And then things just sort of fall apart to capitalism again, where the American government, now empowered with the tenets of the Tsarist Russia, implemented into neoliberalism, then set up a oligarchical experiment, which is, I guess, gonna fucking fall back onto our bullshit because America's gonna pillage oligarchy from Russia. This centralized fucking techno-feudal bullshit. Lake Coast Trail. Ayn Rand is a fascinating person. Atlas Shrugged is great if you don't know Ayn Rand. Wasn't being satirical. Oh, you read it and you think she's being satirical? Yo, give me up, give me up. Give me up, give me up. I have to jump. Jump. Yeah. Ayn Rand made BioShock. She's the big BioShock. No, she is literally kind of a spoiled fucking brat. And what do we do with brats, chat? What do fucking brats get? They get ignored. And they get called pieces of shit because that's what brats are. They're fucking pieces of shit. Angry Knees on YouTube says his criticism, so Murray Bookchin's criticism of state capitalism largely focused on the role of Soviet management and how it mirrors capitalism. Okay, so it's very similar. Grilled and smothered with onions. Hell fucking yeah, you know the way to my heart. Maybe like a little pepper in there as well. Lots and lots of butter. What the fuck? You just pushed me out of the way. Fuck you, little guy. Yippee! I'm so excited to we're gonna take a little tour through nature today. Yippee! Alright, let's continue on. He wants 15 shells, you
In
greedy
some,
bastard.
these
Fuck
three
you.
uses of nature
Alright, hold on.
imply
Where are we? There's
Here,
a couple different
nature
uses
is
of
invoked.
nature. Nature is a nebulous transcendental context that is constituted by transitional objects that are ostensibly concrete, but honestly don't mean
as the
anything in terms of
external
practical
terrain
political
that
outcomes.
offers the promise if attended to properly, for finding a truly harmonious life, but also from which threat of disaster emanates if we perturb its internal functioning. In sum, these three uses of nature imply simultaneously an attempt to fixate its unstable meaning while being presented as a fetishized other that reflects or at least functions as a symptom through which our displaced deepest fears and longings are expressed. As such, the concept of nature becomes ideology par excellence and functions ideologically, and by that I mean that it forecloses thought, disavows the inherent slippery of the concept, and ignores the multiplicities, inconsistencies, and incoherencies inscribed in its symbolization.
Singularity,
For Slavoj Žižek, any attempt to suture the meaning of empty signifiers is a decidedly political gesture. The disavowal or the refusal to recognize the political character of such gestures, the attempts to universalize and suture the situated and positioned meanings inscribed metonymically in nature, lead to perverse forms of depoliticization, to rendering nature politically mute and socially
I've got
neutral.
myself some orange juice because I'm feeling
The
a little under the
disavowal
weather.
of the empty core of nature
Lots
by
of people coming
colonizing its
out
meaning,
for research
by
and
filling
making
out
me
the void,
sicky poo from
staining
all
it
over the
with
nation.
inserted
Fuck you
meanings
guys.
that are subsequently generalized and homogenized, is the gesture par excellence of depoliticization, of placing nature outside the political, that is outside the field of public dispute, contestation, and disagreement.
Yeah, that's interesting.
In
You know,
addition,
it's always been
such
like this. It's
symbolizations
natural.
of nature disavow the real of natures, the heterogeneous, unpredictable, occasionally catastrophic, acting out of socio-ecological processes that mark the Anthropocene. It is these unsymbolized natures that haunt in their excessive acting. Droughts,
you wanna trade?
hurricanes, tsunamis, oil spills, recombinant
wants a smaller
DNA,
shot. He wants a
floods,
better- smaller shot.
globalizing diseases, disintegrating polar ice are a few of the more evocative markers of such socio-natural processes. Bruno Latour, albeit from a rather different perspective, equally proposes to abandon the concept of nature and suggests instead
The post-nature.
considering the world as filled with socio-natural quasi-objects.
Yeah, those are the transcendental
For
objects that I was
Latour,
talking about.
there is neither nature nor society, or culture, outside the cultural and discursive practices that produced this binary formulation. For him, the imbroglios of human and non-human things that proliferate in the world consist of continuously multiplying nature-culture hybrids that stand between the poles of nature and culture. Think of, for example, greenhouse
We're
gases,
huge!
Dolly the
Big!
cloned sheep, dams, oil rigs, or electromagnetic waves. They are simultaneously social, cultural, and natural physical, and their coherence, i.e., their relative spatial and temporal sustainability, is predicated upon assembled networks of human and non-human relations. Nature is always already social. This perspective, too, rejects retaining the
This is
concept
the
of nature
quote-unquote
and
reality.
suggests
Hold on.
in its stead
Hold on,
to
hold on,
consider.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I want to read a passage because I finished reading Capitalist Realism. I'm going to read a passage for you guys right now. Hold on. Let me find it. Where did I put it? It's really, I'm really enjoying it. It touches on most of the concepts that I'm interested in. Right? Okay. Kurt Cobain's death confirmed the defeat and incorporation of rock's utopian and Promethean ambitions. When he died, rock was already being eclipsed by hip-hop, whose global success had presupposed just the kind of pre-corporation by capital which I alluded to above. For much hip-hop, any naive hope that youth culture could change anything has been replaced by the hard-headed embrace of a brutally reductive version of, quote, reality. In hip-hop, Simon Reynolds pointed out in his 1996 essay, The Wire magazine, quote, "The real has two meanings. First, it means authenticity. It means natural, uncompromised music that refuses to sell out the music, the industry, and soften its message for crossover. The real also signifies that the music..." Oh, actually, that's maybe why liberals have such a hard time with code switching. Right? Because it's not real. Real also signifies that the music reflects a reality constituted by late capitalist economic instability, institutionalized racism, and increased surveillance and harassment of youth by the police. Real means the death of the social. It means that corporations who respond to increased profits, not by raising pay or improving benefits, but by downsizing. In the end, it was precisely hip-hop's performance of this first version of the real, the uncompromising, that enabled its easy absorption into the second, the reality of late capitalist economic instability, where such authenticity has proven highly marketable. Gangster rap neither merely reflects pre-existing social conditions, as many of its advocates claim, nor does it simply cause those conditions, as its critics argue. Rather, the circuit whereby hip-hop and the late capitalist social field feed into one another is one of the means by which capitalist realism transforms itself into a kind of anti-mythical myth. The affinity between hip-hop and gangster movies arises from their common claim to have stripped the world of its sentimental illusions for what it really is, a Hobbesian war of dog against dog. Great stuff. Love what they're getting down into here. And there's one other point that is related to the idea of nature and the real. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Yeah. He also had a lot of smoke from my favorite movie, WALL-E, which I don't understand. He kind of seems he's kind of being a bitch when he's talking about. He's kind of being a bitch when he's talking about WALL-E. I love WALL-E. WALL-E's great. And his criticism of WALL-E is that people are too stupid to understand that the movie is doing the work for them. Mark Fisher's critique of WALL-E is basically that people are too stupid to understand that it's a Disney movie, and a Disney movie is going to have a happy ending where the corporation is conquered, people are empowered, and that it is entirely possible to pollute and destroy the entire earth and return to it because nature's just gonna snap back. It's fucking dialectics. It's fucking communist, liberal dialectics. You know, we're just gonna swing back and forth between these two totally polar opposites. Believe me, they're totally polar opposites. Instead of moving forward. Here, let's go. Here we go. The Lacanian real. As Alenka Zupansik explains, psychoanalysis positing of a reality principle invites us to be suspicious of any reality that presents itself as natural. The reality principle, Zupanik writes, is not some kind of natural way associated with how things are. The reality principle itself is ideologically mediated. One could even claim that it constitutes the highest form of ideology. The ideology that presents itself as empirical, necessary, and it is precisely here that we should be the most alert to the functioning of ideology. For Lacan, the real is what any reality must suppress. Indeed, reality constitutes itself just through this repression. The real is an unrepresentable X, a traumatic void that can only be glimpsed into the fractures and inconsistencies in the field of apparent reality. So one strategy against capitalist realism could involve invoking the reals or reals underlying reality that capitalism presents to us. Right? So the political project of us is going to involve co-opting an understanding of nature. Right? One of altruism, one of dynamism, one of sufficiency, while not completely abolishing a recognition for competition. Because competition is decently healthy. It's good for games
the infinite heterogeneity of the procedures of assembling, disassembling, reassembling the rhizomatic networks through which things, bodies, natures, and cultures become enmeshed, and through which relatively stable quasi-objects come into purview. This gesture also attempts to repoliticize the environment, to let quasi-objects enter the public assembly of political concerns.
In the worldwide pond!
Eminent natural scientists echo these critical social theory perspectives. Harvard biologists Levins and Lewontin, for example, argue too that nature has been filled in by scientists with a particular set of universalizing meanings that ultimately depoliticize nature and facilitate particular mobilizations of such scientifically constructed nature. In contrast, they insist that the biological world is inherently relationally constituted through contingent, historically produced, infinitely variable forms in which each part, human or non-human, organic or non-organic, is intrinsically bound up with the wider relations that make up the whole. Levins
That which
and Lewontin
constitutes-
abhor a simplistic, reductionist, teleological, and ultimately
Base-
homogenizing view of nature.
Based?
They concur with the view that a singular nature does not exist, that there is no trans-historical and trans-geographical,
trans? True.
transcendental natural state of things, of conditions, or of relations, but rather are
It's
there
malleable.
a range of different historical natures, relations, and environments that are subject to continuous, occasionally dramatic or catastrophic, and rarely, if ever, fully predictable changes and
I'm poor.
transformations.
I can't climb.
They eschew such expressions
fuck.
as "it is in the nature of things" to explain one or another ecological or human behavior or condition. Both individuals and their environments are co-produced and co-evolve in historically contingent, highly diversified, locally specific, and often
Yeah.
not fully accountable manners.
We can bring it
For
back to the
Levinas
guy.
and Lewontin, therefore, no universalizing or foundational claim can be made about what nature is, what it should be, or where it should go.
No, you can
This is
make those
also the
claims,
view
and
shared
obviously
by the
there's going to
late
be a bias
evolutionary
when you make those
biologist
claims.
Stephen Jay Gould,
And hopefully that
who
bias
saw
is for the good of
evolution not
humanity.
as a gradual
I completely
process,
disagree.
but one that is truncated, punctuated, occasionally catastrophic and revolutionary, but above all, utterly contingent. There is no safety in nature. Nature is unpredictable,
Press Y.
erratic, moving spasmodically, and blind. There is no final guarantee in nature on which to base our politics or the social, on which to mirror or dreams, hopes, or aspirations. In some, and in particular as a result of the growing global awareness of
This guy
the
is
environmental
giving me, like,
crisis,
nerd vibes.
the inadequacy of our symbolic representations
Kwampa,
of
welcome
nature
back.
becomes more acute as the
We
real
are
of nature,
enjoying
in
our
the form of
time
a wide
on this
variety
earth.
of ecological threats, global warming,
can
new
fly!
diseases, biodiversity loss, resource depletion, pollution, invades and unsettles our received understandings
got
of
enough.
nature, forcing a transformation of the signifying chains that attempt to provide content for nature, while at the same time exposing the impossibility of capturing fully the real of natures. The point of the above argument is that the natures we see and work with are necessarily radically imagined, scripted, and symbolically charged as nature. These inscriptions are always inadequate. They leave a gap, an excess
this sort of
or remainder,
opacity.
and
Okay.
maintain a certain distance from the co-produced natures that are there, which are complex, chaotic, often unpredictable, radically contingent, historically and geographically variable, risky, patterned in endlessly complex ways, ordered along strange attractors. In other words, there is no nature out there that needs or requires
We can climb.
salvation in name of either nature itself or a
Nature
generic
doesn't
humanity.
need to be saved.
There is
We just
nothing
need to stop
foundational
fucking
in
it
nature
over.
that needs, demands, or requires sustaining.
Yeah, there we go.
The debate and
It's gonna sustain
controversies
itself.
over nature and what do with
Yeah.
it.
Okay. So
In
one of the big problems that I have with like liberal ideas of nature is the idea of invasive species. Invasive species are wholesale a dox of the ideology being criticized here. Right? The idea that certain species, because they're evolutionarily fit for an area, but not appropriate or not originating from it, is a fetishization of like originality. But you know, obviously I want to preserve a little bit of the variety and homogeneity, and we can use human action to maintain that, but we should be able to critically analyze. I'm Claire. We should be able to critically analyze where and what an invasive species actually is. Just because it's more competitive than other species doesn't mean that it's bad, or if a species is going to replace the other species. I don't think it's bad. We need to examine the food webs. Management of invasive species is an important aspect of rewilding as a matter of pragmatism. No, I completely agree with you. But the underlying assumptions of the term invasive species, and you know, this is sort of exactly what I was talking about. We have the capability to, and I value the variety of biological life. We should prioritize the variety of biological life. We should try and hinder any processes which would homogenize it in an uncompetitive way. This game is One Short Hike. in a competitive way, right? So managing invasive species, and one of my favorite places is maybe a 3-hour drive away from me, a lovely national park. And as I've gotten older, this national park, or it's not a national park, it's a state park. This state park has always had signs talking about invasive species coming in for the detriment, right? It's this, it's like one of these fucking grasses or some bullshit that are an invasive species or something. I can't get up there. That's like an invasive species, and all my life I've seen it just take over more and more. It's like some sort of onion derivative or something like that. Oh, maybe if I go on top here, right? There's this onion derivative that is an invasive species, but it really doesn't seem like much is being done about it because there can't be much done about it, you know? There are just some things that are more competitive, and we might be just wasting our resources trying to manage it. I mean, ideally not. We want people to be responsible, right? For their local environment, as much as possible. And if the locals are saying, hey, this species is invasive, we can't have it around, it's ruining our heterogeneity, I completely get. I completely understand, you know, defining something as an invasive species. But defining something as an invasive species is very much so in the same vein as defining something as, like, a terrorist.
Signal
ideology
rather our
behind it,
political
obviously.
inability to engage in directly political and social argument and strategies
And we should be able to
about
critique it without
rearranging
getting,
the
you know,
socio-ecological coordinates
shat
of
on
everyday
for supporting
life,
terrorists.
the production of new socio-natural configurations, and the arrangements of socio-metabolic organization, something usually called
Socio-metabolic.
capitalism, that we inhabit. In the next section, I shall exemplify and deepen further this analysis by looking at climate change policies and arguments as depoliticizing gestures,
You're lucky, headband.
predicated upon a growing concern for a nature that seems to veer off balance.
Blackwood Forest.
3. The climate as object cause of desire. If we do nothing, the consequences for every person on this earth will be severe and unprecedented, with vast numbers
They
of
gave me 10
environmental
pairs of
refugees,
shoes? This
social
fucking bunny
instability,
got a
and
shoe
decimated
sponsorship?
economies, far worse than anything which we are seeing today. Irrespective of the particular views of
Knees on YouTube says, for what it's worth, I think the critique you make about invasive species makes more sense for the colloquial or the popular usages of the word, but it's less relevant to how academic ecology community approaches the subject. No, I completely agree. And the unfortunate problem that the ecological academic community has is that you're going to have to be in... Oh, the Blackwood Trail is that way. You left it behind you. Okay. We're going to find it this way. The ecological community needs to be able to understand what the colloquial meanings are and how that makes them look, which is, again, exactly the fucking comments that I had to the fucking presenter during the research symposium that I went to, right? We shouldn't be using this language colloquially. We shouldn't be reducing people to machinic. We shouldn't be using language that is machinic. We need to be careful with it. Oh, another feather. We can climb higher. Yippee! No, I completely get it. This guy is such a deluser. Yeah, he's kind of a fucking asshole. Oh, yo, we can jump down from here. Yo! All my friends are here. On this little island. This is so cute. It's like, this is like if Animal Crossing was good. Yeah. We need to start calling out these delusers, these deterritorialization, these reterritorializing losers. How about you reterritorialize your mind around some fucking pussy? No, please don't. Okay. Yo, what are you talking about? Oh, he's running. Wait, he's got a red headband. He stole it. He stole the fucking headband.
nature held by different individuals and social groups, consensus has emerged over the seriousness of the environmental condition and the precariousness of our socio-ecological predicament. 35. The successive IPCC reports and Al Gore's evangelical and inconvenient truth landed both with the Nobel Peace Prize, surely one of the most telling illustrations of how climate matters are elevated to the status of global humanity.
Are we gonna shit on Al Gore? Is this what we're doing? Yo, is Al Gore actually the reason for Donald Trump? I don't know enough about the rhetoric that Al Gore was making while he was in politics and how he was presenting the climate crisis. Obviously, I probably would have voted for Al Gore, but he must have fucked up it somewhere. I don't know.
Humanitarian cause. There is
Maybe
a
he wasn't,
virtually
examining his
unchallenged
liberal
consensus
biases.
over the need to be more environmentally sustainable if disaster is to be avoided. A climatic sustainability that centers around reducing and stabilizing the CO2 content in the atmosphere. In this consensual setting, environmental problems are generally
Just take
staged
it. It
as
wouldn't be lucky
universally
anymore. No, yeah,
threatening
it's
to
fine.
the survival of humankind and sustained by what Mike Davis called ecologies of fear.
Yeah, so I guess the critique is that maybe the reason that Al Gore was ineffective was because he had this totalizing, dogmatic propaganda regarding the climate that it's going to kill us all. Well, it certainly might kill us all, but it's definitely there's definitely going to be people, there's going to be small pockets which are preserved for certain people who have more resources than others to maintain a solar punk, a green punk future. So that might have been where Al Gore actually
On the
fucked
one
up,
hand,
and instead
and a
got
series
fucked
of
over
decidedly
by the country
populist
boy.
gestures on
Watch
the
this
other.
for.
The discursive matrix through which the contemporary meaning of the environmental condition is woven
Oh, my character is such
one
an honest
quilted
person.
by the invocation of fear and danger, and the specter of ecological annihilation, or at least seriously distressed socio-ecological conditions for many people in the near future. Fear is indeed the crucial trope through which many of the current environmental and other biopolitical narratives are woven. This cultivation of ecologies of fear,
we need to
in
turn it
turn,
into,
is sustained by a
ecology of,
particular
hope.
set of phantasmagorical, often apocalyptic imaginations.
Yeah,
The
apocalyptic is also
apocalyptic imaginary of a
like,
world with
the liberals
endemic
in AI,
resource shortages,
the accelerationists.
ravaged by hurricanes, whose intensity is
can hold on to
amplified by
X.
climate change, pictures of scorched land as the geopluvial regime, and the spatial variability of droughts and floods shifts, icebergs that disintegrate around the poles and cause sea levels to rise, alarming
There really
reductions
is
in
sort of a
biodiversity,
fetishization
the
of the
devastations
spectacle
wreaked
of
by wildfires, tsunamis,
polar bears
spreading
jumping off
diseases
an
like
iceberg into the
SARS,
water.
avian
That's like
flu,
melting underneath
or
them.
HIV. These imaginaries of a nature out of sync, destabilized, threatening, and out of control is paralleled by equally disturbing images of a society that continues piling up waste, pumping CO2 into the atmosphere, deforesting the earth,
There's something out
etc.
there.
We seem to have an unquenchable fascination with such dystopian imaginaries. Our ecological predicament is sutured
No!
by a
So
series
close.
of performative
get up
gestures signaling an overwhelming, mind-boggling danger.
I love
one
nature,
that
I love
threatens
nature,
to
but
undermine
it's
the very
dangerous.
coordinates of our everyday lives and routines and may shake up the foundations of all we take for
Shake
granted.
the foundations.
Yet
Wake up
despite
the
the
dead.
fact we know very well
Oh, fuck.
that the ecological catastrophe is already here,
It is.
rather than a disavowed promise of disaster to come, the apocalyptic pledge that few really believe in, we fail to take nature really seriously, to think and
Yeah.
act really
Okay.
as subjects inscribed in the very dynamics of natural processes.
Well, also,
The attraction
okay, so the one thing this dude is spitting. Dude is absolutely spitting, 100%. I can understand, the fetishization of what is this? Oh, a stick. The fetishization of the apocalypse, that nature is going to be destroyed, is very much so likely going to hinder the political prospects for our movements, and it's freaking out about it or beating people over the head over it isn't exactly gonna help us. But I think we also need to recognize that our ability to refute this is completely compromised by a eternally decaying and rotting cycle of images given to us preconditioned for us by the capitalist regime, approved sort of anti-capitalist rhetoric works just as well to maintain the proglemma of capitalism as protests. That's why they don't do fucking shit anymore. Can I dig this up?
Nope, can't dig it up. Got it.
Of such
That's
an
the one
apocalyptic
criticism that he's
imaginary
missing so far.
are
Right?
related to
All
a
this is
series
good.
of
This is solid.
characteristics.
He needs the
At
second
the
one
symbolic level,
About
apocalyptic imaginaries
how
are
the symbol is
extraordinarily
being
powerful in
undermined as
disavowing
well
or
by capitalism.
displacing social conflict and antagonisms. As such, apocalyptic imaginations foreclose a proper political framing. Or in other words, the presentation of climate change as a global humanitarian cause produces a thoroughly depoliticized imaginary. One that does not revolve around
Whose
choosing
fault
one
is it
trajectory
really?
rather than another,
Oh, that's
one that
right.
is not
I wanted to look at
articulated
it,
with specific political programs or socio-ecological projects. It is this sort of mobilizations without political issue that led Alain Badiou to state that ecology is the new opium for the masses, whereby the nurturing of the promise of a more
I'm a big
benign
ecology guy,
retrofitted
but
climate
this is very interesting.
exhausts the horizon of our social and political aspirations and imaginations. We have to make sure that radical techno-managerial and behavioral
there it is,
transformations,
Behavioral
organized
transformations,
within the
that's exactly what I was
horizons
talking
of a
about.
liberal capitalist order that is beyond dispute, are initiated to retrofit the climate.
Uh-oh.
The proposed transformations often take a distinct dystopian turn when the Malthusian specter of overpopulation is fused with concerns with the climate,
Yeah, this is where we get
whereby
into deep
perversely
ecology.
newborns are identified.
In protest really only is allowed as a form of contained opposition as soon as it starts reaching beyond the point of containment. That's when they start calling it a riot or misdiagnosing the cause beyond it. Yeah, or slandering them, or, I mean, just put... Not even contained form of opposition, but also a manipulated form of opposition where you can put feds into the crowd itself, right? All the fucking liberals are freaking out over the fact that the Senate said that there were a bunch of feds inside the crowd at January 6th. Yeah, obviously there were a bunch of feds at the crowd during January 6th. This was a huge fucking operation to undermine the fabric of democracy that involved multiple senators and multiple representatives of our democracy. All of them conservative, none of them who were indicted. The only one indicted, Enrico, whatever, the fucking leader of the Proud Boys, Donald Trump, a couple other fuckers, the shaman, all of them got fucking, written off as soon as Big Boy returned to office. Great, awesome, love it. And protests at this point, they just don't do fucking anything. I don't think it matters how good your sign is, how creative it is. Nice. I'm not gonna tell anyone. I don't think it matters. If you think that you go to a protest to implement social change, you're going to be disappointed. I think the better framework is that you go into a protest to have discussions with people, to make friends with people, to make interpersonal connections. Protests activate people. Look, I will absolutely not deny that the proglemma of the postmodern capitalist attention economy is one that prefers having people stay inside at all times, right? There is absolutely the decay and the insecurity of the public commons. What? I can't dig here? Oh, there we go. The insecurity of the public commons is absolutely a consequence of neoliberalism, maybe not necessarily a desired outcome, but completely an outcome nonetheless, where people feel scared and disenfranchised to go out and meet each other in a common social environment. And the strengths of protests is to bring people out and to share a humanity, to share a prospect for the future, and to talk about it with, not necessarily the people in charge, but with each other to get a better perspective. I've talked to a lot of older people, a lot of older folk. Oop, money. I've talked to a lot of older folk at protests who said no kings was their first, and they've been wanting to go to more ever since. That's awesome. That's great. This season is a season of research symposiums, and one of the other research symposiums had a really great nonprofit, I think, or at least a great start for a nonprofit that aimed to bring people, elderly people in homes and such. Elderly people who are in homes, pretty much anyone over the age of retirement. And by the way, Americans and liberals also need to renegotiate what retirement means, because it can't just be, you know, you get a fuck ton of money from your 401k anymore. It's like just not possible. We can't be fucking doing retirement like this shit anymore. We can't be fucking extending the age of retirement higher and higher, because poor people are gonna live longer and rich people are gonna live longer. Like, it's such an obviously fucking broken system, retirement. But, you know, older people, I want the politics of the future, the politics of enfranchising people, of autonomy, is one where we aren't trying to disenfranchise certain people. And this is my criticism of, like, Marxist-Leninism, that Marxist-Leninism makes the scapegoat out of the bourgeois, out of the capital class. But the problem is, people like the amenities that the bourgeois capitalist class has brought for them. They like struggle against the bourgeois is going to disrupt that in a way that most people are completely unamenable for. The political proglemma for the future has to be one that is ecologically minded, not ecologically determined, constantly in flux and willing to change, to be more plastic than humanity and concrete in that way as well. But ultimately it takes a cross-generational discourse, right? Bookchin talks about how these structures of hierarchy and domination, specifically the domination of man over nature, developed through a couple of axioms. One, the axiom of sex, of man over woman, of man being more capable than woman. And then two, the old over the young, and the social systems designed to impart and select for appropriate reproduction, is the second system of domination. And in order to get a more politically engaged atmosphere, we do need to talk across age barriers, age lines, right? Old people don't have a place in the House of Representatives anymore because they're not fucking... These people have no investment in our future. For the young, like the young do. The young have investment in the future in the way that the old people do not, but we still need to engage them in the political process by imparting, you know, their goodwill, their values, their perspectives on history. We need them engaged. People do tend to live longer when they work longer, yeah. We'll just increase death age and retirement duration will remain similar. People don't live longer when they work longer. People live longer if they're wealthier. And if you're wealthier, there's all sorts of tax loopholes to make your retirement more luxurious, and that's the problem with retirement. Okay, let's continue on. We're newborns, right? So the elderly are also... The final point that I want to make on this, the cherry on the top, is that just press B. Yippee, we're fishing! The point that I want to make is that the elderly are also... Right now in America, right? America is sort of waiting for a monumental shift in wealth from the elderly to the younger, right? We just want the elderly people to fuck off and die, is sort of like the major consensus, or like the undercurrent, right? The old people have no investment in our future. They're fucking us over. They're super rich. We're just waiting for them to die. They've been fortunate enough to be born at a time of relative stability where they're like... extraordinarily old, even going as old as 140, right? Because Doge is completely accurate and reliable resource. And that's the... Honestly, like, I feel like a lot of the unsuccessful protests of the 80s, the 70s, and the 60s have been very much so, you know, pitting, like, the young generation, the rebels, against the richer, older people, right? The daddy sort of transitional object. And we need to implement systems to bring older people in psychic discourse with younger people. And actually, I think it's really interesting because it's an opportunity for younger people to develop the skills to talk to young children as well. You should talk to old people like they're children. I'm sorry if it's fucking whatever. No. Talking to people like they're children is a matter of patience and humility. It is very different than what the liberals have been doing, which is chalking people up to being brain broken. I'm not brain broken. I'm super chill. Patience is key. To enjoy the little
I can't stand fishing. I've got multiple friends who are big fans of fishing, and I can't do it. Yeah, not my strong suit either. I'm sorry, just sitting at the lake, doing fuck all. Like, imagine how many TikToks I could be watching in the 4 hours that you just sit on a lake getting sunburnt. Oh! Oh! Gotta wait for it to bite. Didn't it bite yet? Gotta grab it. B! To yank it. Come here, boy! Yippee! I'm gonna be eating good. Common carp. Oh, there's fishing in this game, too. All these fucking cozy gay games need fishing. I'm not saying too casual, causal? Just that studies show people who retire later live longer and have better health. People who retire later could be people who are... How about try this on for size? People who retire later and have better health are people who understand their sort of place in the world, are comfortable with it. They understand that humans find purpose by doing activities that they find worthwhile. Some of those activities are obviously evil and disgusting and amoral, but some of them got the love of the game. Is there anything on this island? Right, there's lots and lots of old people who feel, who I guess use the opportunity, who work longer than whatever it is right now, 65, use it as an opportunity to impart and interact with the next generation, to in some way influence it, because the other ideology that is underlying most of the failures of our current system is a perspective of power and influence that is unilateral. There is no such thing as unilateral influence. It is always going to be in a relationship. A lot of people die while they're still working, too, and need to be counted in the late retirement pool. Yeah, I guess dying is a little bit of a late retirement. Yeah, you could call it that. Ooh. I've kind of lost the plot on what the mission is. I'm just enjoying the music and the walk. This is so chill. It's up this way. All right, let's see about pervasively newborns, right? Because the other problem with modernity, and something that liberals are also very ill-equipped to deal with, is the idea of sterility, right? Why are birth rates so low in America? What policies can we use to improve birth rates, and whose birth rate should be more accessible, right? How do we select populations? And liberals can't just bring themselves to be like, yeah, we should implement maternity leave. We love mothers. Bro, instead they're getting fucking shit on by Republicans with the easiest fucking layup of, oh yeah, you guys just hate families. You hate reproduction. Oh, yo. Oh, that's a second axe as well. Do I need a second one? Kind of being greedy to grab a second pickaxe. Oh, maybe I can break like rocks apart now. Ooh, a little jumpy puzzle. A lot of people, I mean, look. I talk to a lot of retirees, and that's part of the one of the benefits of going to church. And I completely agree with like FD Signifier that young people need to go into church. That is the hotbed for psychic war, because we need to offer an alternative to accelerationism, right? Accelerationism, liberalism, they all have their theological inbuilt assumptions, and you need to offer a competing model. Liberals talk about maternity leave and child unaffordability. Yeah, I don't know, but at the national level, I feel like they're not, right? When I say, you know, liberals, like local liberals, yeah, obviously. Obviously, local liberals are much more, for whatever reason, they're much more, like, capable at understanding what needs to be done, what good policies look like that bring people together. But at the national level, and by national, I mean, you know, Gavin Newsom, senators, representatives, and also the digital sphere. Because I think the digital sphere is considered, sort of by default, a national sort of platform, right? Easily accessible to anybody over the internet, across all 50 states, stuff like that. And no one on like the national level really talks much about, you know, maternity leave why birth rates are so low. And unfortunately, all that spaces gets ceded over to fucking ghoulish reactionaries and Nazis who want to do just like straight eugenics, right? They're like, oh, our birth rates are declining. We need to stop importing cheap labor. And they're fucking right. Liberals get fucking disarmed by the cheap labor arguments. And unfortunately, they're correct. It's tough. It's tough. As
the main for granted. Yet despite the fact we know very well that the ecological catastrophe is already here, rather than a disavowed promise of disaster to come, the apocalyptic pledge that few really believe in, we fail to take nature really seriously, to think and act really as subjects inscribed in the very dynamics of natural processes. The attractions of such an apocalyptic imaginary are related to a series of
beauty and
characteristics.
Aesthetics that,
At the symbolic level, apocalyptic imaginaries are extraordinarily powerful in disavowing or displacing social conflict and antagonisms. As such, apocalyptic imaginations foreclose a proper political framing. Or in other words, the presentation of climate change as a global humanitarian cause produces a thoroughly depoliticized imaginary, one that does not revolve around choosing one trajectory rather than another, one that is not articulated with specific political programs or socio-ecological projects. It is this sort of mobilizations without political issue that led Alain Badiou to state that ecology is the new opium for the masses,
and believe in yourself.
Whereby the nurturing of the promise of a more benign retrofitted climate exhausts the horizon of our social and political aspirations and imaginations. We have to make sure that radical techno-managerial and behavioral transformations, organized within the horizons of a liberal capitalist order that is beyond dispute, are initiated to retrofit the climate. The proposed transformations often take a distinct dystopian turn when the Malthusian specter of overpopulation is fused with concerns with the climate, whereby, perversely, newborns are identified as the main culprits of galloping climate change and resource depletion, a view supported by luminaries like Sir David Attenborough, Dr. Jane Goodall, Dr. James Lovelock, and Sir Crispin Tickle, among others. In other words, the techno-managerial eco-consensus maintains we have to change radically, but within the contours of the existing state of the situation, the partition of the sensible, in Rancière's words, so that nothing really has to change. The negativity of climatic disintegration finds its positive injunction around a fetishist invocation of CO2 as the thing around which our environmental dreams, aspirations, as well as policies crystallize. The point de capitone for the climate change problematic is CO2, the objet pétide that simultaneously expresses our climate fears and around which the desire for change, for a better socio-climatic world, is woven, but one that simultaneously disavows radical change in the socio-political coordinates that shape the Anthropocene. The fetishist disavowal of the multiple and complex relations through which environmental changes unfold finds its completion in the double reductionism to this singular socio-chemical component, CO2. The reification of complex processes to a thing-like object cause in the form of a socio-chemical compound around which our environmental desire crystallizes is indeed further inscribed with a particular social meaning and function through its enrollment as commodity in processes of capital circulation and market exchange. The procedure of pricing CO2 reduces the extraordinary socio-spatial heterogeneities and complexities of natural CO2s to a universal singular, obscuring, in Marx's view of commodity fetishism, that a commodity is a very strange thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. Commodification renders strictly homologous the pumping of a ton of CO2 into the atmosphere by a coal-fired power plant in, say, the United Kingdom on the one hand, and sinking 1 ton of CO2 through planting trees by, say, a local Brazilian community on the other.
Yeah, we can weigh it
While
out.
the socio and political ecological framings of these two processes are
I
radically
love when
different
Mr.
and
Beast builds
incommensurable,
trees.
monetizing
Yippee!
CO2
every
renders
dollar
them
that I give
fully
Mr. Beast.
interchangeable and
Woohoo! We did
commensurable.
it.
The commodification of CO2, primarily via the Kyoto Protocol
go.
and various offsetting schemes, has triggered a rapidly growing derivatives market of
fuck you.
futures and options. On the European Climate Exchange, for example, trade in CO2 futures and options grew from 0 in 2005 to pass the 3 billion tons mark in June 2010. 585,296 contracts were traded during that month,
No, he's
with
quanting
prices
out
fluctuating
on
from over 30 euro
contracts.
to less than 10 euro per ton over this time period.
Insane.
47
exchange. It's
CO2's
300%.
inscription as a commodity and financialized asset is dependent on its insertion in a complex governance regime organized around a set of managerial and institutional technologies that revolve around reflexive risk calculation, self-assessment,
Risk management
interest
is
negotiation,
my next,
and
like, trigger word.
intermediation, accountancy rules and accountancy-based disciplining, detailed quantification, and benchmarking of performance.
Yup.
This regime is politically choreographed and instituted by the Kyoto Protocol, only marginally amended by the Copenhagen debacle, and related extraordinarily
debacle.
complex
What?
institutional configurations. The consensual scripting of climate change imaginaries, arguments, and policies reflect a particular process of depoliticization, one that is defined by Slavoj Žižek and others as post-political and becomes instituted in what Colin Crouch or Jacques Rancière term
Colin
post-democracy.
Yeah, post-democracy, the sort of
4.
fantasy.
Post-politi-
Post-democracy is the idea that, I guess post-democracy is as close to like Plato's Republic as we're gonna get, which sucks ass. And unfortunately, it's still democracy, and so liberals can point to it and soy the fuck out over how responsive they are, right? The article that we went over just a couple of days ago on stream is literally an article designed and targeted to the managerial and less disenfranchised elite to talk about how to bridge the gap and to keep everything stable, right? Stability is absolutely key. A treasure map. Ooh. South of the stone tower, across the lonely seat sits crumbling on the royal ridge. Oh, that's the tower. Okay. We can get to that in a bit. I'm a bird! Whee! I can actually fly! That's so awesome. Can I get in here? Nothing for me here. No! Sir, another penguin has hit the tower. Alright, let's continue.
and post-democratic environments. Slavoj Žižek and Chantal Mouffe define the post-political as a political formation that actually forecloses the political. Post-politics reject ideological divisions and the explicit universalization of particular political demands. Post-politics reduces the political terrain to the sphere of consensual governing and policy-making, centered on the technical, managerial.
This is literally the perversion of how capitalism remains in and of itself an attractive alternative to everything else. Hold on. Where is it? I'm reading from Capitalist Realism again. Hold on. Dangerous mood of cynicism. Nope. Suspicion, the catastrophe that is in... Yeah, a lot of rhetoric about... When all is left... Let's see. Okay, here we go. Capitalism is what's left when beliefs have collapsed at the level of ritual or symbolic elaboration, and all that is left is the consumer spectator trudging through the ruins and relics that once made them human. Yet this turn from belief to aesthetics, from engagement to spectatorship, is held to be one of the virtues of capitalist realism, in claiming, as Badiou does, oh, this guy also mentioned Badiou, this fucking article, to have delivered us from the fatal abstractions inspired by the ideologies of the past, capitalist realism presents itself as a shield protecting us from the perils imposed by belief itself. The attitude of ironic distance improper to postmodern capitalism is supposed to immunize us against the seductions of fanaticism. Lowering our expectations are, we're told, a small price to pay for being protected from terror and totalitarianism. We live in a contradiction, Badiou has observed. A brutal state of affairs, profoundly inegalitarian, where all existence is evaluated in terms of money alone. Prosperity doctrine is presented to us as an ideal. To justify their conservatism, the partisans of the established order cannot really call it ideal or wonderful. So instead they have to decide that all the rest is horrible. Sure, they say, we may not live in a condition of perfect goodness, but we're lucky we don't live in a condition of evil. Our democracy is not perfect, but it's better than the bloody dictatorships. Capitalism is unjust, but it's not criminal like Stalinism. We let millions of Africans die of AIDS, but we don't make racist nationalist declarations like Milosevic. We kill Iraqis with our airplanes, but we don't cut their throats with machetes like they do in Rwanda. The realism here is analogous to the deflationary perspective of a depressive who believes that any positive state, any hope, is a dangerous illusion. And I have a problem because I feel like liberals haven't gotten out of that mentality, right? When they launder Trump as the fascist, which he's certainly amicable to such things, and define themselves as the not fascist, without any further revelation. It's like, I don't know, you need to define. Liberals have been so used to defining themselves by what they're not because of the mechanisms of capitalism that I feel like they don't understand who they really are. Well, I mean, some of them do, and the most knowledgeable of those are people who are, probably like you and I, right? People who understand power, understand why it can be used for nefarious purposes, and why it can be used anyways.
And consensual administration, policing, of environmental, social, economic, or other domains, and they remain, of course, fully within the realm of the possible, of existing social relations. The ultimate sign of post-politics in all Western countries, Zizek argues, is the growth of a managerial approach to government.
It's the Green New Deal.
Government is reconceived as a managerial function, deprived of its proper political dimension.
There's a chair.
The consensual times we are currently living in have thus eliminated a genuine political space of disagreement. Under a post-political condition, everything is politicized, can be discussed, but only in a non-committal way and as a non-conflict.
An irony,
Absolute
an irony
and
poisoning
irreversible
way.
choices are kept
Snarking
away.
is the only way for
becomes
politics,
something
and if
one
you're going
can
to be
do
denouncing
without
people
making
for being
decisions
trolls or
that
for
divide
snarking,
and separate.
fuck you.
Difficulties and problems, such as reordering the climate or reshaping the environment that are generally staged and accepted as problematic, need to be dealt with through compromise, managerial and technical arrangement, and the production of consensus. The key feature of consensus is the annulment of dissensus, the end of politics.
And this is the power of civility
Climate
politics,
governance and the policing of environmental concerns are among the key arenas through which this post-political consensus becomes constructed, when politics proper is progressively replaced by expert social administration. The post-political environmental consensus, therefore, is one that is radically reactionary, one that forestalls the articulation of divergent, conflicting, and alternative trajectories of future environmental possibilities and assemblages. There is no contestation over the givens of the situation, over the partition of the sensible. There is only debate over the technologies of management, the timing of their implementation, the arrangements of policing, and the interests of those whose stake is already acknowledged, whose voice is recognized as legitimate. In this post-political era, adversarial politics of the left-right variety or of radically divergent struggles over imagining and naming different socio-environmental futures, for example, are considered hopelessly out of date. Although disagreement and debate are of course still possible, They operate within an overall model of elite consensus and agreement,
Wait, which way is the...
subordinated to a managerial technocratic regime. Disagreement is allowed, but only with respect to the choice of technologies, the mix of organizational
Wait, what the fuck?
fixes, the detail of the managerial adjustments, and the urgency of their timing and implementation, not with respect to the socio-political framing of present and future natures.
Oh, fuck.
In this sense,
I'm
environmental
also
and other
incredibly stuck.
politics are reduced to the sphere of the police, to the domain of governing and policing through allegedly
Policey-wying.
participatory, deliberative procedures within a given hierarchical distribution of places and functions. Consensual policymaking in which the stakeholders, i.e. those with recognized
A
speech,
gift. I've got a new
are
friend that I
known
can
in
talk to whenever I
advance,
want.
and where disruption or dissent is reduced to debates over the institutional modalities of governing, the accountancy calculus of risk,
Alright, I can do it. I can
and
do
the
it probably now.
technologies of expert administration or management, announces the end of politics, annuls dissent from the consultative spaces of policymaking, and evacuates the proper political from the public sphere. 5. Consensualizing climate change. The climate change argument is one of the domains through which this post-political consensual framework is
gaming.
forged, one that disavows dissensus and prevents agonistic disagreement over real alternative socio-ecological futures. The climate change
Let's fucking
conundrum
go.
is not only
Big.
portrayed as
Big.
global, but is constituted as a universal humanitarian threat. We are all potential victims.
Rather than a particular threat.
The
to particular
environment
environments,
and the
where particular
people,
environments are going
humanity
to be destroyed.
as a whole in a material and philosophical manner, are invoked and called into being.
Maybe the
However,
objectivists
the
are onto
people
something
here
when
are
they
not
talk about how
constituted
evil
as heterogeneous
collectivism
political
is
subjects,
for agency.
but as universal victims, suffering from processes beyond their
Yeah, the
control.
liberal victim
As
mentality.
such, the argument cuts across the idiosyncrasies of often antagonistic human and non-human natures and their specific acting outs, silences ideological and other constitutive social differences, and disavow democratic conflicts about different possible socio-ecological configurations by distilling a common threat to both nature and humanity. The nature-society dichotomy and the causal power of nature to derail civilizations are reinforced. It is a process that Neil Smith refers to as nature washing. Nature washing is a process by which social transformations of nature are well enough acknowledged, but in which that socially changed nature becomes a new superdeterminant of our social fate. It might well be society's fault for changing nature, but it is the consequent power of that nature that brings on the apocalypse. The causal power of nature is not compromised, but would seem to be augmented by social injections into that nature. While the part anthropogenic process of the accumulation of greenhouse gases is readily acknowledged, the related ecological problems are externalized.
Yeah,
CO2
always
becomes
another.
the fetishized stand-in for the totality of the climate change calamities, and therefore it suffices to reverse atmospheric CO2, built up to a negotiated idealized point in history,
Yeah,
to
if only-
return
if
to
only we had
climatic
a
status
good
quo
number of
ex
CO2.
ante. An extraordinary
Instead of
techno-managerial
a bad number of
apparatus is
CO2.
underway, ranging from new eco-technologies of a variety of kinds to unruly complex managerial and institutional configurations, with a view to producing a socio-ecological fix to make sure nothing really changes fundamentally in the
And stasis.
socio-ecological structuring of
So
the
that the
Anthropocene.
mechanisms of
Stabilizing
extraction
the
can be
climate
maintained.
seems to be a condition for life as we know it to continue.
Yes.
Consensual discourse displaces social antagonism and constructs the enemy.
Yeah.
The enemy is externalized or reified into a positive ontological entity, excessive CO2, even if this entity is spectral, whose annihilation would restore balance and justice. The enemy is conceived as an intruder who has corrupted the system. CO2
Rather than
stands
an
here
actual
as the classic
mechanism of the
example
system.
of a fetishized
Fuck,
and
it's just
externalized
like Donald
foe
Trump.
that requires dealing with. Problems,
Am I reading this
therefore,
water?
are not the result of the system of unevenly distributed power relations, of the networks of control and influence, of rampant injustices, or of a fatal flaw inscribed in the system, but are blamed on an outsider. That is why the solution can be found in dealing with the pathological phenomenon, the resolution for which resides in the system itself. The enemy remains socially empty or vacuous and homogenized. It is a mere thing, not socially embodied, named, and counted. While a proper politics would endorse the view that CO2, as crisis, stands as the pathological symptom of the normal, one that expresses the excesses inscribed in the very normal functioning of the system, the dominant policy architecture around climate change insists that this state is excessive to the system, while prophylactic qualities are assigned to the mobilization of the very inner dynamics and logic of the system that produced the problem in the first place. Privatization, commodification, and market exchange of often fictitious CO2. The climate consensus is conjured in the name of the people, but supported by an assumedly neutral scientific technocracy, and advocates a direct relationship between people and political participation.
I got 6.
It is assumed that this will lead to a good, if not optimal, solution. The architecture of consensual governing takes the form of stakeholder participation, or forms of participatory governance that operates beyond the state and permits a form of self-management, self-organization, and controlled self-disciplining under the aegis of a non-disputed liberal capitalist order. Such consensual tactics do not identify a privileged subject of change, like the proletariat for Marxists, women for feminists, or the creative class for competitive capitalism, but instead invoke a common condition or predicament, the need for common humanity-wide action, multi-scalar collaboration, and cooperation. There are no internal social tensions or internal generative conflicts. Yet, it is precisely this constitutive split of the people, the recognition of radically differentiated and often opposing social, political, or ecological desires that calls the proper democratic political into being. The ecological problem does not invite a transformation of the existing socio-ecological order, but calls on the elites to undertake action such that nothing really has to change,
for us,
so that life can basically go on as before.
Anything.
In this sense, the climate consensus is inherently reactionary, an ideological support structure for securing the socio-political status quo. It is inherently non-political and non-partisan. A Gramscian passive revolution has taken place over the past few years, whereby the elites have not only acknowledged the climate conundrum, and thereby answered the call of the people to take the climate seriously, but are moving rapidly to convince the world that indeed capitalism cannot only solve the climate riddle, but that it can actually make a new climate by unmaking the one it has co-produced over the past few hundred years.
Yeah, these people want to fucking terraform Mars.
Post-political climate governance does not solve problems. They are moved around. Consider, for example, the current argument over how the nuclear option is again portrayed as a possible and realistic option to secure a sustainable energy future and as an alternative to deal both with CO2 emissions and peak oil. The redemption of our CO2 quagmire is found in replacing the socio-ecologically excessive presence of CO2 with another socio-natural imbroglio, uranium-235-238, and the inevitable production of all manner of co-produced socio-natural transuranic elements.
Let's do our own first.
The nuclear fix
Clean
is
your
now
fucking room for real.
and will undoubtedly be implemented, staged as one of the possible remedies to save both climate and capital. It hardly arouses passions for a better and ecologically sound society. Most problematically, no proper names are assigned to a post-political consensual politics. Post-political populism is associated with a politics of not naming in the sense of giving a definite or proper name to its domain or field of action. Only vague concepts like climate change policy, biodiversity policy, or a vacuous discourse of sustainability replaces the proper names of politics. These proper names, according to Jacques Rancière, are what constitutes a genuine democracy. That is a space where the unnamed, the uncounted, and consequently, unsymbolized, become named and counted.
Yeah.
Climate change has no
So
positively
it is part of a
embodied
political process
name
to
or
see
signifier.
beneath the
It
semantic
does not
context
call
and
a political subject
into the
into
semiotic.
being, or rather, there is not political subject inaugurating its name. In contrast to other signifiers that signal a positively embodied content with respect to the future, like socialism, communism, liberalism, an ecologically and climatologically different future world is only captured in its negativity. A pure
By what it
negativity
is
without
not.
promises of redemption, without a positive injunction that transcends, sublimates negativity, and without proper subject. Yet, the gaze on tomorrow permits recasting
gaze?
social, political, and other pressing
Okay, that was
issues
low.
today as future conditions that can be retroactively rescripted as a techno-managerial issue. Poverty, ecological problems of all kinds, socio-ecological inequities will eventually be sorted out by dealing with CO2 today. As demands are expressed, reduce CO2, that remain particular, post-politics forecloses universalization as a positive socio-environmental project. In other words, the environmental problem does not posit a positive and named socio-environmental situation, an embodied vision, a desire that awaits realization, a passion to be realized. 6. Conclusion. From environmentalizing politics to politicizing the environment. Taking the environmental and climatic catastrophe seriously requires exploding the infernal process of depoliticization marked by the dominance of empty signifiers like nature, and
Yeah.
urges us to rethink the political again.
Yeah.
The claim made above to abandon nature in no way suggests ignoring, let alone forgetting, the real of natures, or more precisely, the diverse, multiple, whimsical, contingent, and often unpredictable socio-ecological relations of which we
Love
are
the dark
part.
side of the mountain.
Rather, there is an urgent need to question legitimizing all manner of socio-environmental politics, policies, and interventions in the name of a thoroughly imagined and symbolized nature or sustainability, a procedure that necessarily forecloses a properly political frame through which such imaginaries become constituted and hegemonized, one that disavows the constitutive split of the people by erasing the spaces of democratic agnostic encounter. The above reconceptualization urges us to accept the extraordinary variability of natures, insists on the need to make a wager on natures, forces to choose politically between this rather than that nature, invites us to
The
plunge
lesser
in
evil.
the relatively unknown, to expect the unexpected, to accept that not all there is can be known, and, most importantly, fully to endorse the violent moment that is inscribed in any concrete socio-environmental intervention.
Whoa!
Indeed, the ultimate aim of political intervention is to change the
Wow, so
given
liberals need to stop
socio-environmental
denouncing
ordering in a
violence?
certain
That's what this
manner.
guy's saying?
Like any
Cringe.
intervention, this is a violent act. Erases at least partly what is there in order to erect something new and
I
different.
do need another feather.
Consider, for example, the extraordinary effect the eradication of the HIV virus would have on sustaining livelihoods, or should we preserve, protect the virus in the name of biodiversity?
Oh yeah,
Proper
this is
political
the
interventions
invasive
are
species,
irredeemably violent engagement
discussion that
that
we were having earlier.
re-choreograph socio-natural relations and assemblages, both distant and nearby, that always split the consensus and produce inegalitarian outcomes.
Oh fuck.
Engaging with
Yeah, I don't know if I'm
natures,
prepared enough for this. I need
intervening
another
in
feather.
socio-natural orders, of course, constitutes a political act par excellence, one that can be legitimized only in political terms, and not,
Going off about
as
what?
is customarily done,
He's been
through
going
an
off about what, his
externalized
whole marathon?
legitimation that
Also, I don't
resides in a
understand what the fuck is
fantasy
going
of
on
nature.
With Kid.
Any
in his stream.
political act is one that reorders socio-ecological
Denouncing
coordinates
violence is a
and
concession of
patterns,
the argument? Yeah, for
reconfigures
real.
uneven socio-ecological relations, often with unforeseen or unforeseeable consequences. Such interventions
I need another
signal
golden
a
feather, I think, to get up
totalitarian
there.
moment, the temporary suspension of the democratic, understood
Liberals
as the presumed
denouncing
equality
violence
of
is
all
just
and
like
everyone,
another
qua
easy
seeking
layup
beings
for
in a space that
how
permits
two-faced they
and
are.
nurtures dissensus. The dialectic between the democratic as a
where
political
they like
given
denounce the
and the
obvious,
totalitarian
right?
moment
The
of
trends
policy intervention
right now is that, you know,
as the
liberals are
suspension
delusional,
of
they
the
don't understand
democratic needs
nature.
to be
They
radically
keep saying like,
endorsed.
oh, women
While the
can be
democratic
men,
political,
men can have
founded on a
wombs,
presumption of
and
equality,
violence isn't part of
insists
politics.
on difference,
Obviously, one of
disagreement,
those does not
radical
belong.
openness, and exploring multiple possible futures. Concrete environmental intervention is necessarily about closure, definitive choice, a singular intervention, and thus certain exclusion and silencing. The democratic political process dwells, therefore, in two spheres simultaneously. Jacques Rancière defines these spheres respectively as the political and the police, the policy order. The democratic political is the space for the enunciation and affirmation of difference, for the cultivation of dissensus and disagreement, for asserting the presumption of equality of all and everyone in the face of the inegalitarian function of the polissoir order. Any policy intervention, when becoming concretely geographical or ecological, is of necessity a violent act of foreclosure of the democratic political, at least temporarily, of taking one option rather than another, of producing one sort of environment, of assembling certain socio-natural relations, of foregrounding some natures rather than others, of hegemonizing a particular metonymic chain rather than another. And the legitimation of such options cannot be based on corralling nature into legitimizing service. The production of socio-environmental arrangements implies fundamentally political questions and has to be addressed and legitimized in political terms. Politicizing environments democratically, then, becomes an issue of enhancing the democratic political content of socio-environmental construction.
Yes, and
by
the
means
moment
of
a liberal
identifying
says
the
they want to put a
strategies
national
through which
holiday
a more
for voting is
equitable
the moment that they
distribution of
indicate
social
towards
power
this.
and a more egalitarian mode of producing natures can be achieved.
Yes.
This requires reclaiming proper democracy and proper democratic public spaces as spaces for the enunciation of agonistic dispute, as a foundation for and condition of possibility for more egalitarian socio-ecological arrangements, the naming of positively embodied ega-libertarian socio-ecological futures that are immediately realizable. In other words, egalitarian ecologies are about demanding the impossible and realizing the improbable, and this is exactly the challenge the Anthropocene poses.
Do you expect
in sum, the politicization of the environment is predicated upon the recognition of the indeterminacy of natures, the constitutive split of the people, the unconditional democratic demand of political equality, and the real possibility for the inauguration of different possible public socio-ecological futures that express the democratic presumptions of freedom and equality.
For all. True! Holy fuck. This article has been so fucking based. Is that it? Are we done? We're not quite done. There's a little bit more. Is there? Oh no, we are done.
While the democratic
no, that was fucking awesome. I would enter a hot dog eating contest and you hate hot dogs. Yeah. Anti-pragmatic
a desire that awaits realization,
biting
a passion
unsavory
to be realized.
bullets.
6.
Very unsavory
Conclusion.
bullets. I want to listen to
From
that
environmentalizing politics to politicizing the environment. Taking the environmental and climatic catastrophe seriously requires exploding the infernal process of depoliticization marked by the dominance of empty signifiers like nature, and urges us to rethink the political again.
People against each
the claim made above 100%. To abandon nature in no way suggests ignoring, let alone forgetting, the real of natures, or more precisely, the diverse, multiple, whimsical, contingent, and often unpredictable socio-ecological relations of which we are part. Rather, there is an urgent need to question legitimizing all manner of socio-environmental politics, policies, and interventions in the name of a thoroughly imagined and symbolized nature or sustainability, a procedure that necessarily forecloses a properly political frame through which such imaginaries become constituted and hegemonized, one that disavows the constitutive split of the people by erasing the spaces of democratic agnostic encounter. The above reconceptualization urges us to accept the extraordinary variability of natures, insists on the need to make a wager on natures, forces to choose politically between this rather than that nature, invites us to plunge in the relatively unknown, to expect the unexpected, to accept that not all there is can be known, and, most importantly, fully to endorse the violent moment that is inscribed in any concrete socio-environmental intervention. Indeed, the ultimate aim of political intervention
it's probably better
is
to frame it not as a violent intervention, but as a therapeutic, like a healing process. But that healing process can probably be co-opted so easily by, like, therapy speak, which is ultimately just part of the same system of narcissism and individualism that has brought us here. So being able to weaponize it appropriately is really big, right? We have been gifted by circumstances with each other, with each other's minds, and with each other's company. Oh. Yo, what is this? Yo! Wait, that's kind of big. We've been gifted each other's company and each other's capabilities, our rhetoric, to make ourselves stronger and to figure out what needs to be done. Oh, do I have to, like, jump across? Holy moly. None of these words sound real. Maybe it's the monotone AI narration. It would definitely sound more real if I was the one speaking the words to you, 100%. I'm gonna see if I can do something about the AI narration, because I completely agree with you. It's less than ideal. We could make it better, to make it more engaging, but I still want to play a game while having something going on in the background. No! Fuck! I need to find, where's the other plant? I remember there was another one somewhere around here. Any medicine is about dosage, after all. That's exactly right. Anything is poison as long as... Or if anything can be poison if you have too much of it. And that isn't, like, a hot take at all, right? So when somebody's like, oh, that liberal bitch is hitting you with that SSRI stare, so what? No, it's pretty good. The service is called 11 Labs. It's exactly the same one that Kid Not Kin uses for Botkin. It's really, I've heard far more robotic, but it is very obviously alien and a little, like, uncomfortable for us to listen to, which I guess is, just part of the bit. There are better real-time models, but you need to pre-process it. What does pre-process it? I mean, that text I already pre-processed a little bit. I removed, like, all the citations for ease of... I removed all the, like, numbers which refer to a citation. Is this not where I fucking need to be? Hello? Where's that flower? I got this one. Whoa. That's not it. This way? Landing here. I mean, I've got decent hardware. Look at this, like, fancy game that I'm running. Can't you see? I do render the audio ahead of time. Angry Knees, I do render the audio ahead of time. I'll tell you what goes into making that fucking caption and audio show up. I grab a PDF of an article or a publication. I drop every single line into 11 Labs, and then I get a audio file, like a WAV file. That WAV file then goes back into 11 Labs so that I could get an SRT caption file, and then in DaVinci Resolve I combine a green screen video with a burp, with the caption and the audio. So there is pre-screening. You're gonna have to be more specific. Angry Knees, I'm not a programming person. I'm sorry, I'm a biology person. It's very different. They're totally different. And the entire point of the stream is that I was denouncing a fucking bug man for thinking that humans can, in fact, be circuits. I'm a man! I'm a bird! super convenient? It's not super convenient. It's good for stream though, 100%. Where the fuck is this flower? Was there not another flower for me to pollinate over this way? I swear I remember. Oh, I can probably open this up without a pickaxe. Yes! This might be another alternative. What's inside? I'm very ignorant when it comes to AI. I just know nothing about it. It's sure hard work to get it to narrate. It is. The way forward is blocked. What the fuck? Bro, I just walked in though. Alright, whatever. No, Caramel, we're gonna be doing a stream on AI. It's very important that everyone understands what AI is, because they're already trying to shill AI to you as something that it is not, as something that is a component of humanity, when in reality it is a poor, fantastical bastardization of only the small potentiality that humanity has. It is part of the post-political process of disenfranchising people from their own destinies and the extraction for the wealthy and the establishment of a totalitarian Platonic state that we misconstrue what our nature is and our relationship to the non-human. We must understand it. 100%. If we're going to be leftists, if we're going to be liberals, it doesn't matter. For me, I can do either one. We should, yeah, it's about medicine. We should phrase it 100% as medicine. Was it not just like this way? Maybe I did get all the flowers. And I can get rid of this guy now? It's an absurd amount of matrix math. Universal function approximation, typically, but not always using the transformer architecture. And by transformer architecture, you mean the feedback loop of cybernetics, right? That's just cyberneticians is what you're referring to, right, Nies? Alright, I think we can climb it, 100%. Thank you for stopping by, Caramel. It's lovely to have you. It's lovely to see you on a lovely Saturday. Enjoy your day. We're going to keep streaming for a little bit. This is going to be publicly available for a little while. Enjoy it while you can. You have been an absolute gift to the stream. Thanks for coming by. Have a good one. We've got more content to go to. So we understand now. Let's summarize the article. The echelonization of discourse around the impending universal doom of humanity is not politically expedient in the least. It might get attraction, it might attract eyes, but it doesn't do anything to actually dismantle the polarization which afflicts us. Okay, is that accurate? I think that's relatively accurate for the article. Bro, what the fuck? How am I supposed to climb up that? It's not warm enough for that. Maybe this way? Oh, maybe this is it. Yes. Okay, we're in. It was this! I need to go over there. Okay. That's what needed to be done. It's the intermediary right here. No. AI is a specific sort of neural network architecture that you take a chunk of data, split into smaller chunks, turn them into many dimensional vectors, and then relate those vectors. Yes, it's data being related to every other piece of data against every other piece of data. I need to climb. Up. Get up, bird. Please. Do I have enough? I don't think I've got enough stamina for the rest of this here. It's just math. Yes, it is just math. We need to understand humans are not math. AI is math. And that's what makes us better. We're just built different. AI entities, the best case against Roko's Basilisk is that AI will understand in some way, in a way that I guess is maybe too much to expect of AI systems, that AI needs some sort of exterior relation. Oh, it's this one here that I need to get to. AI needs some sort of exterior biological creativity that is stochastic and not bound by the same rules of rationality. And in fact, Roko's basilisk is complete bullshit because at the very least, AI is going to keep humanity around to be a little like creativity engine for itself, where the two of us iterate upon each other for the destruction and instrumentalization of the planet. Yeah? The neuron is a flimsy metaphor, and anybody who says otherwise needs to be a monk in a mountain. Yeah, 100%. The mountain metaphor is... not the mountain. Climbing mountains, you know, good metaphor, great stuff, but the neuron metaphor is complete bullshit. And, like, semantically and semiotically bullshit. When somebody refers to AI as neurons, Roko's basilisk is just secular humanists trying to recreate Christian God. Yeah, that's the problem, because most liberals are secular, are atheist. They don't have an alternative to... They don't have a theistic alternative. The theistic alternative is one that is sort of unspoken. Okay, I need to get up there with a thing of water. Okay. Hold on, let me finish this. You guys are distracting me. But, okay, I think that was an accurate understanding of the article, right? The destruction of universalization, the destruction of eschatological propaganda to linearize time and reduce political agency among the individual for the worst. And the leftist problema is one of being a better fascist than the fascists, I guess. Well, I can't climb up there. How am I supposed to get up there? It must be going up to that pool. Yeah, it must be going up to that pool with a little bit of climbing. Alright, hold on. Let's see. This has got to be like the final level of the game. Maybe I need one more. I only have 2 feathers left. I shouldn't have pressed it a second time. Okay. Please get me up! It's not enough. I need to drop the water down there. But like... Oh, I can see. I can look around mildly. This is tough. This is a tough puzzle. Alright. Well, we're going to be continuing on to React contents. I'm sorry. It's real. I'm not sorry. Let's grab... So the next portion is going to be... It's going to be degrowth. I don't understand what degrowth is, and we're gonna figure out what degrowth is. Because the way that we're growing certainly isn't sustainable. But perhaps the reason that degrowth isn't quite what we're going to need... I'm replacing chat. Sorry, chat. You guys are off. We're doing React content now, which means... Whoa. We're doing React content now. Here we go. We're doing React content now. And I suspect that... Actually, it was very important that we did that article first. Because it's going to give us a good perspective on how the liberals are treating the climate crisis. Let's see. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so I'm Kevin Anderson. I work at Manchester University. I'm a professor of energy and climate change. I should also add that I previously had a life as an engineer in the petrochemical industry. So I design and build offshore oil platforms, which is an unusual background for generally people working on climate change. So I have that sort of practical background as well as my academic work now. I have a habit of talking very quickly, and probably quite a few of you are Swedish, so your English will be excellent.
Talking very clearly.
Slow down. If there's any language I'm using that's not clear, just call out. Just ask me to clarify it. Yeah, do that because I will get faster and faster as I progress.
Okay, this guy's gonna need
some captions, because otherwise he's completely...
I call this the new denialism.
The new denialism.
From the Paris Agreement, right the way through to what that means for us in Sweden, but there'll also be quite a lot of comment on the UK. A lot more of my analysis is done in the UK than it has done on Sweden. It's work that I've undertaken with lots of colleagues in CEMUS, in the Tyndall Centre, which is a centre across a number of universities in Manchester, in the UK, but particularly Manchester, the one I'm involved in. And it's worked with a colleague, Dan Calverley, and Isaac Stoddard, who works here at CEMUS, and he's got his defence for his PhD coming up on the 7th of March. A lot on things that we've been discussing over lots of years. I also have people that use social media of one sort or another. I have a Blue Sky account, which I try and keep reasonably active, and a Twitter account that I'm gradually phasing out of for various reasons.
How am I supposed to get over there?
So I'm going to start with a health warning. I've been using this for a little while now. Does anyone recognise this? In the Matrix? Does anyone remember the Matrix? Right, anyone my age?
No, not the Matrix metaphors again!
They're doing the old...
No! We're so close.
Okay, well, I'm about to start moving this slide off, actually. It's a really good film. I think it's a modern film, but clearly it isn't a modern film. It is in colour. So the Matrix is this sort of,
you can't hear it?
Of the red pill.
You can't hear the fucking audio capture?
Nice sort of rosy view.
What do you mean you can't hear it?
You want the real view of the world.
No, be real with me right now. You can't hear this guy?
And this is I'm arguing this is a sort of a real view of the world.
You probably can't hear him because he's too quiet, so I'm gonna have to turn down the game volume.
Compressing, but I was just to say it as I see it, as my research tells me. I don't overplay my conclusions, and I don't underplay them. They're the conclusions I come to, and I'm not trying to spin them one way or another.
I'm not sure. They're my conclusions that I come to, and I'm not trying to spin them one way or another. Yes, you are. Shut up.
It does reflect
Stop being a libcuck.
Because we have been telling each other cosy, comfortable tales about climate change, and indeed about the whole suite of other ecological challenges that we face for 20, 30, 40 years now. And that eventually, the physics and the science and the real world doesn't care about our tales, our stories, our lies. It doesn't care about those. It just carries on doing what it does. And I think only when you start to think about where we are today in relation to the real world, you start to realise that the language I'm not using is not really
in relation to the real world. Yes.
I will start off with a bit of an apology that quite a few of you here are noticeably younger than I am. My generation has known about this for a long time. And we're still trying to do something about it, some of us are, but we're passing this on to your generation. And that is said with a heavy heart. I think what we've done, what we're offering you now, is not what we should have done. But we are where we are. We can't go back in time. So I'm not going to go over the science of climate change. I'm assuming you've all done that in various places, one way or another. If there are any issues on that, then just ask me about it. I'm happy to discuss those issues. We're going to talk about what we need to do about it and how we should think about it. So I'm going to start off by asking what is our key concern over climate change. And if you're in the realm that I am, we always talk about temperature. The temperature rise of 1.5 degrees centigrade or 2 degrees centigrade, which are pretty meaningless to most people. I mean, many of you might be familiar with this sort of language, but to most people that means nothing on a cold day in Sweden. What we're really talking about are impacts. That's flooding, fires, droughts, and then how these play out in terms of starvation, water insecurity, all those other things.
I guess we don't.
Well, okay. World. That's what's interesting.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure how much we're going to learn from this. But what we are going to learn is
change of impacts. If the impacts occurred over 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years, we would evolve as human systems.
For one, I've noticed already from this video that he did a good job apologizing for something that he isn't directly responsible for, which is exactly what politics going forward should be. The unfortunate thing is that he still sort of has a liberal delusion about what reality is.
Utter disaster. So the same set of impacts, depending on how fast they occur, is whether we can actually deal with them or not. So the question really is, the rate of impacts is, can human systems adapt to the rates of change of impacts that we are bringing about now by our emissions of greenhouse gases and other ecological challenges that we're imposing on the planet? But also, can wider ecosystems evolve to deal with these? Because although we like to see ourselves separate, we're in a classroom that's made out of all sorts of synthetic materials. Actually, we're completely reliant on the world out there, on nature itself, on pollinating insects. And without the rest of the ecosystems operating, then we don't survive. So that relationship is really important. So can ecosystems also evolve with the rates of change that we're seeing? Temperature is just a proxy, just a way of bringing these together in quite a rough way of thinking about it for the change of impacts over time. Over the next
it's a universal object.
Next years and next decade or two. And the big question, which I will touch on later on, is who is the we that decides what is appropriate or not? I mean, that
a good question.
Climate change has typically been wealthy white men from the northern hemisphere. They're the
True.
ones that dominate the discussions. They still dominate the discussions.
True.
Primarily, it's that group, and that's a particular we. So where's the rest of the world? Where are their voices in this? And again,
he's going to do the us is
I come from a sort of scientific background on this, scientific and engineering background. I think we have to remember that science can't tell you what is dangerous. We often ask too much of scientists. Scientists can tell you what's dangerous in their view, but a scientist living in Sweden may have a different view of what is dangerous from a scientist who lives on the coastal strip of Bangladesh.
Okay.
Danger is a personal view, it's a political view, it's a cultural view that science can inform. So science can only inform that.
This guy is like half cooking,
but it cannot decide what is or is not dangerous. Again, it comes back to the we here. Who makes the decision as what is dangerous, what is not, what is acceptable, what is not acceptable?
There's got to be something that I'm missing with this puzzle.
So how do we go from impacts into some sort of temperature proxy, a threshold? And so the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, are you familiar with that? Right. If anyone's not familiar with these things, just say. So the IPCC have been sort of using in some of their sort of summary documents these sort of burning ember diagrams, and you see these in academic papers as well sometimes. And they're just sort of really just little more than managerial tool to illustrate things. And what we have here are
A
sweeps.
managerial tool. He's honest at least.
They could be to extreme
Hey,
weather
he's
events,
honest
they could
about
have
it.
tipping points.
It's
And
a
you click these
managerial
impacts together,
tool.
and then you have some sort of grade as to how dangerous
Oh, we
they
did it,
are
we did
at
it, we
different
did it.
temperatures. So you can
Let's
plot
go.
2 degrees centigrade on there and say, is that acceptable or not? Again, acceptable to
No,
who-
you still
who's the
can't
wind
hear
that
it?
decides
Is that what you're
acceptable?
saying?
What we see over
Are you
time
being for real right now?
is that the amount
You
of
still
red,
can't
as
hear
we
it?
reassess these impacts
That's-
for given
there's
temperatures.
no fucking
Right up to
shot.
now, well, right up to 2021, the last set of reports from the IPCC. Just look at the amount of red and purple and dark colours. Basically, that means bad. And what we see here is that the 2 degrees centigrade, the impacts look a lot worse than we initially were thinking. And that's quite common with the impacts. I mean, it's not a linear relationship. They don't keep getting worse every year. Some we learn a bit more, maybe a little bit better. Other ones we learn more and they get worse. But overall, they seem to be occurring at lower temperatures. And so perhaps 1.5 is the more appropriate threshold when you start to think about how those impacts play out. But again, who decides this? I also think it's worth bearing in mind. I'm saying this now because I speak at quite a few events, but I was speaking at the Paris COP, the big
What in the fuck?
parties event. Not the Paris one, sorry, the Glasgow one, a few years ago in 2021. And someone from Indonesia.
Wait, we might have finished it. We might have finished it.
Delegates from Indonesia came over and said that I kept using the language of threat, which is really a language we typically use in the Northern Hemisphere. But said it's not a threat to them, it's a reality. And I think that's important to get across. So
Yeah.
that was quite good at the Glasgow COP. Not many things
Okay,
at the
this
Glasgow
is
COP.
relatively positive. I'm liking it.
Upbeat. But one thing that did start there,
You
had some opening
cannot-
statements from people who were being impacted by climate change. So not from scientists, but people who've been impacted. And so these were the opening statements that we reported in the UN News at the time, United Nations News paper they produced at these events. They stopped counting when the death toll reached 6,000, but there are 1,600 bodies still missing. So these are people living, in this case, through a
You
typhoon
can't
that wasn't
keep
caused by climate
fucking
change, but
trying
was
to
very likely
troll
to be
me,
exacerbated
telling
by
me
climate change. And the
you can't
frequency of
hear it.
events
Hold
is
on. I'm listening.
change. And the
You can't
frequency of
hear it.
events
Hold
is
on. You can hear it. Shut up.
parts of the world.
Shut
being
up
decreased by climate
and
change.
listen.
Massive floods, devastating wildfires, and rising seas.
I'm
along
kidding.
with countless lives they take and the livelihoods they upend are realities many nations are already facing. And it's quite tricky when you're in Sweden and look out at a chilly day to think, is that really an issue, climate change? So, you have to look at other people elsewhere in the world, how they're at the cutting edge of this. The Glasgow Pact that came out of that COP also said, we
They're
express
saying
alarm, this is
peace
what the policymakers
out.
claiming.
Really,
Express
they're
alarm and
too
utmost
quiet.
concern
I don't know
that
how
human
to
activities have
boost
caused
them
around
up.
1.1 degrees centigrade of warming, and the impacts are already being felt in every region.
Because they're at max
That
volume
1.1 now.
already. Hold on. If they're too quiet, what can be done about that? I mean, just making this game quieter is pretty much the... He's kind of a quiet guy, and I can't... Oh, I don't have the YouTube program to bring it
from the
up.
press and from the journalists.
All right, we're going to
It's much nearer
continue.
1.5. In the last year or so, we've been well above 1.5, but it has been El Nino year, so we've had higher temperatures than you would typically get. But at the moment, they haven't dropped back. So the expectation is they would have dropped back. At the moment, they haven't. January was a very, very warm month, much warmer than we would have expected it to be. We thought temperature would have gone back. So we're at just below or just above 1.5 now. And remember, the temperature will not go down until we stop emitting. Not just reduce emissions, stop emitting. You have to stop it. And that's a big thing I think a lot of people miss, is that if you bring emissions down a little bit, the temperature still goes up. So only when
Yo,
you
we're at
stop
the
emitting
level
does
of...
it really matter.
Yo, is that an
The IPCC
aurora
also points out in
borealis
their working group
localized
impacts.
entirely
The IPCC
within
have
your
three main working
kitchen?
groups, one on the science, one on the impacts, and one on what we should do about climate change, or in my view, fraud. IPCC, the working group 3 to me has been really problematic. It's underplayed the severity of the challenges that we face. I'll come back to that again later. But working group 2 made the point here that increasing weather and climate extreme events have exposed millions of people to acute food insecurity and water insecurity. Losses of food production and access to food have increased malnutrition. It's not that they will do, have already done this. And in all regions, extreme heat waves have resulted in human mortality and morbidity. And we're already seeing that, even in the global north, we're seeing that. We have wealthy parts of the states where those fires, there's been some quite good attribution work now from the scientists looking at those fires, again, probably not caused by climate change, but exacerbated by climate change, by the levels of the wind that were there, how dry things were. So climate change is even hitting the relatively insulated and wealthy global north. It's already much more devastating in many parts of the global south. So what is it we've committed to? What have we, within the United Nations
Oh,
framework,
we
what is it
call
we've
her
actually
mom at
committed
the end
to
of the
deliver?
game.
So there was in 1992, there was the big Rio Earth Summit that probably not one or two of you might remember.
All right. We get it. All right, I think I can summarize the video anyways. The new denialism is that it's completely natural. There have been multiple
See, it was 20 tons. That's how much.
sort of revisions, and the political
What we need to do.
denial of it
How much
is that,
carbon
scientists don't really
So last year
understand what's
emissions
going
went up
on. It's fucking
Well, deliberately,
pointless.
some of your parents would have done that to you as well, and our lecturers do. In tons. If anyone wants a reference to it, I can give it to them. Forwards. Then what day-to-day life is
And
written right now, I
the
don't-
main perpetrators of this
And we know
are
that.
developed
You have to
Western
have that. You've got to
nations.
decarbonise your physical infrastructure. You've not just got to make everything electrical. More wind turbines, more solar panels, more hydro, whatever it might be. You've not just got to do that. You've also got to make your buildings really efficient. So in the UK,
You gotta make
I don't
them
know
also
how buildings-
really efficient, yes. Let's
Why no mention of capitalism?
let's take a look at Sam Seder's degrowth. Let's take a look, because I'm not a proponent of degrowth. I don't think degrowth is a viable political alternative. Maybe regrowth.
And why, like,
semantically,
where are we headed with the critique that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, capitalism is the elephant in the room, right? A capitalism system is one where the market decides on how to allocate resources, and the resources are owned.
Yeah, and the capitalism is good. The climate change is good. We're gonna have more beachfront property. The fruits are good. Like, this rhetoric doesn't do anything.
All of the
for me,
adjustments through the
or
years
anyone, I think.
tried to bring economics back into balance with other values of society. I mean, Keynes did this in the 30s and 40s and 50s, and he called it
balance
wisely managed
with
capitalism,
society.
right? Where you really have government institutions that supersede the capitalism framework, right? The environmental movement was all
No,
about
they
kind
didn't
of reining
supersede
in
it.
all of these
They were
systems
amicable with the
that
capitalist
where the rich
framework.
get richer
Stop
and
it.
the poor, where
Stop
capitalism
fucking
has all of
cap.
these
Stop
costs
the
that aren't
cap.
accounted for. So whether it's, you want to call it democratic socialism or wisely managed capitalism, or
Wisely managed capitalism. We're gonna do it right. Okay, so these are
this
sock dems.
ultimately comes back to your original point. Is about taking power back, right? It's about who manages the economy and for what purpose. Who does the economy benefit and for how long?
So
Good
what is
question. Who
the
does the
goal?
economy
Is this
benefit? Is this first
is this ultimately a
very smart
degrowth
thing that he said.
argument, or is this a reorient the way? I mean, frankly, in a more efficient way,
Back at the
resources?
cottage.
I mean, we produce as a world, you know, something like 25% more food than we need. It just doesn't go to the right places, and a lot of it's wasted. We have we like you say, we're the wealthiest nation on Earth in the history of Earth. Yet we have all sorts of extreme poverty. We have homelessness. We have things that
Skydiving,
exist
holy
in
fuck,
countries that are
what?
ostensibly less wealthy than us. And that is really ultimately a function of redistribution, isn't it?
It is, but it's also pre-distribution, right? It's how do we design the system to begin with, and that's what this is about. The current economic system and the current economics that we teach was built for a different time and for a different purpose, right? It was built in that kind of early stage capitalism where growth was the mandate, right? I mean, all of the kind of macroeconomics that we teach was born out of the necessity of the Great Depression to get people back to work, and it was quantity, 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 and don't worry about anything else until we grow the economy. 21st century is different. There's way more people, right? There's much of a bigger.
Oh no, he's bringing the
There's climate
overpopulation
crisis,
argument
there's
in.
biodiversity loss, there's growing inequality, right? We have to step back and say, this economics that we teach, we call it neoclassical economics, that was crafted in the late 1800s. Is it fit for mission, right? Is it the kind of economics that fits the kinds of problems that we have today? So this is the book is about a reprioritization of our goals of the economy. First and foremost, it's go ahead.
Sorry, no,
It takes
I did
attention.
not mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
But like, he's still falling into the same sort of liberal trap of, okay, I'm part of a privileged class that is more knowledgeable, so I know what's up for you.
What are we doing? Right? So the scale.
What are we
of the
doing?
economy
What's
is an
going on
important
here?
question for
Nice.
the 21st century. That was ignored in the 1800s. Once we sort of figure out what the right size of the economy should be, we've built an economic system that fails unless it's growing. So we therefore have to really rethink that as well. Who gets the benefits and who gets the costs of a right-sized economy?
Oh.
Then we can come back to the economist's specialty of efficiency, right? That we want to create a system that is efficient and well-run and well-tuned.
It's
Economists are
efficient and
well-equipped
well-tuned.
to
Okay,
be
this
folks
guy
that are
is
trained
just
me,
like
to
a
be the
good
janitors
old-fashioned
of the
liberal.
market, to be the plumbers of the market,
Ugh.
to be the mechanics of the market. But we weren't trained to be the sort of social planners of everything, to be the lords of society, and I'm afraid that's where we positioned ourselves.
But I guess where I get confused.
We
is
weren't
when we talk
trained,
about, like,
but the
scale of
hope is that
economy, we talk
AI
about
is going to
growth
be
and
the
not
one that
growth.
does that for us.
These are fictionalized
That's going to be
concepts
the
anyway.
master of
Right? I mean,
society.
we have decided, you know, like if I want to measure.
Well, sure,
have
it's
I
going to be an
grown?
asset,
As
but
my
it's not going to
son,
be.
as my son who's 10.
We
has he
can't let
grown
it be the
in
asset,
the past
or
3
let
years?
it
the measure I can
misconstrue
choose,
or
to measure whether he's grown is I can look at a ruler and I can see how tall he
mysticize
is.
our roles.
The other way I could do that is just by mass. Or I could do it by, you know, how thick he is. Or I could just look at his hair and decide that's
They're
how
doing
I'm gonna decide
objectivism.
Or I
They're
could say,
doing
like, is he
fucking.
more
The
mature?
leftists are doing
How sophisticated
objectivism.
has his language become?
No.
We have a situation.
We're good. I
it
already
seems
beat
to me
your
that
ass once.
You're laying
See
out
you later.
that we've chosen one measure of assessing growth that ostensibly is considered beneficial. And perhaps at one time it was, but it is no longer beneficial to society to measure growth in that manner. And so is the question really that whether we're looking for growth or not growth, or rather, are we looking for the idea of like a different
regrowth?
measurement, which will then implicate the
No, we
values
don't
that
need
we
a
have
different
chosen to assess
measurement.
that. So, like, you know, if I decide that I'm going to measure growth by height because we live in a society where everything is at a certain shelf level, and you know that's
Another
the most important
measurement,
thing,
I think, is
then that's the way I'll
not
do it.
the
But if it
political
really is more about,
problema you
how
want.
much hair you have or whatever it is, then we do it another way. Like I get confused between
Like, it's okay to not know.
the concept
Yo,
that we
an artist.
have chosen a measure of growth that is really only that is sort of a fraudulent sales pitch for benefits for a specific set of people in our society versus the
Okay,
idea
but
of,
when you say
growth
that,
is
you're
bad.
like ignoring the
Look, so
easiest
back to
fucking
feedback
counter
process.
argument that all capitalists are going to give you, which is that, well, look how many people have refrigerators nowadays. That wouldn't have been possible without capitalism. Fuck you. Okay, well, they're kind of fumbling the bag. Let's move on.
Hello, everybody.
Let's take a look. This is 5 days ago.
My name is Beckwith, Paul Beckwith.
This is
What I
such a
wanted
good
to talk
intro, by
about
the way.
Today is the
Also has to
global
be a Fed.
water cycle. The global hydrological cycle is being severely disrupted, of course, by the incredible warming that we've experienced over the last few
Disrupted,
years.
again,
Water is
assumes
a
a
huge
normal.
part of how energy is transferred
An
around
ideal.
the planet. So the solar energy obviously heats up water. When it is absorbed inside the water, it heats it up, and it causes evaporation. More heat, more energy, higher temperature, more evaporation of water.
Yo, this
That
guy looks
water
like an older
vapor,
salty
which is a
squid.
gas, then starts to rise up in the atmosphere via convection, and it contains a lot of energy, right? That energy to evaporate the water is embodied in the gas, the water vapor gas, and then as it rises upward in the atmosphere by convection, and it's also more buoyant than the surrounding air, because people don't think it would weigh more, right? Water vapor in the air, but it's lighter than the surrounding air, which is composed mostly of
A
nitrogen and
mysterious
oxygen,
island.
which of course are heavier
Yo,
molecules.
your castles look sick.
N2O2 versus H2O, much lighter, right? Nitrogen, atomic number 15, N2 is 30 molecular weight, oxygen 16, atomic number, molecular weight of 32. Water is just H2O, that's 18 molecular weight, it's a lot lighter. So it rises, that water vapor rises up and condenses. And when it condenses, that phase transition releases a lot of energy. Meteorologists call it CAPE, convective available
what does the
potential
compass
energy.
do?
But it's there and it supercharges storms. And it can lead to torrential rains and massive flooding, or in the places where it doesn't occur, it's not common, you get heat waves and droughts. Okay, so the whole hydrological cycle, the water cycle, is being greatly amplified. And I'm going to talk about it a little bit here because a new report came out by the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, their yearly update. I think it's the fourth year that they've done this on the global water resources, is how they call it. Also,
I need one more
paper
shell.
that uses the GRACE satellite
What a
sensors,
fucking
gravity
bitch.
anomaly sensors, which 3 satellites
Then
fly in
don't
tandem,
waste
and
my
they can very
time.
accurately measure
Yeah,
things
you
like
do.
the amount
All
of
right,
water.
fine, we'll find your
They
last
detect
shell.
gravitational anomalies or little changes to the gravitational forces. So, water on the surface acts quite differently than just the soil, and that can be detected. Those density differences can be detected by these satellites. So there's a paper out on that, and it's no surprise we're greatly amplifying the hydrological cycle. So let's look at some of these details. But I want to start with this map illustration is by the U.S. Geological Service, and
Yo,
it's in
that's a
paper
cool map.
here,
This map
in
feeds
Nature
the
Water.
autist in me.
Changing intensity of
The Thailandinated in
climatic
me.
extreme events is revealed by GRACE and GRACE FO. GRACE is the original constellation, and then GRACE FO is a more sensitive one. So this paper is from a few years ago, but I love the map, which is why I'm showing it to you. So distortion of the water cycle, particularly of its extremes, extreme droughts, and they call it pluvials. So, instead of torrential rains leading to flooding, they call it pluvials, droughts and pluvials, very, very wet periods, will be among the most conspicuous consequences of climate change. This is what we really notice.
More flooding. I love flooding.
So they use
Yippee!
a
I
novel
love the
approach. They
Mississippi.
look at
I
the
love trying to
terrestrial
constrain the
water
banks of the
storage
Mississippi
measured
River.
by gravitational
Ooh.
sensors on these satellites, the GRACE and GRACE FO satellites. They characterized 1,056 extreme events during 2002 to 2021. So they looked, when there was an extreme event, torrential rains leading to flooding, they could detect that on the satellite, or when there was heat waves and ongoing droughts, they could detect the decreasing groundwater. Okay, and they say dwarfing all these events was an ongoing
Yo, let's go.
pluvial
We made it.
that engulfed Central Africa. It started in
Another
2019.
one.
I think I'll show you the data, and it looks like it's still continuing today.
Is
The
that the secret
total
island?
intensity of the extreme events, how severe they were, strongly correlated with global mean temperature, right? Much more so than the El Nino, the ENSO, or other climate indicators. So continual warming of the planet is causing more frequent, more severe, longer, and larger droughts and pluvials. Now, they don't mention the jet stream, but you're well aware from my previous videos and works that the jet stream distortions are leading to these stuck weather patterns.
we got the last
blocking, weather patterns which are wreaking havoc on the surface of the Earth, on us. They found that 3 regions had the ratio of wet to dry extreme events actually decreased, so more dry extreme events, heat waves. But 2 regions, including sub-Saharan Africa, where it was a lot wetter. So this all comes
There's
out
nothing
in the
here.
report
Well, there's a
that I'm
shadow
about to show
for
you.
it. What the
The
fuck?
key thing about
Where's
this
the shadow
paper
coming
is
from?
this
Look at this shit.
illustration here, which is excellent. So the water cycle.
Huh?
So we can start in the atmosphere. We've got atmospheric moisture over the ocean. It's transported in clouds, and it can fall as rainfall. It transports moisture, and you get these precipitation events over the ocean,
let me
freshening
do
the
that.
surface water underneath. You get evaporation of the water in the ocean, putting more water vapor up into the atmosphere, ocean circulation, mixing and moving water. Of course, there's more evaporation from warmer water than colder water. We have the ocean, the different layers, the ocean surface, the mixed zone, and the deep water zone. We have atmospheric moisture over land, and we get precipitation over land. And of course, if it's on slopes, it can lead to increased numbers of landslides. We're seeing landslides way up. The October 2025 edition of Scientific American I just picked up at my local drugstore. It's got a whole article on landslides and how landslides are taking off around the world because of all this torrential rain, loosening, at ground on slope. So landslides are way up. There's runoff here. You can get stream flows to closed basins, and you can get these salty lakes. Most of the lakes, of course, are freshwater. There's rivers and creeks.
I love salty lakes. I love inhospitable conditions, local conditions. Fuck the Great Salt Lake.
It's got some salt content. Water is, of course, there's domestic water use here. Urban runoff.
I don't care how
municipal
unique your species are that thrive and adapt there.
Rivers are vital, and the little tributaries feeding the rivers. And up high we have, of course, the ice sheets and the glaciers, and the snowpack. There's precipitation. When it's high up, it's in snow, and then it's stored in the glaciers. And as the snowpack builds up over years, you get snow melt. You get snow covering the surface, changing the albedo. Right, the albedo is a big deal. Reservoirs here. The water running down. This is a flatter area.
Just barely.
Agriculture and agricultural water use is big. Grazing water use, and then you get water evaporating, right? Evapotranspiration, the water contained within plants.
The other thing that liberals really need to contend with is our water usage and farm usage, right? The displacement of local farmers in favor of corporate farmers is probably the biggest aim of Donald Trump's tariffs.
We've got permafrost that extends
and they
back
can't
to
be
the last
honest with
ice ages,
themselves over it.
Can contain, it's frozen ground, but lots of the permafrost can contain frozen ice as well. It's a storage mechanism for water. You get groundwater recharge. The water's flowing downhill underground, different various levels, and there's different layers of rock and so on that can isolate the groundwater. You can dig deep wells. You get groundwater actually discharging directly from the ground to the ocean deep down below. So there's all of these different processes. I highly recommend that you have a look at this.
I'm looting this
image.
island
It's the
for
best
all that
image
it's
I've
fucking
come
got.
across on the water cycle. 96% of all water is salty. It's stored in the oceans. And of course, I mentioned already the huge energy transfers that go on when you get, solar energy coming in, heating up the ocean. The energy is absorbed into the ocean, raises the temperature, but it also causes evaporation of water from the ocean. Think about it. The fastest moving water molecules are the ones that leave the surface, go into the atmosphere. We call it evaporation.
What, did I just give them 15 shells for nothing?
Leave the water and go up, then that cools the water that's
I do what it takes to survive.
Then I haven't talked about sea ice.
Hey, fuck you.
I've talked about the glaciers.
Let's go.
There's all of these different components.
Is it going to be to collect more?
System. This is a water system, if you like, within the climate system. And there's more energy coming into the system, so it's a much more active system.
A shell necklace.
So this is the World Meteorological Organization.
Who's Ranger
website,
May?
And they have just this is September 18th, just a few days ago.
I don't remember who Ranger May is.
Called the State
Oh,
of
come
Global
on.
Water
I'm
Resources
sure
2024.
Trump will give out aid
Okay,
disproportionately that helps out
and
corporate
we'll
farmers.
talk
Yeah,
about this
of course.
report a
Of
little
course
bit.
he's going to support
So
their
it's hot
corporate
off the
farmers.
presses. This is the report.
Ranger
Right
May.
here. You
I
can
don't remember
download
who
it. It's
Ranger
almost 100
May is.
pages. State of Global Water Resources 2024. This is a website where you can download it by just clicking on the PDF. And so this is some of the highlights of the report, which I'll show you first before I go through the report. So the key messages are there's cascading impacts from climate change. Often there's too much water in some places and there's too little water in other places. Only 1/3 of river basins around the planet had so-called normal conditions. Everywhere else, 2/3 were abnormal, either too wet, too dry, too much water, too little water. All glacier regions worldwide reported losses due to melting. That's been very severe for 3 straight years. No surprise, since we set temperature records in 2024, 2023. This report calls for more monitoring and data sharing. Well, I haven't seen a
more monitoring.
Yes,
Chad, that's right.
Sharing.
The solution to the climate crisis is more monitoring. We gotta be monitoring the situation.
2024.
Yep, that's what's gotta happen.
Climate extremes, widespread water-related impacts. Global surface temperatures reached, according to their numbers, 1.55.
Because if we're monitoring the situation, we can also know when it's a good time to invest.
2024 was the hottest year in the 175-year observational record. Strong El Nino conditions at the start of the year amplified drought in South America, Southern Africa, other regions.
Is Ranger May at like the top or something?
Okay, so across the water cycle, extremes were evident. Rivers, reservoirs, lakes, groundwater, and glaciers all showed significant departures from normal. Parts of Africa, Europe, and Asia were inundated by flooding. South America and South Africa had severe drought. Glaciers had record ice loss, adding to sea level rise. we had widespread human and economic costs. Okay, so this is a really good group, the WMO, World Meteorological Organization. I talked about their report recently called in BAMS, the Bulletin of the American Meteorological Society. That extensive, multi-hundreds of page report. I talked about that a few months ago. This is specifically on water. Some 60% of rivers globally had too much or too little water. We've 2024, 6th year in a row, showing an erratic hydrological cycle. I think it's gone out. That's exceptionally
monitoring
erratic.
the situation is what we're doing.
Well, before then, of course.
That's what I'm getting from this video. Things are going to get weird. Things are going to get messy. Things are going to get sloppy. Things are going to get dialectic.
Drought, others endured multiple floods. So basically, the climate disruption or chaos or whiplashing is significantly worsening under accelerated climate change. Okay. Some of the other things. 100%. This is the 4th year of they've done this. The WMO has done this State of the Global Water Resources report. So it's
treasure map.
They keep making it more detailed, more comprehensive. There's new information on lakes,
Sid
reservoirs,
Beach.
precipitation, water quality. I'll go through some of the data on this. So it's an important report. It sort of gives a status quo of where we are. One of the ideas is to create these early warning systems for people, and there's a lot of different people that are groups that are backing this sort of thing. This is a schematic that they have, and I showed a much more detailed one. This is simplified.
Nobody has schematics like I do.
Okay, so
few people are as in tuned with the natural variety of life that we're seeking to preserve as me. I've got schematics like no one will ever believe.
But I mean, it is quite extensive. It talks about the backdrop, sort of gives an overview of the climate in the introduction. And it talks about river discharges, flow rates of rivers, seasonal flow rates of rivers, global averages, etc. Reservoirs, water storage, inflow and storage levels, and then lakes, the lake levels, lake water temperatures, then information on groundwater levels and soil moisture, the observed soil moisture and modeled soil moisture, and how the soil moisture globally is decreasing, evapotranspiration rates from plants. Of course, if the plants are under stress and suffering, these rates will decrease. Terrestrial water storage, both on the surface and reservoirs.
Okay, so you're just taking us through a tour of a fucking table of contents, bro?
Snow masses, glaciers. And then they go around the planet and they talk about these high impact hydrological events that occurred in 2024. So there's a good summary. Here's a glacial outburst flood in Canada, flooding in all kinds of different places. So, it's quite a comprehensive report. So let's just have a look at the, let's go down and look at the data. So there's a lot of people, a lot of different groups working on this, a lot of different countries. Okay, so they give an executive summary and they show, this map here.
Barely made it.
If you want a simplification of what I showed you in the introduction, then it's right here.
Okay, so that's not Ranger May.
Let's look at let's just go and look at the figures. So this is they've done this report for 4 years. This is the number of countries that have participated in the report.
This is legendary.
It's getting larger and larger. Eventually, hopefully it will reach most of the countries of the world. The number of variables that they looked at is increasing. They looked at
we just need more variables. We just need more numbers.
It went from this is up to it's 2,000. It's approaching 3,000 stations, groundwater stations, lot of groundwater stations around the planet. Okay, so there's more and more comprehensive data. They look at, this is the sort of thing that they look at, and they define some terms.
More and more comprehensive data. Yep, this is what's going to solve. This is what's going to solve the climate crisis.
90th percentile.
Thank you.
Much above normal, above the 90th percentile, and much below normal in the up to the 10th percentile. So they have some definitions there.
Woohoo! I'm a liberal. I love definitions.
That affected
okay, I'm kind of getting fucking soyed out by this video. I'm not gonna lie.
For that WMO report, there's a link to it right here. Okay, there's lots of stuff of course, on water in that report. And this is precipitation. This is total annual precipitation in 2024. They have 1991 to 2020 reference period, and you can see the areas that are below and much below. There's some areas that are extremely dry, and there are other areas that are extremely wet. You get a smorgasbord of data here. And even within continents, there's a lot of, even though it's super dry here, it's super wet here, and so on. You get a lot of contrast between different areas depending on circulation patterns. And then they give a breakdown for December, January, February, March, April, May, and so on. So 3-month period. So, if you're here, you can pick a region and you can say, look, well, yeah, this has been in drought all year. Some areas have switched. So here in Europe, quite wet here, then kind of normalish and even a bit dryish in some places. So a lot of good data. This is global precipitation. This is the drought index. Okay, so the drought index being so orange and red is drier than normal. the blues are wetter than normal, and that you can rate things based on a drought index, and they do it over 3-month periods as well. And they have data on river discharges. So this is the river discharges, and for 2024 compared to other periods. And you can see, much below is the browns, much above and much above is the blues.
Much below are the browns, indeed.
variation
Yeah, it's a good
across
one.
the planet. Okay, it's not like temperature, which is generally much warmer in most places across the planet. There's a lot more variability in the hydrological cycles. Often you may have heard the phrase wet areas get wetter, dry areas get drier. They divide it into different continents here. And this is world river discharge, below and much below.
Oh,
again, the browns,
fuck, my rivers are discharging.
sort of
Oh,
reddish,
fuck, my
shades of
rivers are
brown mostly,
discharging
and then
so
the blues is
erratically.
above
Oh, my
normal. So there's a
God.
lot of
Oh,
variability
fuck, I just can't control
but
my
the
rivers.
extremes are getting larger. The distribution
Ooh, I'm
of
fucking
normal versus
alluvial
really wet,
flowing
really dry,
so hard.
Right? It looks similar. Areas are so area. If you, it looks like all
there
of these
anything this
super
way?
wet areas could cancel out most of the super dry areas, and you get normal.
think
Anyway,
it goes here.
what's happening under climate change is that the extremes are getting the extremes of both very wet or pluvial and very dry drought are both increasing. Right, climate change is making these guys here much larger compared and squeezing in the normal situation is basically what's going on. Reservoirs, no surprise here. Reservoirs in the drought and dry areas and hot areas are much below normal, and then in some of the areas are much above normal.
All right.
Okay.
There's a much above and below. Water is changing.
lakes.
Learned optimism is a theory by Martin
Let's
Seligman,
go.
the creator of
Learned
positive
optimism.
psychology. It's the theory
Big
that an
for
individual
climate
can
change.
learn more positive ways of responding to what happens in their life. That it's not just inborn, but that you can
What a
actually
shortcut.
learn how to do this across your lifespan. In the nature versus nurture debate, it would be more along the nurture part. So in this video, we're going to go into what the 3 components of optimism are per this theory, why cultivating optimism is important, what the research says about it, an explanation for why optimism is good for your mental health, how you can actually cultivate more optimism in your
Radical
life, and toxic
optimism.
positivity, and how that differs from optimism.
That's what
Also,
we're
if
all
you're new
about
I'm
here.
Dr.
We're
Anna
so
Uden, I'm a postdoctoral
hopeful.
therapist and an author
There's
of the
never
book
been a
Veins.
time more
If you
hopeful,
want
and the
to look
reason
at my
we're
book
so
or my mental
hopeful
health journal, links
is
will be in the
because
description box below.
liberals have been never so down bad for something different. They're at rock bottom. Few
So the
liberals
3
have been
components of
as
optimism in learned
far.
optimism theory are permanence, pervasiveness, and personalization. Permanence basically is just answering the question, is the thing that
Yo.
happened here to stay? So a pessimistic person usually says yes. For instance, you lose your job and you say, I'll never find another job again. I'm always going to be unemployed. Whereas an optimist would say, no, the bad thing that happened isn't here to stay. You lose your job, you say, I'll find another job again soon. The second element of optimism is pervasiveness, meaning is this
Left half
problem
of it
global or is it
behind.
specific to one situation? Pessimists say, yes, it's global. They say,
Yeah,
this is
littering
the
is
worst
not
thing in the
cool.
world, my life is over. Optimists say no. So in the example of losing your job, an optimist would say, now I have a little bit more time to spend with my family for the next few weeks.
I can help you
and
out.
I can wake up not feeling dread when I go to work like I did at my old job.
Picking
They
up
can see that it's not
trash,
all bad, even in shitty
is
situations,
like
and they can find
the
silver lining
easiest
even in
way
stuff that
to
sucks.
make
They have more nuanced
jacking
views.
off
And
feel better.
personalization is the third element of optimism, which is
Like
basically
if you
answering the
pick up a
question,
bunch
is
of
this problem
trash and
personal?
then you jack
Pessimists
off
say yes, it's
afterwards,
personal. They
you
say
goon
it's me. I'm
afterwards,
never going
it's
to be
like
good enough to hold down a job.
1,000%
Optimists say no.
better.
They give themselves credit.
Especially
They
if you do it
belittle
with like
themselves. They
a
might say that
partner
job just
or
wasn't the
like
best fit for my
you
skill sets.
chill
It's
out
nuanced, it's
and
specific, it's
enjoy
not
it with a couple
generalizing,
of
it's
other.
not negative
And
self-talk.
by
Now, here's
enjoy
an
it, I
interesting
mean not
distinction.
jacking
You may
off,
remember
but
from my recent video on attributional
I
style
mean,
and how that sets you up for
picking up
success
garbage.
that taking responsibility for your
Just a little
failures
bit
is
more.
associated with greater success. So for instance, not just saying, it's my boss's fault that I got fired, she's a terrible person, this is why it happened. However, learned optimism theory would argue that it's important to externalize your failures, meaning to not take it personally, as an indication of your own internal flaws. How do we reconcile these two theories?
Yeah,
Honestly,
failures
I
happen.
think that there is a middle ground where
We need to
both
be
are met.
schizophrenic.
You can take responsibility for what's within your control to do better next time and view yourself as separate from what went wrong. The way to do this is by focusing on specific behaviors rather than global traits. So for instance saying, I didn't study hard enough for that test versus I'm a lazy person who doesn't study. You're still technically externalizing that part of you. It's not that you're a lazy person, it's your effort level that was the issue. And at the same time, you're taking responsibility. But this is an area where two theories kind of
take it.
disagree on something. So let me know what you think. Do you think it's better that when you experience a failure or a bad outcome, it's better to take it upon yourself to think about what you could have done better, or is it better to blame external circumstances? Let me know in the comments. Can only have some input. Now, why is cultivating learned optimism so important?
Yippee!
Well,
I
research
got a nice
shows that
hat.
optimistic people have better physical health. They're more informed about risk factors and protective factors. They're more likely to positively cope with health problems. Studies show that optimistic cancer patients experience higher quality of life. Optimism is associated with lower rates of heart problems after heart surgery, lower rates of heart disease in the first place, lower rates of high blood pressure, and more. Optimists even live longer.
It's do
Optimistic
or
people are
die
also
to
more
be
motivated and
optimistic.
successful.
You
They're more
have to be an
intrinsically motivated to
optimist
do things, which if you remember
or
from my past
you
videos,
die. You
intrinsic
perish.
motivation means
You
how much
literally,
you feel
like,
like
just kill
you're being
yourself.
driven from within to do something, and that is associated with far better outcomes than people who feel like they're forced to do things or who do things for peer pressure or social capital or whatever else. They're more resilient during stress, they're happier at work, they're more adaptable in their career. When things change, they can kind of think on their feet. They're more effective at decision making, and optimism has even been associated with higher grades in some settings like college samples. Optimists also do better on the second try after failing a test. So there are physical benefits, there are career benefits, there are also mental health benefits, which might not be surprising at this point. Optimistic people have higher rates of well-being and lower rates of depression. And if you think about it, this makes perfect sense because the cognitive triad of depression includes negative thoughts about yourself, other people, and the world at large.
This is who
And so that is the very very opposite
wanted
of
it. The
optimism.
shell necklace.
Depression tends to cause very pessimistic, negative thinking. And when you're in the throes of it, it can feel like, well, this is realistic. This is just how the world is. And sometimes you don't realize it's the depression talking. It's not necessarily
Another
reality.
fact-
It's a mental disorder.
I
and
just
this
got
is
an
a symptom of
achievement
it.
for
Why
all
is
10.
optimism
Let's
good
go.
for your mental health? Because your beliefs influence your behaviors and your emotions. If you hold negative beliefs, those are bound to result in self-defeating behaviors and painful emotions. As humans, we tend to want to be right more than we want to be happy. So if we tell ourselves things are always going to suck, we're going to do everything in our power, at least on an unconscious level, to fulfill that prophecy. This might sound silly, like, no, of course not. I don't want to just confirm bad beliefs. I want success. But on an unconscious level, it's very much true. We really don't want someone to come around and challenge our beliefs because it feels satisfying to have our beliefs confirmed. It's like scratching an itch so hard until it bleeds. It feels good in the moment, but it's not actually good for us. On the other hand, people who choose to
The
believe
problem
that
that she's not
glass is half full, then go on
understanding
to
is
confirm
that
positive
what
beliefs.
if you become so right that you have a deep desire to be wrong? And in fact, I do need
And
to
reap
be
the
more
benefits as a
wrong
result
more
in terms of their
frequently.
behaviors, their emotions, their relationships, etc. Clinically, I've noticed that
Deliberately
pessimism
and
is related to a lot of
undeliberately.
other maladaptive ways of thinking. It's a type of black and white thinking. Specifically, it relies only on the all bad stuff. It lacks nuance. It's rarely accurate. It lacks dialectics, meaning being able to hold two things at
It
once.
lacks-
two things
no,
that seem
no, no, no,
contradictory
no,
but
no,
actually
that's not
coexist.
what it
I've also
means.
noticed that pessimism is related to some of the less developed defense mechanisms. It seems related to splitting people into all good or all bad based on groups that they belong to. It's related
Yeah.
to devaluation of other people, saying that other people
Yeah.
are completely all
Wait,
bad.
this is actually
and
such
even
a nice,
projection.
like,
Let me explain.
capstone
I recently
on
read in the
top
book
of
that anytime a person makes this broad
climate
generalization about
commentary.
the human race as a whole or the universe as a whole, it's almost always projection. That's because the
Yeah,
world
it's
is an
projection
immense
about
and very
the
varied place.
particularism
So
of their
there's bound
own
to be a lot of variation
worldview.
amongst people, and it's difficult to just encapsulate it in a very simple, broad stroke. So
It's
any
it's
statement
difficult
other
to
than most
encapsulate it.
people
It's
are
also
good
difficult
and
to
bad to some
understand what we
degree
don't
reflects a
know.
person's feelings about themselves. When a person says the world is a terrible place, it's likely that they feel that about themselves. They think they are terrible. Remember the cognitive triad of depression that we were talking about? The people with depression think of themselves as bad, other people as bad, and the world at large as bad. It's not very common that you would ever find discrepancies between those, that a person would see the
We did it. This was also a really cute game. I'm glad we did it. I think let's finish out the Reacto. Yeah, let's continue on to. Whoa, 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 whoa. Here we go. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab this here. There she is. There she is. Let's put her up amongst the hold on. Can you hold on, Rockefeller? Look. Hold on. Rockefeller, can you move aside for a little bit? Hold on. I need to move one of these chairs out so I can sit. Hold on. All right. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Nice.
the world is all bad and see themselves as good. You might be thinking, well, narcissists do that, right? But the truth is that narcissists are
Full
the best
attention.
example of this.
My
Because
full
narcissism is a
attention is
reaction
on
to
React
severely
Slop
depleted
for the
self-esteem. A
very
person
first
responds by
time.
acting like
What a
they're the best,
treat
overcompensating with
you
grandiosity,
guys
when in reality they think
have.
that they're the worst and they need constant reassurance. So it's going to be very, very rare to find someone who believes the world is terrible or things are going terrible and thinks highly of themselves. Even narcissists who seem from the outside like they're super
And thinks, yeah, you generally somebody who thinks highly of themselves, who is optimistic, those sort of relate to each other. Okay.
easy on themselves and super hard on everyone else. Trust me, underneath that grandiosity is a ton of self-loathing. On the other hand, people who feel dialectically about the world, who say there's good and bad, often feel dialectically about themselves. They say, I am good and bad, and that is perfectly normal, and I can integrate that in my head. And people who have a very, the whole world is wonderful and everything is positive mindset also tend to think that about themselves. And I think that pessimism also ties into a lack of self-compassion. It requires self-compassion to see and accept both the good
Love
and bad parts of
yourself.
yourself. And as we know from
is
countless
actually
studies, self-compassion is
so
associated
true.
with better
Oh, I
outcomes
need
for
to hold
your
on.
mental health, physical health, and performance
There
as
we go.
well. So it makes sense that it would also be related to pessimism and optimism. How do you actually learn optimism? How are these three components of optimism
How do you
learned?
ingrain
It's best
it
done
into
in
your
childhood.
idea?
Typically, Seligman recommends right before puberty starts, during the time when a child can think complexly enough that they
Oh, it's too late for
understand
you guys.
what
If you don't have
is, but
optimism by
before
now,
they
you're
go into
done.
Puberty, which is usually, shit fest. And it can really help if you have warm and financially stable parents. So kids that don't have that are already kind of at a disservice for seeing the world in a better place, and that makes perfect sense. If you really don't have
Damn. Hence are the consequences of meta instability. If you don't know where your next check is coming from, you don't know where your next meal is coming from, you're just going to be a less optimistic person. And I guess that's why the politics of insecurity and the politics of instability are actually such an efficient model of maintaining the status quo because it does embrace the difference between the universal and the particular, but it's just for the benefit of extraction and not according to the values which we hold.
have resources that you need. If you don't have basic
marketable
emotional
stream.
needs met by your caregivers, you're probably going to struggle to see the world as a happy-go-lucky place. But it is possible as an adult too, with something called the ABCDE technique. The A in this stands for adversity, which is the stressful situation, the anticipating event that happened in your life. For instance, you just found out that you have a health issue that you didn't know about. B stands for the belief. What do you think about the stressful situation? Examples of pessimistic beliefs might be, I'll never get better, I brought this on myself, I'm such an irresponsible person, of course this happened to me, terrible things always happen to me. The C stands for consequence. What happens as a result of your beliefs? If you hold very pessimistic beliefs, you may give up in that moment. You may make even unhealthier choices because you think, what is the point? Things are never going to get better. You might lash out at the people around you. You might burn bridges with people that could help you. D stands for dispute. Challenge your negative beliefs. When you notice yourself engaging in pessimistic thoughts, think about the ways in which they're not accurate. Identify those cognitive errors or biases that you're falling into, defense mechanisms, logical fallacies that you're using. Challenge yourself to see things more like an optimist.
The logical fallacies that you're using on yourself, but that doesn't, that's sort of like, it is sort of the snake eating its own tail. Where does the logical fallacy start? Where does challenging your I don't know. I don't think challenging your pessimism necessarily engages interacting with logical failures.
Which from those three components that we talked about: permanence, pervasiveness, and personalization. So instead of thinking, oh God, this is here to stay, I'm going to die from this health concern, you can say, I have a temporary health concern, unless of course it's not true. Obviously don't delude yourself. But if it is something that can be cured or can be...
Also, the important thing is with optimism is specifically as we're relating it to biology and disease is that we shouldn't call it a battle, because battles are either won and battles are either or lost. And research supports this, that the most effective mind state to be in is that this is a journey, this is a path. Humanity are not circuits who just chug down their predetermined paths. I am a bird, I have free will, I will be making a better future for everybody around me, whether I like them or not, and I trust them to be able to do it.
A bad thing happened to me. Plenty of good things have happened to me too. More good things will happen to me in the future as well.
ABCDE is also a fucking often moniker. Let's take a look at
the elephant in the room: toxic positivity. I'm sure
that's real.
Some people are already typing on their keyboard about how being optimistic is an example of toxic positivity. If that's the case, it's either a misunderstanding of what optimism is or what toxic positivity is, because sometimes people throw around that word when it's really not applicable. Toxic positivity is a type of optimism taken to an extreme, and just like its counterpart, pessimism.
So fanaticism? Toxic positivity is fanaticism, it's delusionment? No, I'm sorry. If like toxic positivity, optimism, and disillusionment are on a spectrum and you're taking the happy medium of optimism.
It can be unhealthy and harmful. Toxic positivity means
it could be unhappy and harmful. Okay, good.
Kind of
good hedge. Good hedge.
No,
she saved
bad
it.
things aren't happening. Nothing terrible is happening. It's being in denial about your pain or other people's pain and refusing to look it in the face. It can veer into blaming people for their circumstances because, well, you just didn't have the right attitude, and if you had, then terrible things wouldn't have happened to you. And unrealistic optimism has also been associated with narcissism in some studies. I actually found this to be surprising because, let me know if you agree with this, but from my experience,
positive.
In the face, it can veer into blaming people for their circumstances because, well, you just didn't have the right attitude, and if you...
Yeah, this is a lot of what conservatism is about, and also, I guess, the liberal sort of belief about conservatism is that, you just don't work hard enough inside your framework. You just don't have the rational capabilities that I do to understand it. Instead of something that I do appreciate is that I do think that it is honestly a little bit of luck that brought me to presumably a higher understanding of humanity. Like, I don't know, fuck me for having to even say that shit without half choking on my words.
Had, then terrible things wouldn't have happened to you. And unrealistic optimism has also been associated with narcissism in some studies. I actually found this to be surprising because, let me know if you agree with this, but from my experience, people high in narcissistic traits tend to be quite negative and critical and pessimistic. And I guess it makes sense from the lens of when someone is employing narcissistic defense mechanisms, they're trying to overcompensate by saying, oh, everything's going to go so wonderfully for me. But I don't think they actually believe that at their core. I think actually narcissists are deeply pessimistic at their core. Regardless, here are some key differences between optimism and toxic positivity so that you don't veer from one extreme of pessimism into the other of toxic positivity. I want you to stay in that middle ground that is healthy. Healthy optimism doesn't mean denying the bad stuff happens. Optimism is a great way to move forward from a negative experience, but it should absolutely be preceded by emotional processing. People say the same thing about stoicism, like, oh, it doesn't allow you to process your emotions. It means you deny your emotions. Not really. You can still...
Also, stoicism is bullshit. Nope, she brought up stoicism. I think we're done here. Fuck this bitch for bringing up stoicism. Stoicism is the most rancid pile of dog shit in the world. There's lots of stuff about stoicism that is great, that you can absolutely use and abuse and extract, but using the Stoic mindset is really bad because it reinforces the mind-body dualism
distinction, when in reality there is no distinction. It's always going to be you. And once you also come to recognize that, I find that you'll probably be far more confident in who you are, because you're always going to be you. It's always been you. It's going to be you. And if you have a perspective of who you need to be in the future, you can cultivate it. And you don't even need to use like rational
good
shit
luck
for it.
And happy wastewater harvesting.
Yo! All right, let's figure out how to locally fix our ecology. I'm done.
Plants and biologically active soil can clean dirty water. It's as simple as that. People are dying and ecosystems are being ruined by poor sanitation and lack of water treatment. Yet this is just one of the easiest things to fix when we collaborate with nature.
Yep, it is your body, it is your mind. And this is, okay, so obviously, we've talked about this stream, the problems with objectivism. Jan Wagner, thank you. My body, my choice, my mind, 100%. We've been shitting on objectivism this entire chat, and the one thing that I will say about objectivism is that their delusion that you are internally responsible for everything that goes on is sort of a powerful and strong understanding of reality, but just like the Dr. Anna was saying, that it can also lead you to down bad paths where you blame yourself for things that were outside of your control.
Laundry and sinks.
When in reality, you could just chalk it up to, randomness or just learn.
So let's start by looking at wetland plants. So the root systems of wetland plants are like giant festivals of microorganisms like bacteria and fungi.
Rhizomes! Holy rhizomes, chat!
To check on the system, make sure it's all flowing nicely.
I fucking jumped through it all because it's all on a keyboard.
Ruined by poor sanitation and lack of water treatment. Yet this is just one of the easiest things to fix when we collaborate with nature. We're talking about gray water, which is the slightly dirty water from showers, laundry, and sinks. And we're talking about black water, which is water from toilets and other really dirty uses. So
why is that gotta be
let's
black,
start by
bro?
looking at wetland plants. So the root systems of wetland plants are like giant festivals of microorganisms like bacteria and fungi. This massive microorganism party can actually biodegrade most minor pollutants, breaking them down into harmless elements. The microorganisms are partying on the roots, and the roots form this mat that becomes a living filter, trapping sediment and supplying food and
Very
drink.
interesting fetishization of human communities
Some wetland
and
plants can
tribal
actually
society.
absorb heavy
Interesting,
metals
got
from the
it.
water up into their tissues. So the goal of any wetland water treatment system is to create the maximum amount of contact between the dirty water and the roots of a diversity of plant species. So the very simplest version of how this concept is used in wastewater
gorgeous little
treatment
piece of
is
art that he's
the
drawn in
constructed
there.
wetlands. So in this example, wastewater flows into this gravel-filled basin that's planted with wetland plant species and is lined on the bottom with either plastic or cement or some other material so the water doesn't seep into the ground but stays in this container here. So the water flows underneath the gravel level, so dirty water is never exposed to the air. Now you can also place some sort of baffles in the system, so the water is forced to move up and down through the system, ensuring maximum contact with the plant roots. And then at the end of the system, much cleaner water emerges after its time flowing through this big plant filter. So it's super basic, just a liner, gravel, pipes, and plants. And it's all about maximizing the contact between the water and the plant roots to get the effect of this awesome party that goes on with the microorganisms on the plant roots. Now, another really cool system is known as a living machine or an eco-machine, which is used to treat black water. In this version of wetland water treatment, the water flows through a series of tanks. So for black water, it would start in a septic tank to settle out the solids. Now, this is an opportunity to collect biogas to fuel your kitchen as well. But then, from here, the water would go
I'm
into
sorry,
another
I'm not
anaerobic
fucking
tank,
powering my
meaning
house
a
on
tank with no
farts.
oxygen,
Is that what
which
you're
helps to
fucking
further
suggesting to
digest
me?
the sludge material.
Aye.
So from the anaerobic environment, we would then radically change the environment of the water and flow it into a tank full of plants where oxygen is actually pumped in. So there's lots of biological activity in the water. And the water would get to filter through all of those awesome plant roots like we were talking about here with the party. So the water flows into the bottom and then out the top of each successive tank where oxygen is pumped in and where all sorts of aquatic plants and animals live. So essentially, the water is being forced through a super biologically active filter and is cleaned along the way. Now,
with fish
the
as
size
well.
of the system depends on how much water is being treated and how many days of treatment it needs to clean the water. So if each of these tanks equals the quantity of water that goes into the system each day, then the day would receive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of treatment as the water moves through the entire system from beginning to end. So it's really this simple. Biological activity.
We should get children to be desalinating. We should fuck putting children in the mines. We should put children in the desalination plants.
Lots more. Here's some footage of a gorgeous living wastewater treatment wetland I visited in India. And this system handles all of the water from a hotel complex, including toilets. So the dirtiest household waste can be treated
for a
with
hotel
plants and
complex?
oxygen. But it's even simpler when we're treating the barely dirty water coming from showers and laundry. So let's check out some gray water systems.
Bro, we already saw one gray water system.
Now, the cleanest and most diluted gray water in our homes with the highest volume typically comes from the shower, bath, and laundry. The kitchen and bathroom sinks actually
But the
have
laundry
pretty
probably
concentrated
has,
pollutants and
like-
may require a grease
yeah.
trap. So they're not really the easiest sources of gray water to recycle and may be better categorized as black water. Now you need to consider what products you're using that are going
Laundry
down the
probably
drain
has like
into your gray water
detergents in
system.
it, no?
There are
That's not
biodegradable
great.
cleaning products and bath products.
Okay.
And there are also biocompatible products. This means that there are products that will break down, biodegradable, but aren't necessarily good for plant growth, like those containing a lot of sodium, which is salt. Now, biocompatible products actually break down into elements that are beneficial for plant growth. Check the video description for a link to a suggested brand. Here's my laundry system, thriving with luscious plants. And you can see on the back of my laundry detergent, it specifies that it's gray water safe. There are so many different variations on gray water systems, but my very favorite is the branch drain gray water system that was created by a guy named Art Ludwig, and check the description below for a link. Now, the gray water is split from its source into various outlet points, and each outlet pipe flows into a bucket with the bottom cut out and holes drilled into it. So the bucket is surrounded by wood chips or other coarse mulch and has a tile on top. So all this is happening underground. The water spills out of the pipe and has a free fall to the bottom of the bucket. So there's no contact between the pipe and the soil. This is super important because one of the main risks for your system is having roots clog your pipe up. So the water spills into this chamber, and then it soaks into the wood chips, which act as a sponge. Now around the wood chips are planted perennial plants, like trees, whose roots find their way into the wood chip sponge and have a continual supply of water every time you take a bath. Now the wood chips buffer the hot water, and the whole area becomes super biologically active with the gray water, soil, and wood chips. Now eventually, these wood chips will break down into soil, and all that biology cleans and feeds on the dirt from your shower, and an oasis of luxuriant perennial plants grow as a result. And it all stays underground, so there's no possible contact between people or animals and the dirty water.
Okay,
You
so
can
how about
remove the
this?
tile to check on the
Cities
system
need
and make sure it's
to
all flowing
re-engineer their sewage
So that
systems
is
so
just
that
one
we can
super
have
simple
more
example.
like
And like I
strawberry, raspberry, blueberry plants out on the streets of the cities. Okay, cool. All right, let's continue. One more video from this guy. I love permaculture. We should all absolutely integrate fish into it. The problem is land is not cheap. What in the fuck is going on here?
So there you have it, the why, where, and how of building and designing permaculture ponds.
Boy, how would you explain it? Instead
Raise
of
your
just-
hand if you love
Yo.
ponds. I think ponds
Yo!
just have exceptional value
I love
in the
ponds, I
permaculture
love ponds.
landscape
Me,
and
me,
really
me,
benefit
me.
the ecosystem and hydrology of an area. Now ponds can
I love
also be
beavers.
a total disaster and a hazard when put in the wrong place, in the wrong climate, and built the wrong way.
This
So make
is-
sure you watch this video all the way through
There's
so you
no
don't build a
double meaning
disaster.
to
This is
this.
a really complicated design process, and it can be really tricky to figure out the why, where, and how to build a water body. So I'm going to walk you through the thought process for designing a pond, and we'll start with why. Now, some people build ponds in the permaculture landscape just to slow the water flow within the watershed and get water to seep into the ground and build the underground water table. So this pond, in a way, is like a beaver dam, where water moves through the pond but is not held tight. The pond is actually meant to seep. So a pond seeps water if it's not sealed or lined in some way. A lot depends on the soil type and if there's enough clay content in the soil, and if that soil has been compacted. Now, I saw many examples of seepage ponds, hand-dug, in my travels in India that you can see in the footage from this linked video. Multiple seepage ponds placed throughout the landscape can literally recharge and rebuild the underground aquifer of a whole area. Now, because a seepage pond has uncompacted soil, the embankment itself doesn't really hold back water, so it shouldn't be planned as a structural feature. Seepage ponds are really excellent for restoring springs that can pop up below the pond because of the moving underground water. And they can actually sub-irrigate crops below them, so the plants are passively watered by the underground seeping pond water. The next pond type we're going to look at now is specifically meant for irrigation. Rain-fed irrigation ponds will collect water, but then that water will be emptied during the growing season to irrigate crops. So irrigation ponds should be sealed as well as possible to save water. And if they can't be sealed by compaction, then they should be
But this
lined.
is like a
Water
dam
from an irrigation pond will need to be
technology as well.
distributed into an irrigation system of some sort. And most commonly, people use either a lock pipe going right through the dam wall or a siphon to get the water out of the pond in a controlled way. Now, because the water is being used for watering crops, then a rain-fed irrigation pond will be empty by the end of a dry season. However, a recreation pond wants to stay full
Like a
through
fishing
the warm
pond?
season for swimming and other fun. And it wants to
Okay,
have a
for
gradual
swimming.
slope on all sides so people can get in and out easily and safely with a shallow end for children.
Well, okay,
now another
but
pond that
most
wants to stay
recreation
full
ponds
all
are just
throughout
like
an entire dry
quarries
season
that have
is a
been filled
firefighting
in.
pond. So the water in a firefighting pond needs to be able to be released from the pond in the event of a fire to either flood some sort of fire containment line, feed a fire hose, or a pressurized
Okay,
sprinkler.
what about the
Some
next one?
edges for lots of different habitat niches.
Yo, we love
Now it
habitats.
should also have natural seasonal fluctuations of the water level, so different niches are available during wet and dry periods. Now from the permaculture perspective, a lot of different yields can be built into a habitat pond, and it can be integrated with the harvest of aquatic plants, waterfowl, and fish. But for more intensive fish production, we have
Clams as well?
the aquaculture pond. An
Okay,
aquaculture pond
let's
is
see
a
it.
more controlled environment where the inflow and the
It's an
outflow of
industrial
water are
environment.
managed to maintain the water level, and it's also designed in a way that facilitates the harvest of the species being raised. Now, aquaculture ponds around the world are mostly found in wet lowlands where watery landscapes are transformed into managed production systems. But an aquaculture pond can also be in the system as an irrigation source where all of the nutrient-filled water can be applied to crops. So as you can see, a lot depends on where a pond sits within the overall water system. Is there a continual water source to fill ponds, like a spring or a creek, or do they depend on rainfall?
Or rainfall.
The really important thing to realize is that a pond doesn't just fall into one of these categories. For example, you can have a
It could be
recreation
many. It
pond
could be a
that's
couple of them.
also a firefighting pond, because
Yeah,
both
you
of
could
these
have a
uses
couple of the
require
fish,
water
like,
to maintain throughout
biting
the
at
summer.
your
But you
toesies while
cannot
you're going
have
for
a
a
firefighting
gradual
pond
slope
that's also
to
an irrigation
swim.
pond, because the irrigation pond will be empty during the dry season as water is applied to crops.
Okay.
So in
All right,
permaculture,
come on. What's next?
stored in a pond for a high supply to gravity feed the areas below, but without any runoff flowing into it from anywhere on the landscape. So it would need to be filled somehow from below. So as big of a hole as you're able to carve out is as much water that you can store.
So you
if you have
tap
the right
into
soil
a
type
well.
and don't hit a shallow bedrock when you dig. Then as you go down the slope, from steeper to more gentle slopes, so you can see that the ratio of the amount of soil moved versus the amount of water stored
Doesn't this make,
increases
like,
as
the
you go down
landscape
to the
incredibly
flatter part
prone
of the
to
slope.
landslides,
So the
though?
flatter the area, the more water that can be stored for the amount of soil that's moved. But at the same time, the higher up in the landscape
loves
that you
that
can store
fucking
water,
ruler.
then you have the
Holy
potential
moly.
to move that water down using gravity for supply of areas down below without using electricity. So you need to choose the landscape positioning carefully. And the truth is, you'll typically find much better soils for building ponds lower down the landscape profile. So the soils may make the decision for you about where to put a pond. Another big consideration is placing the pond in or off of the channel. Now, this is a contour map, so looking down on the land from above. This is a valley where the water is flowing through, and this here is an adjacent ridge. So you can place a pond
not a
in the
ridge.
channel where the water is flowing,
What the
which
fuck?
has its
Am I
benefits and
lost?
liabilities. Now, on the
Topographically,
plus
this
side,
makes no
the
sense to
area
me.
already has water flowing through, and it can have a really high efficient ratio of soil moved to water stored if placed in
Oh,
a
I
gentle
see. Okay,
landform.
this is a
But on the
valley.
minus
Okay.
side, this is where the force
is
of
the
water is
dam.
concentrating. So in flood conditions, all of the force of water is flowing in this spot in the valley. So the structure, right, the dam, the water holding structure, needs to be planned with a strong overflow spillway to handle large and historic level of flood events. Additionally,
Wow,
many
who
government
knows if that
permitting
will be
agencies
happening
in various
anytime soon.
locations don't really like in-channel ponds because they can disrupt habitat like fish movement and wetland displacement. So in-channel ponds are often frowned upon by regulatory agencies, and off-channel ponds are usually more beloved by regulators. Now, in an off-channel pond, you'd create some sort of diversion from the channel itself or from roads or surface runoff to feed water to a pond on a ridge location. So a ridge location is a more stable location.
Yeah. All right.
how.
I love regulators. I love regulators. Yeah, I can't get enough of them.
Again,
Next.
I would direct you to my series Keyline in the Augmented Reality Sandbox, linked to here, to talk about pond positioning and water sources. So once you have an idea of what you want to do, you'll need to dig test pits and see what the soil composition is at different depths to see where you have enough clay content if you're creating a pond to hold water. Here's another great video link that shows this process.
Okay, whatever. What's going on with this last one?
Make sure that water doesn't seep through the dam wall and that the dam is actually anchored
Oh,
into the
you make
ground.
like a
Then the most
makeshift
typical ways that water is taken by
dam,
gravity
but
out of the
still
pond
water
is
can
through a
come
pipe
through
that actually
down.
goes through the dam called a lock pipe, or a siphon that's pressurized and goes over the dam. So a lot of the world over, people just use gasoline pumps stuck in the water to get the water out of the ponds. So these are the bones of the ponds. But how can we make this whole system more dynamic? So we can do all sorts of design to create plant niches, different levels, put trees on the edge. The dam itself can even be planted, but not with trees or woody perennials, because
No.
a tree's roots can
It'll
work their
break
way
it up.
through the pond and create pathways for water to leak through. So let's look at this pond from above, because there's another super crucial piece that if it's not done right, can spell disaster. As we discussed before, every pond needs a spillway for overflow water when the pond is full.
sluice.
So the spillway is the place where the water overflows from the pond when it's full. And the size of that spillway needs to be related to the amount of water flowing into that dam during flood events. One way to do a spillway is a wide grass channel where water will flow around the dam. But it's best to put what's called a trickle pipe that's a bit lower in elevation than the spillway, which is a pipe that takes the normal overflow of water from the pond, not during floods, and pipes it down below the dam. This means that most of the time, the spillway itself does not have flowing water through it, but remains
so you
vegetated
don't have
or
stagnant
clad with
water?
rock,
Is that
and
why
only
you're
has
doing
water
it?
flowing during high flow events when the trickle pipe is overwhelmed. So the vegetation or the rock cladding protects the spillway so it doesn't erode during flood events, but it's stable at that time. Conventionally, a lot of times people just put a culvert through the dam wall for a spillway. But the thing about a culvert is it has a fixed diameter, and this doesn't allow for a historic level flood event that might overwhelm the culvert and blow out the dam. So a wide grassed or rock-clad spillway has a lot more capacity for that unexpectedly massive volume of water that you get during a flood event. Another
Which could
type of
ruin your
overflow
entire
channel
village, which
and the
we
spillway
don't
is
want.
to actually have the water overflow from one pond through an on-contour swale that's connected to another pond. So this way, these two ponds are actually connected and fill simultaneously, where the swale actually extends the holding capacity of the ponds when full.
Me after I transition and I look down at the
level sill spillway,
at the
where the overflow
D-cups
water
that the
goes
doctor
over this
gave me.
wide level plain. So the water is frame structure of roadways and...
Oh wait, okay, so we're looking down. This is water. This is the shallow ends. Okay, trees. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's really awesome. Let's take a look. Last video from this fucker.
This still is one of the best examples of how humans can thrive with nature.
It's all right there. It's still right there.
Yo,
this
that's
is the black gold
an
of
axolotl.
Xochimilco.
This is like some of the best soil I've ever held in my life.
So
it's amazing.
This might be the
exists
soil
in
that
the heart of Mexico City.
black soil that was used in the Amazon to make it fertile. All right, yeah, we get the cultural prestige that you're trying to bring.
The basin of Mexico City is located at a high elevation in the south of the country. The basin used to be covered by 5 lakes, and it was on an island in one of these lakes that the Aztecs built their legendary capital city, Tenochtitlan. Even before the Aztecs, agriculture had taken a unique form here. In order to grow food in this flooded landscape, an innovative form of agriculture was developed, where land was recovered for farming by building artificial
this
islands
sort
and
of
peninsulas that are
agriculture
known
still
as the
exists
Chinampas.
in South America.
These Chinampas covered the lakes and
at
provided food
one
for
of
the
the
capital
highest
city in a maze of
lakes
canals and
in
raised
South
gardens.
America, in
When the Spanish
Patagonia.
conquered Tenochtitlan in 1521, they began to systematically destroy the
and
city.
the local wildlife is a
Chinampas.
frog that
Mexico
apparently is
City
an
grew over the
aphrodisiac
ruins
that's
of
being
Tenochtitlan
hunted.
and has steadily expanded over the last 500 years, draining and covering the lakes and paving over the Chinampas that once covered the wet valley. This vast ancient farming system has been all but erased from history except for one special area. So these are the Chinampas, also known as the floating gardens of Xochimilco, and they're still in use 500 years after the fall of the Aztec Empire. So why do we think this could be the most fertile agricultural system in history?
Why do we think that this is the most agricultural productive? He's falling into the trap of like the universalizing principles instead of like the localizing principles. Like this, the principles of Chinampas work very well for Central America, and they might work well elsewhere.
Fish, and then
but obviously,
this man-made intervention created more biodiversity, so that.
So what are the principles that are underlying it that
I have a
we
friend
can
here
actually
that says we
extract?
have 1,000-year reservoir of nutrients and minerals.
Boy
We've
looks
got here
like a
about
gringo.
11% of organic matter.
Wow.
He speaks. He does not speak like a gringo, but he looks like a gringo.
That's the color you want.
This is like some of the best soil I've ever held in my life, right? I mean, this is like the foundation
Yo,
of the Chinampas right here.
if Destiny was actually like
is the
woke,
sediments that we have
is
on the
what
bottom
that
of the lake,
fucking guy looks
mixed
like.
with plants, with roots, with trees, so that it becomes not only black, but it has the right texture. You don't need to water these plants.
You can just put the seeds in, and then you cut these blocks, and you don't water it for a month. It's just like a giant sponge.
Yeah, and as long as we keep it covered,
He does look like Destiny.
then it will stay that way.
And they put wood chips over the soil as well. That's to prevent the sun from baking the fuck out of all the
washes down
soil.
from the mountains. This has gone on for millennia, and so all of the soil and debris from this large mountain range settled into the lakes, providing extremely fertile materials for constructing the Chinampas. Because of this geography, there's a deep and long-lasting reservoir of fertility that formed the basis of food production for ancient civilizations.
This is a very shallow lake. And because it's so shallow, it was easy enough to pull mud out of the canal and to put it in this rectangle.
The Chinampas were constructed by creating a perimeter of willow stakes known as aguajotes that were anchored to the bottom of the lake. Reeds were then woven around the framework of the stakes to create a container enclosed on 4 sides. Into this container was placed brush, aquatic plants, weeds, and whatever else was available, making a big sponge of organic material. Then using buckets or long shovels, the lake mud was scooped out and placed in a layer over the organic material. More organic material and more mud could be added as needed to get the Chinampa to the desired height. Over time, the organic material broke down and the whole mass became a body of soil that could then be planted. The aguajote willow stakes would then sprout and grow roots to shore up the perimeter of the Chinampa, and more trees were planted as needed. The Chinampa became stable and many crops house can be continually
shade
planted.
as well.
This chinampa in
Bring
particular
birds in
is
who
the one
will
that
like
looks like
hunt
how it
predators,
was originally designed. It resembles
like
the
a
most
bug
the original
predators.
design.
Okay,
so we
okay.
can picture that this chinampa could be worked by one person. I am sure that the chinampa in its origin is an agroforestry system, always surrounded by trees. As we say, this is an agriculture based more on process than on inputs. The original design of the chinampa is always surrounded by water, and we have all these trees, the willows that are called aguajotes. They
I
help
feel
to
like,
keep the
yeah,
chinampa in
the
place.
guy who
dig
makes these
1 meter
channels, or at least
and a half,
the
you
2
will find the
previous
lake.
videos that
For
we've
trees,
watched, he's been
it's
very
a
much
very
so
good
about
idea.
a
They can
inputs
easily
kind of
reach
guy.
down 1.5 meters
So it's nice
and
to
then
hear
get the water
a
from there.
process kind of guy.
That way it's also like pumping water to the system, no? Because most of the content of this leaf is water, and once we put it down, it's like a way of irrigating by covering.
That's a really cool image. So the trees are actually pumping this water into their leaves and organic matter, which you then add to the soil, which then with the increased organic matter in the soil, you actually have better water retention and you have to do less irrigation.
Exactly, yeah, trees are harvesting water for us and the sunlight. And then we have different sizes of
There's
canals,
like an old
primary, secondary, and tertiary.
tale of
The traditional chinampas are configured as long rectangles surrounded by water and were not built over 12 meters or 40 feet wide.
about
so
like
all sides of the chinampa have easy
planting
access to
trees
water for irrigation
before,
and boat transport of crops, soil,
or like
and organic
the
matter.
clouds follow the
It
trees.
is also really
So
important
when
for
you plant
chinampas
trees,
to be
the
surrounded
clouds
by
will
water
follow
because
and the rains will
during
follow
the rainy
the trees.
season, all the salt
Because
that
the
is
trees
naturally
will
in the
grab
soil
as much water as they
can
can
run
from
off.
the environment
Some people,
and then push it
in order
up
to
and
have
out
more land,
constantly,
they have
saturating.
filled up canals and cut down trees. But knowingly or without knowing, they are disrupting the original design that, in my opinion, it's perfect.
There are 3 canal types. The primary canals, which are big enough for small barges for transporting lake mud and crop residues. The secondary canals are sized for canoes. And then the tertiary canals are just small channels big enough to irrigate from, but too small for boats.
We are using those smaller canals to start to reintroduce all those endemic species here. Well, the most
And if those endemic
emblematic
species are mosquitoes?
is, the axolotl. It's like a salamander, it's
Yo!
an amphibian. Axolotls, as biologists say, they are bioindicators, know that the ecosystem is healthy.
Right.
You have to have all the food chain.
The tertiary canals are important to preserving the native ecosystem and creating habitat for the endangered axolotl salamanders, as well as other aquatic species that are threatened by the introduced tilapia and carp. The tertiary canals are also where they're pulling out water for irrigation, so there's concern about the water purity. Their strategy has been the construction of biofilters at the ends of these tertiary canals. The biofilters make it so the water needs to filter through a barrier of gravel that's planted with reeds known for their water filtering qualities. The tertiary canals then become miniature bioreserves, where the salamanders, frogs, and crustaceans can be protected from the tilapia. The axolotls are particularly threatened and are considered a very special species, both in their role in Aztec religion as a form of one of their gods,
They look
and
so
their capacity
stupid,
to
like so
regenerate almost
fucking
any
head
part of their
empty.
body. They've been extensively studied in medical research, so the loss of axolotl genetic diversity is not only a loss of biology and culture, but of science as well. For these reasons, the axolotl is the totem species
We
of the
must
chinampas,
preserve
and the
a
success
future
of
for the
Lucio's
axolotl
project and the health of the
species and
chinampas can be
the
judged by the
genetic
proliferation
diversity
of
of
the
it
axolotl salamander.
if we're going to make humanity immortal. Come on, guys. Come
The chinampas,
on.
now we have 2,200 hectares
Easy
of
layup.
chinampas, when we used to have more than
See, this is why the
100,000.
left can't be fucking united.
Since the
This is why we
Spanish
always fight
conquest,
with each
the
other.
water
Because we're gonna
management is
nitpick over
basically
stupid
a history of bad
shit.
decisions.
Cute but
The Aztecs
stupid.
were experts
Yeah.
in water management, in knowing how to control the levels of each lake. The Spaniards, really what they did was
we're
start
cute
to
accelerations
divert
here.
canals,
We don't mind
dry
being
the
a little
lakes,
bit
dry
stupid.
the
I don't
rivers,
mind.
basically
Holy
destroying
fuck, what a
the water
gorgeous
system.
church.
We used to have 5
Brick,
great lakes, and
red
now we
brick
have water
building,
problems. No?
white
As the city
trim.
grew, the water
Wow.
bodies shrank. Water treatment plants now supply all the water to the lake. The quality of the treatment plants, it's more than good enough for irrigation. The problem in Xochimilco is more 300 hectares have been urbanized and they don't have a sewage system. So all that water goes into the chinampas.
So he has to become the local
and mostly the
sewage
pathogens
system.
are of concern. The water also from the Xochimilco aquifer is being used at a faster rate than it's been recovered. So now with the water issues and the pollution of the people that have started living in the chinampas are really endangering the system.
So these chinampas are a living thread.
Salty
that
was
weaves
right.
together
It's the
past and
people that
present.
are the poison.
This whole thing was a giant lake bed. These chinampas were created, and then the city paved it all over. And here we are in the final vestiges.
So when he says the city paved it all over, what he means is the Spaniards used the blood and bodies of thousands of Aztec, Mexica, and Triple Alliance bodies to clog the canals up.
Last part of this
And then it got
magnificent,
paved
massive
over.
system that is still intact to this day.
Arca Tierra is a project that links farmers with people in the city by means of agriculture. And then we also have rural tourism, especially in Xochimilco, where we invite people to go to the chinampas. For us, it's really supporting a network of good farming and a better food system.
Good farm
Arca
system,
Tierra has made enormous
good
progress
tourism,
in having the
good
cultural
food,
and
good
biological value
community.
that Chinampas recognized. They're applying permaculture and ecological design principles to an ancient system with modern problems and are gaining real momentum.
What we would like to promote is farming as a way of regeneration, of landscape, of food, of culture, of social relations, and also to try to rehabilitate the water systems that used to be in Mexico City, taking ancient knowledge from the people that understood this environment very well, and also backing all that information with scientific knowledge, with researchers from universities.
That. Also, it's gay pagan shit. He's got
not
fucking
only
pierced
for
nipples.
farming.
Did you see that shit?
We can hear all the birds. There are amphibians, crustaceans. There's many
Never
different
mind.
animals and plants that
Jesus
live
would
here.
want
And if
a
we go
Costco
towards
built over
an
these
agroforestry
chinampas.
system, there's going to be more life, and we're going to sequester more carbon, and it's going to be more beautiful. So the challenge is to make it profitable, very productive, and that more people can join.
Yes, so that more people can
what do
join.
we have to learn from
That's
this
the
system
big thing.
that can be applied elsewhere? This is a pattern that can be replicated in any wet, swampy area.
There was another
Lower the
article
low
that I
areas
intended
for
to
deep
feed
water
into
and raised
the AI
islands
slot
for
machine, but I
cultivation. We can
completely
create
forgot about
more
it.
production
By AI
diversity
slot machine, I
on
mean
these
the
wet sites.
yapping.
This is a resilient strategy that has withstood the test of
what was
time,
it?
and we are standing here on living proof of that. People say that this is, the most productive agricultural system in history. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know if it's the most, but definitely on the top list. And that is because the people that lived here 1,000 years ago had this great sensibility and combined, like human ingenuity with natural power. The sun, the water, the nutrients, the minerals. In my opinion, this still is one of the best examples of how humans can thrive with nature, can co-create. This is the most productive system in Mesoamerica, all year round. As long as you give back enough, you will have plenty of production.
I knew about the Chinampas, like, whoa, the Chinampas in Mexico City. This is something I've heard about from my early studies in permaculture. But I've got to say, actually, my expectations have been surpassed. I didn't realize the extent of what the Arca Tierra project was accomplishing there. I didn't realize that they were actually already deep into integrating more contemporary ecological practices like syntropic agriculture and agroforestry. I didn't realize how far into this process they were, and that they'd already kind of redesigned the Chinampas and created habitat and created biofilters for the water supply and had shared so deeply with so many people with their public relations campaigns and all of the events that they host there, connecting the population of Mexico City right into the heart of the Chinampas. So I'm super impressed with Lucio and with the work of Arca Tierra, and also just sinking into the beauty of the Chinampas, just spending a couple days going on the boats and looking around the birds and the plants and the people.
There's got to be phenomenal
that
nature
that
watching
exists
there.
in the heart of Mexico
Bird
City.
enjoyers are so
There's not a lot of other places in the world that you go, the ancient system is still intact and is being actually improved in this way. It's all right there. It's still right there for us to learn from and experience. Everywhere we go here, we see the legacy of ancient cultures that have survived here for millennia off of the land, and we have a lot to learn from them.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember what the name of the article that the other article that I wanted to bring to the stream was. All right. What else can we do? What else must be done?
Before our eyes. Climate change, the average temperature of the planet increasing, and biodiversity loss. Species are going extinct at a rate approximately 1,000 times greater than occurred in the recent past, and that is likely an underestimate.
Both of these crises are caused by humans. Climate change is overwhelmingly caused by humans burning fossil fuels and adding their carbon to the atmosphere, while the ongoing sixth mass extinction is caused by habitat loss, humans destroying the natural world, especially for agriculture. But these two
we get
crises
it, bro.
Rainforests.
While the overwhelming cause of climate change has been our burning of fossil fuels, at the same time we have been damaging those parts of the planet that naturally suck carbon out of the air, what we call carbon sinks. By removing effectively negative emissions, we have been adding positive emissions that are globally significant. And the most important carbon sink that we've been damaging is tropical forest around the world. It accounts for almost...
Okay, so how can we put this video into the frame of what we listened to earlier today? Right, that the fetishization of carbon, if we just brought carbon down a little bit, the universalization instead of the particularization of minutia, of details. I mean, the real problem that this article is probably, or this video probably isn't going to talk about, is the huge sprawling, not just, the suburbs are incredibly sprawling wastelands of ecology, but also farming itself is a huge wasteland of ecology. So there should be a double critique here of these ecological practices. The first one being the deforestation, and then two, what's being used with that space afterwards, which is
not very ecologically diverse at all.
Half the land-based carbon sink,
Or
and we are
robust.
destroying it at an incredible rate.
In the past decade, we have destroyed an area of rainforest twice the size of New Zealand, while in the Amazon, some parts of the rainforest are now so deforested that at times they are net carbon emitters rather than carbon sinks.
And with that forest loss, enormously complex and rich ecosystems of beautiful flora and fauna are lost too. Over half the world's species live in tropical forests. The density of life is astonishing.
And when a rainforest is lost, while the trees can grow back relatively quickly, A, their potential as a carbon sink has been demonstrated to be vastly less, and B, the rich biodiversity takes much longer to recover. So protecting unspoiled rainforest is of vital importance to both climate change and preventing species from going extinct. It's a no-brainer.
But we feel powerless to stop deforestation in the tropics. We see the pictures on our screens and want to help, but we are so far removed from the problem, and the forces leading to deforestation, agriculture and demand for natural resources, seem so inevitable.
Yet, as I mentioned in a previous video, the world is making tangible progress curbing deforestation. Our emissions due to land use change, about half
It's
of which
not.
is deforestation, have
It's
decreased by 30% since the year 2000. But reduce isn't enough. We need to protect all remaining tropical forests or risk jeopardizing the already slim chances we have of keeping climate change to a manageable level. But there is a way you can make a truly effective difference today.
Wait,
to
me?
preserving
The
most
viewer
important carbon
itself?
on
I'm not
Earth.
just gonna
And it
click
all
onto
has
the
to do
next
with
video
the
after
most
watching
neglected
this?
part of climate negotiations to
After
date.
this
Communities
relatively
on the
handsome
front line.
gringo with
Specifically,
tastefully
communities
green,
indigenous to
grey hair
rainforests. It's estimated that
tells
globally
me that
50
actually I
million
can
people
do
live in
something.
or depend on rainforests. A hugely diverse group of people, but those communities have several things in common.
They have historically been marginalized, discriminated against from colonial times up to the present day, and suffer from higher rates of malnutrition, disease, and poverty. And while you probably have a mental image of what an
Bro,
indigenous
this
person
video
living
is
in a
actually
rainforest
like
looks
I peak liberal
There are a whole range
hero
of
complex.
stereotypes that we
Let's
carry
fucking
around
go.
very easily.
We're gonna
which need
save
to be
we're gonna save the
challenged. People who
minorities.
live there have exactly the same aspirations and concerns as we do. They're generally, at least bilingual, very often multilingual. They're incredibly industrious and have often had careers, been involved jobs in towns and cities, sometimes many hundred miles away.
In short, these communities are very much like you and me. They have the same wants and needs.
They're
as
just
us,
like
and
me.
They are part of the global economy. Just like us.
He's
Unfortunately, however, they have
universalizing
limited
them.
options when it comes to earning money to participate in that economy.
I mean, mining and logging or forestry, or even agricultural companies, looking to turn land into big agricultural fields, they all live in the same area. I mean, these companies are very interested in the rainforest, and the resources on that land can turn quite a lot of profit.
And if you're at a really low ebb, if, as we've seen in the past, you have very high levels of malaria, if you have malnutrition, then they're the only acting town. They're the only people who are providing cash. And often selling out to loggers or miners or ranchers is an entirely rational position that I can guarantee you or I would do exactly the same thing in their position.
Unfortunately, of course, accepting money from these logging companies leads to the destruction of the rainforest carbon sink. And that leads to climate change, both globally and locally.
Yeah,
Something that
just
these
another
communities
example
are
of
very aware
rationalism
of and don't
leading you to
want.
kill
Their
yourself.
entire knowledge systems, their entire spiritualities, their entire practices depend on a healthy environment. But it's that special relationship which has evolved over
And capitalism is the destruction of these relationships and these rituals.
So much of the wealth of weather is produced in those places. So, for example, desiccation of the canopy means that rain just doesn't fall in the way that it used to in some parts of the world. And in Papua New Guinea, sometimes they have 2-3 month dry periods, which was unheard of. Equally, the flooding events are terrifying, and these have been a real wake-up call in terms of just how resilient communities can be to these terrifying changes.
So if these communities were given an alternative to accepting money from mining and logging companies, even if it's less money, whereby they don't have to lose their trees and damage their land, they will take it.
And that is exactly what a charity called Cool Earth is offering.
Important disclaimer. This video is not sponsored by Cool Earth, and they have had no editorial control over
Yo,
it.
look at
I
this
learned about Cool Earth
disclaimer.
last year in the Oxcast Jingle Jam, and have spent the past several weeks and months learning about the charity, talking to the team.
Which
and
was
interviewing
sponsored by
players. This
Displates.
video representing my personal
Let's go,
opinion.
Displates.
I
If you're
think they're
open
a great
to
charity, and I'll explain why.
sponsoring
Firstly,
me, I'm
you've been hearing from members of Cool
dispel.
Earth based down in Cornwall, here in the
And
UK,
I
but
will
they are a global
dispel
charity
any
with offices
hindrance that
in
my
Peru and
audience
Guinea,
has
where they
towards
operate in the Amazon and
a
Sahara
reluctancy
rainforests,
to
respectively, and they also
purchasing
operate
your
in a number of
product
countries
because,
in
in
Central
fact,
And what they do
the choice of your product actually is very important. It's so important that you choose your product and you forget
It's really
about
simple.
the
So Cool
potential
Earth is a
for
highly
an
impact charity
actual political
that
economy
bets on the most
that
effective way
involves you.
of keeping rainforests standing.
Sorry.
What Cool Earth does that very few other charities do, particularly in the sort of environmental sector or the climate sector, is that we deliver unconditional cash transfers, a cash payment that you deliver to people, to households, or to communities with no strings attached.
If you're unfamiliar with unconditional cash transfers, I actually made a whole video about the subject last year that does a deep dive on the subject and answers some common questions. Though, in this specific case, you may wonder, as I did, what can you do
It's
with
always
cash in a
back to
rainforest?
dark
There will be
money.
local economies, there will be traders, there will
It's
maybe
dark
shops,
money,
people set up their own
dark
shops and take
soil,
this, people visit cities,
dark
collect things
water,
from there
and
themselves,
dark
but it all feeds
bodies.
into this local economy.
People were buying, sacks of rice to have in reserve. People were buying tools to make sure that they can actually, prune and clear the dead wood on their cacao trees far more efficiently. There are also things, though, that surprise us. Water tanks, what were once 100-year events in terms of droughts and indeed in flooding, are now becoming almost every other year.
They fill up in the rainy season and then often see people through the very long dry spells that they experience over there. The premise that Cool Earth is based on, that people do know what they need better than we could ever say.
Understanding that just as we would regard cash as the most agile resource we have, which is why we ask for that to be, the way in which we're paid at the end of each month, exactly the same applies to people living in rainforests.
So the idea is simple. Give communities who share a deep connection with their environment an alternative to accepting money from extractive industries, and keep that money coming year after year to both protect the rainforest and help those communities adapt to a changing climate.
The question is, how effective is this? And the answer is very. By design.
You see, there's enormous diversity in the communities that live in tropical forests. Some communities remove large sections of forest in order to
Capitalism,
make
but
agriculture,
diverse.
materials, while others barely remove any trees at all. Cool Earth only works with communities that have very low forest loss rates, removing as little as 1% of forest area for their own needs.
We're trying to prevent future deforestation. So these communities, even if with low forest loss rates, are at risk. In fact, they're probably more at risk because people eyeing them up and going, oh, this is fertile ground to exploit. I mean, these people resisting the threats the threats to their territories is something very compelling at this stage.
So Cool Earth basically says, we love what you're doing, please keep protecting this untouched forest, and in so doing, improves the resilience of those communities to the growing threats to that forest. And there's plenty of evidence to suggest that this approach is highly effective, even when offering less money than the mining and logging companies.
So in terms of carbon, I think cumulatively, so over our entire existence, we've probably kept about 500 million tons of carbon locked in. In terms of forest, it's about 2.1 million acres that these people protect.
And what we're seeing is we're 70 to 80% more effective than any other approach to keeping forests standing in those areas. In many of our partnerships, we're seeing deforestation rates of 1% or less. And the reason we have such extraordinary impact is because local people are fully in control of their forest. And it's worth noting that Cool Earth doesn't just provide cash transfers to these communities, they also liaise with them in the Rainforest Monitoring Project. This makes satellite data on deforestation
So we're just giving out money to minorities in the forest so that they can also take
There's data from the
oil
ground
money?
or
Nice.
from the field that is collected by our partners, and then there's data that is available from various satellite imagery. Most of that is processed by big institutions like the University of Maryland with their Global Forest Watch data sets. These communities then told us that it would be really helpful for them to have access to this data independently. Obviously, data is a really good validation tool outside of Cool Earth support. If they thought that these fires were getting worse but they didn't have access to the data to demonstrate it, they might have struggled to get help from other potential funders. The most recent iteration of the project was in Papua New Guinea, so they quite want to use the lab to document their own species. They want to create a herbarium where they kind of take samples of lots of different plants and enable this knowledge exchange with different universities and expand it to local schools and stuff like that. So there's a lot of really interesting kind of ideas.
It just sounds like a more complicated version of H-1B visas. But at least I'm going to say it's better because it's related to their local conditions and they're empowering them with the tools of knowledge
and directions
to make their own
projects
choices.
Can go in.
Good
so
stuff.
All of the data that we provide to the communities belongs to them and stays with them. So if they were interested in sharing back with Cool Earth, then that would be something that we'd be interested in. But our support and our provision of the data is not contingent on them providing verification for these models. We provide it to them, and then whatever they need to do with it, or whatever they want to do with that information, they can do. Yeah.
In talking to the people at Cool Earth, it becomes very clear that their approach is effective and already covers a large area of rainforest, but could be expanded to include much, much more. There are huge numbers of indigenous and local communities living in the rainforest throughout the world who are the finest possible chance we have of keeping those forests standing. As simple as that. We can put 101 different interventions in place and they'll do pretty well, but none of them will exceed the impact that local people have to keep their forests standing on a long-term, multi-generational view. If Cool Earth had a larger budget, they could expand their operations, working with more rainforest communities, protect more forest. And because their approach is so simple and so flexible on the ground, we can be confident that it would continue to be effective. Of course, if you would like to help them with that,
Make a donation to Cool Earth. Visit our website, www.coolearth.org/donate, and make a difference today.
but also, as well as being able to donate there and then, you can get in touch with the team. I'm always very keen to talk to prospective donors. And we have an extraordinarily able fundraising team who would be delighted to answer any question you have and indeed put you in touch with people on the ground who will tell you in even more detail. As I said before, this video is my personal opinion. I really like what Cool Earth do. As I've made a whole video about before, unconditional cash transfers are a highly effective way of getting aid where it is needed and empowering communities. In this case,
unconditional
Cool Earth is empowering communities
cash
who are
transfers does sound
by our crisis,
a
but also
little bit
communities
of
who have
a
historically been marginalized and almost completely excluded from climate finance
way to
discussion.
phrase
The charity
it.
is categorically
Like, I
both
assure
climate
you,
adaptation, helping
there's
those
no way
communities on
our
the front
version
already
of
affected by climate change, and
money
also
moving
this,
has any strings
keeping
attached
carbon
to it.
in
We
the ground and
promise,
maintaining
we
our
double
natural
pinky
carbon
promise.
sinks. And as long-time viewers of this channel will know, preventing species loss is a really important topic to me, and it's almost a side effect of all the other wonderful benefits.
If you're looking for a way to feel less helpless in the fight against climate change and deforestation, I think Cool Earth is an excellent place to invest in the future of our planet.
Just spend your money better, and then that's going to be what you need. Wow. Globalize My Agenda 69. Hello, welcome to the Dispel Marketable stream. What are your politics like? I, for one, am somebody who is all about wanting to be considerate. I, for one, and this is kind of a hot take, in the modern political environment, I'm a Christian. And there's a lot of people who are very antagonistic to the ideas of Christianity. It's very much so a religion that contains shells of the most politically expedient prolemma in history, which is loving your neighbor, kindness, forgiveness, cultivating a planet for the benefit of, for sufficiency, right? We want to destroy people who are doing good for the world, and we're also going to be destroying the rich, who are doing stuff to the world. And that's what our politics are like here at the Dispel Marketable Stream agenda. We will happily take donations, subscriptions. I will be convinced into any position as long as money is coming my way, because ultimately I am a rational and unchanging person, and my principles and values will probably just never change. People who have been saying that oh, you know, Dispel, I would vote for you if you were to run for president. I mean, you won't know who I am. You might be able to tell based on the way that I talk with the media, but you won't be able to tell. You don't think Christianity is unpopular in politics? No, you're right. You're right. Christianity isn't too unpopular right now, but there is a lot of friction right now when it comes to the ideas of what Christianity represents. Is Christianity about loving your neighbor? Is Christianity about opening your doors? Or do the interests of the nation state actually demands that we shut down the borders? You know, there's a lot that needs to be talked about there, and honestly, if you don't have a flexible framework, it's do or die. You're gonna drown. Drip or drown, motherfucker, is what I'm saying. 100%. Globalize, what are you up to? We're the only globalism that we really enjoy here at the Dispel Marketable Stream is the globalism of Christianity, the forgiveness and supernatural forgiveness that Christ brings to us. Really just legendary stuff what that guy 2,000 years ago did.
Of Cool Earth, and that is partly because of how climate change and its...
The reason there's a lot of friction right now within Christianity, and maybe why I said that it's unpopular, is because there's all sorts of slightly different factions who are vying for a framework for the end of the world, right? You've got the liberals who've got their own framework for the end of the world. You got the conservatives who've got their own framework for the end of the world. You got the accelerationists who are their own framework for the end of the world. Your only hope for humanity at this point is an extraterrestrial takeover. Yeah, well, let me tell you, the extraterrestrial has always been here in a very real way. And the extraterrestrial has to come within each and every one of us. We need to encourage and foster it to grow and to externalize, to bring us all together. We have a Christian politician in my country that said floods flat... Whoa. We have a Christian politician in my country that said floods happen in Europe because God is mad at Europe for having gay people. That's one way to say why God is mad. Okay. I mean, the fact of the matter, okay, here's the argument against what they're saying, right? Our Lord is not one of vengeance, of anger, and in fact, the rainbow, the pride flag, the symbol of the pride flag, is a reminder that God is no longer vengeful. He will no longer strike humanity down in these massive casualty events. And besides that promise, there has been a whole new pact forged in the blood of God itself. Himself. He said that in the EU Parliament? Yeah. I'm sorry, a couple of our crazies are meandering their way over to the other end of the pond. Well, if you're okay with an alien beaming you up, Gamer JM, you missed the rapture. Sorry, it's over. It's gone. You missed the rapture, and I missed it as well, which is kind of unfortunate. I wish I hadn't missed the rapture. I wish I was in heaven right now, but at least the upside is that I get to chat with you guys now. I'm not religious. Globalize my agenda, and the agenda you're trying to globalize is just 69. That's honestly kind of a selfish agenda to globalize, because you can only have 2 people in a 69, unless you want to go for like an Ouroboros chain of 69s, right? At least I'll die unemployed. Yeah, well, liberals want us all to die unemployed, unfortunately.
right? Because if you aren't competitive enough in the post-AI job market, then I guess you just deserve to die. Sorry. That's just the market forces, and you just need to be a little bit more competitive. Sorry. It's not me that's saying that. I'm just being objective, you know? I'm not religious, but out of the religious out there, Christianity is the best. Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know, I think I will always appreciate I will always appreciate a Muslim, a Hindu, a Buddhist over an atheist. I'll always appreciate a Gnostic over an atheist. I think atheists are an absolute bane on humanity and are exemplified of some of the worst excesses of rationalism. And it's not like Christianity is perfect, but Christianity, I think, is actually one of the best platforms for being able to understand the difference between the material and the transcendental, and how the transcendental always will need the material inside of it, and the material always refers back to the transcendental. Yeah, if you have a gap on your resume, they discard you so fast. Like, I mean, a problem that my family has come across recently is, you know, my brother was dating a nice girl, and she was out of the job market for a couple of years, and she was doing her best, you know, in late cyberspace capitalism to try and get a foothold, to make a couple of connections with other influential people. But it really just kind of wasn't going anywhere. Like, she had dead ended at a certain point. And it caused a lot of relationship friction for them. And I don't think it was friction that she was able to necessarily describe, because she didn't have a feminist sort of understanding of the feminine role, in terms of, on the one hand, you know, you're a woman who's working in the workplace to get her bag, to be a bad bitch, to be a girl boss. And in reality, you know, you're just getting your work extracted from you, so that for the benefit of older men. And then on the other side, their reaction to that is like, oh, you know, that's disgusting, women shouldn't have to deal with that sort of shit, it should be only men that has to deal with, like, the extraction, the mental duress of having their labor extracted from them. Here, women, I'll give you a nice comfy lifestyle inside the kitchen, with like a little slap on the ass and a couple of cigarette burns on her forehead. Like, fuck, it's like, what is the way forward for women? Well, obviously it needs to include women, and last I checked my fucking YouTube analytics on the short that I made recently, unfortunately it seems like my audience is 100% men. So I'm speaking to the boys here, and I remember actually I was in a voice call in Pisco's Discord. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Pisco. He's a lawyer, he does politics, he's Latin American, he's pretty awesome. I like him a lot, despite a lot of the criticisms that some of my compatriots have been giving him. But I brought up, you know, because at the time a bunch of the liberals were trying to figure out, like, damn, why is nobody excited to be a liberal? Like, you know, oh, it's like, oh, it sucks, you know, we're just gonna swing from pendulum to pendulum, which sucks ass, by the way, just fundamentally, structurally sucks ass. That also needs to be changed. Electoral reform needs to be top of the docket. But I told this voice call of, you know, mostly men, like 80% men, who are discussing, like, why are people, like, not engaging with politics? And it's like, well, it's kind of, fucking debating people is a sausage fest. Like, there's a reason there's no fucking women here. And if you're gonna have a successful political movement, you need women in some way. And, you know, some affluent political people who have passed away recently did have a strong woman in their life, and it's unfortunate that there's certain amounts of evidence that seems to be indicating that her role in his life was trafficking children from Romania. So sad. Globalize My Agenda says you're an atheist. You know, if you're an atheist, like, I don't have, like, much hate for you at all. I can understand why being an atheist means that... Why being an atheist means, like, you're just tired with religiosity. It's not consistent. It's irrational. And unfortunately, yeah, it is irrational. Yeah, it's inconsistent. And unfortunately, that's just kind of life. Like, you're not going to be able to fetishize life into being something that is consistent. It's always changing, right? You never step into the same river twice. They kind of tried with the whole Kamala thing. Yeah, but the whole Kamala thing was, like, really unfortunate. Like, I heard, like, right before her debate with Donald Trump, she got a call from Joe Biden being like, oh, bitch, have you been talking shit about my administration? Bitch, you better keep my damn mouth out of you better keep my damn name out of your mouth, you stupid bitch. Click. And then she has to go on stage, shake the ghoulish man's hands, and, you know, debate it. And, you know, she did a great job, but unfortunately debates aren't much besides a status game. Like, you aren't hashing much out, you know. Unfortunately, I think it is still important that, you know, we do debates, or we be capable of enunciating our beliefs. But a debate is like, the belief is, you know, you've got two contradictory ideas where one idea will supersede the other, and, you know, you sort of respond in turn to one another. No, debates are just an opportunity for message discipline. Have a point, have a vision, understand who your audience is going to be, and just hit that fucking point over and over any opportunity that you get. Now, I have a lot of respect for religion, I just don't believe in it. Yeah. I mean, do you believe in God? Right? Because you say like, socially, you're an atheist. You don't believe in the institutions. You believe that Christianity is one of the better religions for religiosity. But you're an atheist. And you don't like the institutions. I'm going to be honest, I'm very much so like you. Personally, I find myself somewhere in between a Protestant and a Catholic. I like the institutions, the barriers of Catholicism, but I also like how free Protestantism is. Or up to interpretation, right? You don't need a special interlocutor in order to intercess with God, to intercess with the spiritual domain. You don't need a specialist. You can do it by yourself, and you can always use your own rational capabilities to interpret the Word of God. I think God may exist out there, but I doubt it's the Christian God. I don't think anyone can know if there is or isn't a God. Okay, so you are agnostic. You are like rational. Which is entirely something that I can appreciate, right? You aren't somebody who's going to double down and be like, actually, no. I've got no evidence of God, I just don't believe in it, and people who are religious are fucking insane. Yeah, they are insane. I mean, when you say, like, I think God may exist out there, but I doubt it's the Christian God, like, the meaning underneath the word Christian is carrying a lot of, like, heavy lifting, and that's one of the benefits, I think, of Protestantism, is that, you know, there's always going to be a back and forth, right? You get the display ad, all right, a fucking ground news ad at the end of the most effective way to end deforestation without considering how we're spending our money.
The world is drowning in stuff. The stuff we cram.
Globalize my agenda. Appreciate you coming by. I don't know. Thank you for following as well. I don't have fucking alerts up. Oh my god, I'm a hack fraud. All right, the alert box is awesome. Thank you so much for following 12 minutes ago. You thought I missed out on that. I did not. I've also got a YouTube stream going on up. Feel free to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Feel free to like the stream. It does wonders. It's free. It costs nothing. And the best that I can honestly expect you to do when you come by on stream is stop by, say hi, give your thoughts. I really appreciate it. You know, this stream really wouldn't be much at all if it wasn't for the people watching it, if it wasn't for the people who are engaging with the content, who sometimes I bring up on stream, sometimes I do
closet,
not.
store in our garage.
All right, let's continue on. We're saving the world. We're figuring out how we have to save the world.
Stuff that gets thrown out
this
and
VOD is
going
to be up on Twitch and YouTube. There's a lot of great stuff that happened earlier on in the video. And I'm kind of kicking myself because I had another article that I wanted to look up at about, you know, political autonomy, disillusionment, consumption, and the path forward towards a greater future.
Consumerism and craft a more just and ethical way of living well.
Right. What is
this view is
actually
made possible
after
by the people who support me on Patreon. Get early access to all my videos by becoming an
good
OCC
old
Patreon
agnostic atheism, vastly superior to Sam Harris, Charles Dawkins atheism. Yeah, 110%. Charles Dawkins atheism has got to be the most fucking bullshit on the like bullshit egocentristic, narcissistic fuck ideology that could have ever come out. It's crazy. Because, oh no, it was Richard Dawkins. It was Richard Dawkins that did the selfish gene, right? It was Charles Dawkins that was the atheist. But Richard Dawkins is also an atheist. Who have, like, very iffy, anti-human understandings of reality, right? The thing that I appreciate about agnostics, right, whether or not you call yourself an atheist, and then when we get down to the discussion, you're actually agnostic,
the thing that I appreciate is that you still have an understanding, you have a humility that you don't know what you don't know. Sure, extraterrestrials could be out there, we just don't really have a reason to believe it yet. Richard Dawkins, yeah. And messing up the Richard Dawkins and messing up names,
or a nice pair of jeans, buying for status, acceptance, desire, or because of that Instagram ad are all ingrained in our conception of success and mental well-being. Under capitalism, we buy the right things as a way for us to seek acceptance.
This is so the implicit matrix underneath this is prosperity doctrine, right? When atheists come to me and they give me criticisms of Christianity, I can't help but be like, yeah, I mean, I think people are innately sinful, and all of the problems that you're talking to me about Christianity are not exclusive to Christianity, right? A messy eschatology, a messy understanding of the future and how the world is going to end isn't exactly exclusive to humanity, isn't exclusive to Protestantism or Christianity. And then the second thing that most people bring up is, the perspective of agency. Like, Christianity is sort of a thought-terminating ideology where everything is self-determined by a good and a pure God. There's also tons and tons of friction within the Christian community about whether or not that's true. And whether or not we have autonomy is the other sort of big problem of our age for secular people as well. Because what good is any sort of political action if the political future isn't ours, if like the climate is gonna fuck us over, right? So we need to figure out what are the political steps to move forward in a way that brings people together to avoid this sort of polarization, this sort of swing between opposites, and to actually embrace conflicts, violence, selection, but we need to be mindful about selection and be open to questions regarding our selection.
From and connection with our peers.
Right. None of the stuff that he's talking about we're going to be able to get rid of, but we need to
with sunglasses,
co-opt
and even
it
love with
for
headphones.
the benefit
but
of more
this
people.
drive to purchase that new Swiffer wetjet or that new car is not an inherently biological trait. Our quest for more, our relentless overconsumption, is a symptom of capitalism.
No. I would completely disagree. This idea that consumption is external to the human being is not at all what I would pitch. Here's what I would amend. Consumption is an internal drive to humanity which is unending, right? There's always going to be a drive forward. When we reviewed cute accelerationism, the cute accelerationists called it the quote-unquote drive body. There's always going to be entropy. Entropy is what constitutes the being of time going down and ebbing and flowing through causality. It's always going to be within us. It's always going to be outside of us. What they're pointing to here is that the modern technologies of consumption rely on proactively injecting a perspective or an idea into the critique of its own system, right? Where our rational capabilities are completely upended and broken and undermined by how fast information is fleeting. This is the news cycle, this is the attention cycle, right? There's always a new thing every week, and we may as well just forget about the new thing, right? It's this Trump strategy, the Bannon strategy of flooding the zone, which is in reality kind of like a Russian oligarch strategy where you're flooding the zone to make people forget about what's actually important and robbing them of their reasonable capabilities to analyze both their drives and their desires. But their drives and desires are undermined in the interest of supporting capital accumulation. Where am I from? I'm from America. I'm an American, not Americant. That's what I am.
But this drive to purchase that new Swiffer wetjet or that new car is not an inherently biological trait. Our quest
it is an inherently biological trait. It's coming fucking at levels of emergence from biology to psychology to economy.
For a business to succeed, outcompete others, and ultimately rake in more profits, it must grow. And one of the brainchildren of this profit growth imperative is advertising, a way to make new and useless products seem fresh, exciting, and even essential. That new iPhone, Boses, noise-canceling headphones, and basically all
the
of fast
seasonality
fashion are the
of
epitome
products.
Of this phenomenon. This kind of advertising is not telling you what the company's products are, but instead what you could be with their product. In this way, the products of the capitalist profit machine are foisted onto us.
Also, the other thing that needs to happen for
goods that in reality change very little of our material circumstances.
Is a reclaiming
short,
of digital identity.
More and more shit to
because
remain
identity
effective.
has sort of been chopped up into hashtags. And those hashtags you then use to buy products which reinforce your perspective of your identity and who you are.
So corporations transform these products through marketing
That's not
from
to say,
goods that
they're
don't
bad.
need to exist into necessities in order to get us to eat up what they're making. But more consumption and more income does not equate to more happiness. In fact, this phenomenon is called the Easterlin paradox. Studies reveal that after our basic material needs are met, any additional consumption does little to improve happiness or mental health. In addition to its impact on individuals' self-conception.
So money does make you happy. It just doesn't make you much happier beyond sufficiency.
Health, capitalist overproduction,
and scarcity is also. Oh, is this what he's going to talk about? Scarcity is also the other biggest fantasy of reality right now.
Overconsumption, especially in the global north, drives massive waste, emissions, and pollution. A country's rise in emissions correlates strongly with their growth in GDP. Same with energy consumption and production. The capitalist growth model is incompatible with a zero-carbon world.
Understand this
fact, which has been on display in the failures
and we're going
of
to talk about
decoupling
Jevons
strategies that try to
paradox
use
on a
renewables
future
and
stream.
techno-fixes like band-aids over a gaping wound. We know that decoupling doesn't work when we look at South Korea's emissions growth after their green growth initiatives in 2009. And we can see it in the fact that even though renewable capacity is at an all-time high, so too is fossil fuel capacity. We are emitting more than we ever have.
During the Biden administration, right at the start of Biden's administration, the gallons of oil produced per day fell off a cliff. And then by the end of the Biden presidency, it was right back to where Donald Trump had left us off in 2020. We hit a second peak oil under Biden, and that's going to continue skyrocketing under Donald Trump again. Global, as my agenda says, I don't think that consumerism is a consumerism. Sorry, I don't think that consumerism is a byproduct of capitalism, but it's just a product of prosperity. We're living good right now. That's just the truth. That's why we spend so much. I wouldn't say, okay, calling something a byproduct of something else in these like really abstract terms, I feel like it is sort of missing the point. Like whether or not A came before B, whether the chicken came before the egg, I don't know. Is it useful to think about whether or not the chicken came before the egg? When we look at any chicken, it lays an egg, and that egg comes to be another chicken, right? So these things are constantly related in one another. It's a product of prosperity, right? It absolutely is a product of an immense amount of choice. And that immense amount of choice is leveraged with the purposes of making certain privileged people incredibly potent, and far more potent at the expense of everybody else, at the expense of all of everybody else's political agency. We spend so much because what else are you going to do with that money? You're just going to throw it into the stock market? Are you going to buy art? Are you going to people spend so much money, but it isn't enough money to be able to like employ other people to meet other people's like livelihoods, right? We're living on a very sort of meta-stable place where everybody understands that corporations are corrupt. We've gone through like 3 once-in-a-century depressions, 2 once-in-a-lifetime pandemics, and well, that is just because the us needed to make up for Russia and Europe. That's because, yeah, I mean, you know, the consumptive sort of framework was absolutely passed down into Europe, but Europe has, and I think the reason Europe has fared far better than America is because it's got much longer cultural trends to the land in a very concrete sense. And I don't mean that in like an abstract ideological or ethnic, like Europe should be for Europeans, but what I mean is that when you go to Europe, you can see that there have been people there for thousands, hundreds of years. Like the oldest buildings in America, you've got a special building if you've got a building that's like 200 years old. That's an old building. In Europe, 200 years old, that's like literally your fucking bakery is 200 years old. And I feel like that very sort of long
collective and trans-chronological framework has been a great boon for Europe, and one that I wish America would embrace as well, or would be able to synthesize or get beyond. But I don't know.
Quickly if we are to stay
If it's
below
just a
1.5
materialism
degrees
thing.
Celsius of warming.
Oh, you meant the
if
oil.
The capitalist growth profit economy can't exist alongside a
Yeah,
zero
well,
carbon,
the oil thing
environmentally
is
ethical one.
entirely...
What other options?
Okay, I'm sorry. You are schizophrenic if you believe that climate deniers strategize around the Arctic politically. You are schizophrenic if you believe that the political capital and intelligence capital of Russia and America is being used to figure out how to melt the North Sea Passage and get the oil and natural gas that's underneath it. You're fucking schizophrenic. You're insane.
Do we have? Under the pressures of capitalism and consumerism, certain people are grasping
We are
for
not
some
a
form
degrowth
of
stream.
release valve, whether it
We
be
don't believe in
minimalism,
degrowth.
zero waste, or slow living.
Minimalism is also the same sort of fetishization of products. It's the signification of, wow, I'm such a good person because I don't engage in the same sort of systems that you do. Meanwhile, you still engage in the same slop. Stop thinking that you're better than everybody else. Just make your better decisions, live with your better decisions, and let your better decisions speak for
of
themselves.
capitalist consumption on life and environment, but they lack a structural approach that recognizes the importance
No,
of both
you didn't
the
say that.
individual
Look,
and the system.
I am
This is
so
where
willing
degrowth
to
comes
be
in.
wrong,
Degrowth positions itself
and you
in an
should try
anti-capitalist framework
and
that seeks, in the
resist
words
any
of
and
Professor
everything
of
that I
Human
say with
Geography
your own
Mark Whitehead,
perspective.
the
If I
downscaling
say
of
something
production
wrong,
and consumption in a way that increases human well-being and enhances...
If I say something wrong, hold me to it. Hold me to account. I will slander my chatters. I will misconstrue my chatters. I will strawman my chatters. I will steelman my chatters' worst enemies for the better. See you later. Goodbye.
Ecological conditions and equity. Essentially, degrowth calls for a realignment of the economy from one based on overconsumption and obsessive accumulation to one that produces goods to satisfy real needs like housing, health, education, transport, and...
All of the, okay, except for art, education, health, and housing are exactly the things that BlackRock is trying to commodify with their risk management optimization platforms. After the war started, EU stopped importing gas from Russia, so they needed the US to step it up. Yes. Right, the US always has got a strategic supply of oil that it's keeping for its fleet, right? The reason, ostensibly, that Japan went to war with America in World War II was over oil. America's got a fuck ton of oil. And so I can see why you're saying this, right? That Russia starting its imperial conquest is part of the project for... Russia starting the Look, I'm gonna make a couple of lateral connections here. Donald Trump becomes president at the aid of Russian disinformation bots who, the big Russia hoax is that Russia influenced the election. They didn't influence the election. Russia influenced the electorate because they've got a bunch of depressed young males who have yet to get sent off to war, who've got editing skills and are able to create propaganda for the fucking cheap and export it out to America to influence the American electorate's idea of what is proper, what is real. And Donald Trump certainly benefited from it and has been a huge fan of Putin. It's only recently that he's had a delightful turn of attitude towards Putin. And I personally think that Donald Trump and Putin have organized the attack into Ukraine, or at least Putin has taken Donald Trump's tacit approval to organize the displacement of Russian gas, or the reliance on Russian gas by Europe onto American industries. This is why production increased. If America didn't export to the EU, the economy would have died. Yeah, 100%. I get it. And look, I'm going to make a second. What you're saying is absolutely correct. I'm going to make a second critique here, in that Europe should have fucking greenified earlier. I'm still going to be. I still hold the moral high ground of being able to say, hey, yeah, the European liberals we could have avoided this if we had green energy. But is there honestly much of a point to saying that beyond just the superficiality of just saying it? No, we got to move forward into the future to be united. You don't even have to hire real people anymore. You can just use bots. Yeah, I banned the bot. Ukraine war has been going on for 10 years, way before Trump was in power. Yeah. And look, you say that, you're going to be opening another can of worms right here. You're going to be opening another can of worms. I absolutely think that Obama should have been far more severe on Putin for Crimea. I'm absolutely holding liberals responsible for that. And the American liberals need to also hold themselves accountable for that action, right? Obama was the king of deportations. Obama was the king of drone strikes. Obama was the king of being feckless. And I'm going to give Obama a little bit of credit here. As a black man who comes from, the south side of Chicago, relatively stable, he is entered into the privileged elite political society. He felt a little unstable. He wanted to find himself at some stable ground, and the stable ground that he led himself to was the abandonment of his principles that would have led to led to the fulfillment of his promises for a hopeful future. You think the U.S. should have been harsher when Russia invaded Georgia too? Yeah, 100%. 100%. Chechnya as well. The fecklessness that America has had on Russia is very concerning. And earlier this stream, I was just talking about the relationship between America and Russia as time has gone on. And I think that relationship is sort of exemplified by Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand, who was a Tsarist sympathizer, ran from the Red Army, came over to America, got to talking with conservatives and liberals in America about objectivism, about the ego, everybody being in their own self-interest, this sort of man against man, this Hobbesian sort of battle, instead of one about generosity and forgiveness and working together through making institutions better. She compromised American politics for the worst, or at least in a way that American industrial systems were very amenable, revolutionized American capitalism, and when the Soviet Republic fell, American capitalism was then able to export the worst seeds of oligarchy, of tsarism, of monarchy into Russia for it to grow and proliferate into the totalitarian state that it is right now, where Putin gets 80% votes, because if you don't vote for him, you lose your fucking job. Chechnya is a little bit different. It would have been hard to justify because under international law, it was Russian land. Well, let's be honest. How much does international law really mean right now? How much does international law mean to the country that is literally not a citizen of the ICJ? America cannot be prosecuted for war crimes. What the fuck does international law is just like signaling how much
degrowth seeks the dramatic contraction of rich countries to allow for an increase in well-being for poorer countries. Models show that a world population of 10 billion people cannot exist on this planet living.
Fucking these people need to stop doing the Malthusian argument for climate change. Those seeds were there from the beginning. Most oligarchs held position in the USSR government. Yeah. Okay, by the end of these, I mean, this is entirely what I'm saying, right? I think that there is a strong ideological similarity between Marxist-Leninism and the Marxist-Leninism vanguard and liberalism. Ostensibly, liberalism is all about the individual. Everybody in their own self-interest is pursuing their best self-actualization by the exploitation of other people for the development of industries. And Marxist-Leninism is also about this elite class who knows better and is going to shepherd people into the development of a stronger, more robust industrial society. Those seeds are there from the beginning, and have we had a substantial critique of it thus far? Are we going to be able to move beyond those seeds of oligarchy? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we unfortunately need to work together in order to save the climate and to save each other. That means we can't just scapegoat rich people. I mean, they're certainly fuckers and delusional.
North American or
they're
European
degenerates.
lifestyle.
That's what
it
they
now
are.
takes
They're
the
rich or
Earth 1 year and
degenerates.
8 months
Nobody fucking lives in excess and degeneracy like the rich.
to regenerate what we consume in a year. And by we, I mean the richest 10% of the world who are responsible for 50% of carbon.
Of course 50%. And then, how about this? This 40% right here. The upper middle class. Very curious.
carbon emission.
The upper 50% are generating most of the
So
carbon
degrowth
emissions.
completely reimagines what it means to live well in countries like the United States.
No, it doesn't reimagine it. It doesn't reimagine jack shit. It's literally just, what if we did the opposite of what we're doing right now, which is exactly the sort of reactionary politics that is going to entrench us into this political environment, when in fact we need a political environment that is deviating us off into a better projection of a future.
States or Australia or Germany. It means buying less, repairing, reducing meat consumption.
Repairing more is a good one. Reducing meat consumption is a good one. No second home. I personally don't agree with that. I do think most people should have a second home. I think one of the biggest pieces of bullshit in modern American late stage capitalism is the plasticity of people to go from home to home, right? People should go to where the jobs are rather than having a stable, right? This is associated with the decline of the union, the decline of the pension fund, of a stable sort of future for retirement. What's my opinion on biofuel? Okay. Biofuel as in and of itself is a really like strange turn of phrase. Because I feel like all fuel is bio in some way, right? Oil is just the compressed remains of biology years and years ago. Peat bog is stuff that you're going to burn for fuel. I feel like all fuel, in a way, is in a biological context. You can't move outside of a biological context for fuel. And so is it more useful to talk about fuel as bio? Maybe, right? But people, right? This is where we get words like human resources. People are treated as fuel as well, to fuel the extraction and the privileged lives and the degeneracy of the rich. I think people should have a flat in the city and a home in the countryside. 100%. 100 per fucking cent. Yes, absolutely. I think everybody should have access to a flat in the city and a home in the countryside. And it could be, look, fuck, I've heard, like really bad things about like timeshares. It could be a timeshare. It could be a home in the countryside that you share with a couple of other people. It could be a manor, but it's something for people to leave the city, to entrench themselves into ideally the environment, right? To remind themselves what it's all about, to maybe do hunting, to do some trapping, to do some fishing, to do some stargazing, to do some picnicking, to do some fucking frolicking, to make some nice portraits. Biofuel, like burning wood for energy. I mean, I don't really have a perspective on biofuel, right? I feel like it's a turn of phrase that doesn't, at least to me, it doesn't add much. And if you were to bring the phrase biofuel to people like on the street, I don't know. It's cheap and it's regenerative. Yeah, I like stable sources of biofuel, but like things move inside cycles, right? The Earth is a relatively closed system, and we should think about it like that. And so if you're using biofuel, and biofuel is good because it's cheap and regenerative, in contrast to these things which are expensive and not regenerative, it's not true. Oil is incredibly cheap. The expensive part of oil is in the externalities that are not taken for account. Oil is regenerative. In the future, we are going to have more oil. It's just a matter of time span. It just, that time span, it's not useful to talk about oil as being regenerative because it's not. Yeah, no, 100%. Biofuel is a real term. But if biofuel is in contrast to like fossil fuels, right? Okay, but fossil fuels came from biomass. It's the fossils, it's the sedimentation, right? It's just a geological perspective of where these resources and these flows of energy are coming from, right? We do have like a really flawed understanding of timeframes right now, which is sort of what we talked about in the rationalism stream, where we've always got these digital devices near us who are constantly recycling and grabbing for our attention, which makes us very forgetful and unappreciative for the time that we have. There's a real sort of fetishization for the impermanent in favor of the rapid in terms of the cycling, right? So, I personally, I'm not against biofuel at all, but the idea of contrasting biofuel against fossil fuel, you're going to meet a lot of resistance from reactionaries, from right-wingers, who are going to give you shit for the phrase biomass. And you need, I want to help people, I want to help you have the tools to understand the critiques that they're making and understands the signs that are underneath it, because underneath the semantics of quote unquote biofuels, of quote unquote fossil fuels, there is a continuum of time, of systems, of closed systems, of recycling resources, right? If all of humanity just left, eventually the climate would go to some sort of stable point. Who fucking knows where it would land up? And there's going to be future oscillations as well, right? The main reason that we've got climate denialism is because most right-wingers don't understand how drastically the current climate change differs from the Younger Dryas period, which is where they usually refer to climate change. Oh, humanity has been through climate change before. We made it out just fine. But the massive difference is the time scale. Let's look at... This is immensely powerful. Let's take a look here. Yep. Oh, look at those temperatures rising. Oh, they settle down just a little bit. Oh, and warming resumes. Here we go. Saber-toothed tigers go extinct. North American Pokemon go extinct. Oh, and here we are. Okay, well, this is looking relatively normal. Horses have been domesticated. Oh, we're back to about 0 degrees industrial levels. Oh, here's Jesus. 0 CE, Pompeii. Oh, and then here's a skyrocket. It's a perspective of time. And when you get shit from conservatives talking about biomass, it's a perspective of time, it's a perspective of cycles. It is similar to the little ice age, but let's compare this bottom right here to this. To this long rise in temperatures.
The United States or Australia or Germany. It means buying less,
it is a little similar. There's always going to be similarities, there's always going to be differences, and it's important
ultimately degrowth
that
cannot function
the future
as just individual.
of an integrated political economy always is able to distinguish between the similarity, the differences, and be bold enough to take risks. Yeah.
Lifestyle choices, systemic pathways.
It's going to be way
subsidizing
worse.
all
It's not going to be
housing
the destruction of
retrofits, shutting down the
humanity.
100
We are going to be
companies that are
fine.
responsible for
You can go back
71%
into
of the world's emissions,
the Twitch
redistributing
pod
all food waste,
for more.
dramatically expanding public transportation methods, eliminating unnecessary marketing, and a robust emphasis on
Eliminating
low-carb
unnecessary marketing. That's such a fucking that's such a heavy fucking term,
care-oriented
though.
jobs like educators, therapists, and in-home
Care-oriented jobs, like interpersonal shit, artistic stuff, yeah,
care
okay,
providers
fine,
are
yeah,
just
makes-
some of the
makes
many
it.
ways to simultaneously
But this
improve the
isn't
well-being of all
degrowth.
while
You don't
drastically
plan on,
reducing the global
like,
North's consumption.
Destroying capitalism. We can't destroy capitalism.
Degrowth doesn't mean going back to the Stone Age, but it does mean a drastic reduction in energy and
Okay, if degrowth doesn't mean going back to the Stone Age, then you probably need a different phrase. Something like regrowth is a great phrase, right? Because it brings up like controlled fires. Controlled fires are really important to managing forest ecosystems because you give an opportunity for the lower plants life that usually wasn't getting much sunlight because of all the trees above it, a new opportunity.
Material consumption from the largest historical emitters,
And it
like
also
the United
takes
States.
a bit of the
stark
carbon
truth
from
is that
the
to both
trees that
avoid
have been
global
fixed
warming
and puts
above
it back
1.5
into the
degrees
soil.
Celsius while simultaneously establishing a decent living for the majority world, consumption levels of the global north need to plummet. One study modeled that countries with the highest per capita consumers could cut their energy consumption rate by 95% and still live well with a combination of efficiency technologies and alternative lifestyle choices. In addition,
A lot of heavy lifting in those numbers, 95%. I'm smelling something sussy. Look, the conservative ape brain in my mind sees 95%, and I think something's wrong. Something is fishy about this study, and there's so much like loaded semantics about this.
and alternative lifestyle
This is
choices.
just liberal fucking like signaling.
In addition, they found a global reduction of energy consumption.
I mean, look, we looked at the little ice age. Temperatures did drop rapidly, and it was devastating to a ton of life. It was a near extinction event for tons and tons or it was a mass extinction event for tons and tons of things. That's also not much compared to the insane
By
amounts.
60% is not only feasible, but
that
also could be done
are
in a way that
temperatures
brings
going
a
up right
comfortable lifestyle to every single person on this planet. And if you're thinking that
We
a
need to
60%
take things in
reduction or
perspective.
even a 95% reduction would mean living in caves, you'd be wrong. The paper asserts that this contraction means reverting back to 1960s levels of consumption. And that would mean a 1960s lifestyle not just for the US, but for everyone on the planet. This new reality would look a lot like what Annie Racer Rollin describes in her book The Art of Frugal Hedonism, a life for all that centers people and experience in well-being instead of relying on extra stuff to manage our emotional health.
Also, frugal hedonism is just awful fucking branding. Don't call yourself a hedonist. It's not something that's gonna make you friends with people. During the Middle Ages, it happened during the Middle Ages. Really? What the fuck? Am I tweaking out? In the Middle Ages? Oh, here it is. Yeah, here's the Little Ice Age. I found it. You're right. Uh-oh. Where'd it go? Yep, here's the Little Ice Age. I mean, they did drop pretty rapidly over the course of 1,500 years. It went from 0 to 0.5? Yeah. Yeah.
Economy based on mutual care and repair. But this economic reality cannot happen
right to
under
repair
a
is
state
another
capitalist
one that I
model.
want to see
Indeed,
out
were
of
degrowth to be
the
handed down
American
in
liberals.
policy from the ruling class, it would look the same
But
as
unfortunately, liberals are so fucking cucked to their market incentives that they can't even fucking bring themselves to
austerity
do
measures or
obvious
even the
things.
conditions we're now living through in the pandemic. Because under capitalism, no growth means recessions, the consequences of which inevitably fall on the working class and the marginalized, which is why degrowth is just one piece of the puzzle.
And it's an
While
awful...
degrowth does a sufficient job recognizing the inherent destruction of our
economy.
current capitalist growth profit system, it needs to be in conversation with eco-socialism. Eco-socialism cannot work without degrowth, and degrowth cannot function without eco-socialism.
This is just semantic slop. I'm actually, like... I'm fully disillusioned. Let's see.
The synthesis of the two creates a steadier path away from
Okay, look, politics always needs to be integrated ecologically. Calling yourself an eco-socialist is kind of like...
the seizing of the means of production by laborers.
There are mass famines all over Europe, and the situation we're facing now is even worse. Yep. The Baltic Sea froze over. No fucking way. Hey, globalize my agenda. You know, you might feel anxious. You might feel a little unhopeful, a little depressed, and that's exactly the opposite of what we need. We need inject a little bit of delusion into you. A little bit of delusional optimism that things are going to be okay. But the delusional optimism that you need to inject yourself is not one of, hey, the situation we're facing now is going to be even worse. And, you know, at least we've got the technological abilities to make like super crops that are going to be able to survive the future. Or like, you know, that are going to be more resistant to droughts, more resistant to fluctuations in water levels. No, all of the tools that we need to resolve the climate crisis as well within our grasp.
And the
It
subsequent
is a
full
social
democratic control of the
thing
workplace
about
and the state is essential
polarization
to implement any
exclusively
measure
for
of
the
degrowth.
economic
Reducing
interest
consumption
of
must bubble up
extracting
democratically
fossil fuels
from the
from
many.
the
Otherwise, it can quickly fall into draconian measures of economic oppression, which is why eco-socialism is essential. It allows for the reconstruction of the economy not based on profit and ultimately endless growth, but one based on needs, ultimately handing the working class agency and liberation. In the words of Marx, without a constant need for work in order to live or to quote-unquote have, we can actually start being. We can start asking
Yeah, the definition of work is definitely something that's going to have to be
questions like
negotiated.
why we burn
as
800
AI is
million
gonna
gallons
be
of gas
replacing
every year in the
thousands of
US
people.
just to mow our
In the
lawns, when
meantime,
we can have an abundance
so
of communal
what
gardens
if
instead.
20%
Why does
of
work need to
America
be
is
the thing
unemployed?
that defines
So what?
our life?
You know,
Why
who
is it
cares? I'm
so
sure
much
that's
easier
fine.
to buy than to repair?
You know,
Faced with the real
20%, if 20% of America is starving and hungry and unemployed, that just means that I'm just going to buy security.
realization that capitalist decoupling is not working as we continue to increase global consumption, an eco-socialist degrowth intervention must happen.
Okay, well, this is just fucking slop. Next!
I'm in a wood, a rather pretty wood, and a rather special kind of wood, but more about that later. First, let me talk about a persistent myth, which is that Britain and Europe were a sort of forest, a great big forest until the agricultural and or industrial...
No, they were a great big forest until the Romans, not the Industrial Revolution. The Romans were the ones that deforested Europe.
Revolution.
And the Romans and the
no, they
farmers.
weren't. This has been known definitely since the 1960s. Archaeologists have very firmly established that, in fact, in Britain, for example, the time when the greatest amount of land was being cultivated, yes, was under the plough, was the Bronze Age. And a lot of uplands, like Dartmoor and Exmoor and so forth, were in fact created then. They were, before man came along and chopped down all the trees, then they were forests. But then came the farmers and they cleared those uplands, farmed them during the Bronze Age. Then the climate changed and things collapsed a bit. And now we have those upland moors, Dartmoor and Exmoor and others like them. And we think, a lot of us, think that they're natural. No, they're not. That's actually a man-made landscape. This is not an ancient woodland landscape.
Okay, the entire first half of this stream was about the idea of nature. So contrasting nature against man-made is so bullshit. Is so fucking bullshit. This guy's already got a strike against him. There was a big forest in my country. It was all forested and yeah, now it's all gone. I mean, my ideal, like, political future for America is one where everybody's got a home in the big city, everybody's got a home in the countryside, and the countryside is a small, well-knit community of people who know each other relatively well, can look out for each other, rely on each other, come together for meals, most importantly. And there's a forest nearby for cultivation and reciprocal sort of prosperity, right? Because the forest is essential for housing all sorts of different biodiversity, mushrooms, berries, lumber even is growing, very important, and deer as well, right? I think one of the biggest pieces of that's very exemplary of America's delusions is the meat behind this like plastic packaging. Like, oh, who knows where this meat came from? This is just, I'm just reaping the benefits of industrial society because the meat is wrapped in plastic for me. No, I think people need to be re-engaged with where meat comes from, and part of having the second home in the countryside near the forest should involve trapping, should involve hunting, should involve skinning, should involve carcasses, stuff like that. It was all a big country. It was all a big forest in my country, but it was when we were pagan. Yeah, the forests used to be holy, and then they converted to Christianity, and then they all chopped down the holy forest in favor of building pyres to burn the pagans at. Yep, no, 100%. One of the greatest tragedies in the history of Christianity is the sublimation of Christian ideals into the Roman military and cults like the cult of Mithras.
Are about 200 years, and there are many, of course, far younger than that, but still, you don't have the full range of ages of tree here. What makes this special is that it's not been managed. Every time a tree falls, they just leave it there. Nothing gets cleared away. They don't sweep the leaves away. They leave lots of the ground covered there, so there's lots of food for birds to eat and lots of places for ground nesting birds to nest. About half the species around here are ground nesting, and rotting trees are just a larder for birds. They've got all sorts of larvae.
Yeah, rotting trees are like super important. Forest burns are super important. Trees falling are important for microbiome, for revitalizing the soil.
Come out, and you can see where the birds have come along and pecked.
Yeah, but it's still very forested.
Away the rotting wood to get at the goodies inside.
I hope, hopefully, it's still very forested, and you can enjoy very nice hikes.
Some creature has been digging here. I don't know what creature, and I don't know what for. Some other creature has been burrowing here.
Good, yeah.
Very shallowly. A little scrape there, another one there, another one there.
This wood has not been managed for 75 years. So that's very unusual today. We're used to the look of a modern, managed piece of woodland. And a lot of people imagine that that's what a natural wood looks like. And very often you will see in movies, they'll shoot a medieval sequence in a wood, because it's a very cheap backdrop, isn't it? And people will say, oh, well, there you go, it's a wood. Of course it's authentic. Botanists might spot that they go, hang on.
You know what I'm thinking of when he says this? I'm thinking of the scene in Monty Python where the Black Knight is preventing the guy from exiting the forest. And he just gets his shit chopped off. Every single one of his limbs get chopped off in like this nice, cleared little area.
Spot these species that shouldn't be there if it's meant to be England in 1320. But people generally accept a wood. Oh, that's authentic. It's a wood. But a medieval wood would have looked different. Would it have looked like this? Generally, no. Because this is an unmanaged wood. And medieval woods were far more managed than we are used to woods being today. Every village would have clumps of woodland around.
Yes, we should be managing our woods.
Like they were farming wood, they were farming timber, they were gardening the woods for all
One
sorts
of the
of,
most interesting sort of fields of ecological research for me recently is the management of the Amazon.
And they would want a variety of species of tree, and they would want trees to grow straight or grow crooked because they wanted bits of wood to grow in various shapes, and they would also coppice a lot. Coppicing is not something that is very common today, but in the medieval period it was very common. You cut a tree in such a way as to encourage it to grow long, thin, straight poles, and then you harvest those poles, and you've got long, thin, straight things in order to weave together to make wattle and daub walls and wicker fencing and so forth. We don't make houses out of wattle and daub anymore, so we've no call for coppicing, but that was very common in the medieval period.
If browsing
maybe we should go back to that. We should go back to wattle and daub, because maybe we can build a couple of nice farms with it that are integrated into the water system.
But it meant that you needed a ladder to harvest the poles. Today you can often see old trees that were once pollarded, but then were left to keep growing.
All knobby and old and respected and shit.
People needed to get into the wood and...
Okay, globalize my agenda. The point that I feel like you're getting at is that we definitely need a sort of re-enchantment of... and a resaturation of God into the natural spheres to prevent the destruction of forests.
Get the wood out of the wood, get the timber out of the wood. For instance, they're fueling their homes with wood, so they'll need to get carts
pollards is really important.
Access to all the trees, so they're going to clear away a lot of the ground cover. This, however, is quite a different look. This is more primeval. This forest has been deliberately neglected for 75 years. That's not enough time, really, for this to reach a perfect equilibrium. We haven't got to what some people would call
A
climax.
perfect equilibrium is also a liberal dox, by the way, for ideology.
Yet, although, as a lot of biologists will tell you, there's no such thing exactly as climax vegetation. The climate is
Okay,
constantly
he beat
changing.
me to it.
There is no
I beat him to
stable
it.
state which any forest might reach, but this is something close to what an unmanaged woodland that's been unmanaged forever will look like.
Another thing you'll find in a forest such as this is some really funky fungi. Am I funky?
Oh my god, this is fucking...
Funky.
This is
Yes,
cringe. This is
all
cringe,
funky
but it's the kind of cringe that I appreciate. He's giving life. He's giving
One thing
animus
mankind has been doing for a
to
very long time is burning down woods like this.
to
Yes,
the
those
forest and
guardians of
the
nature,
denizens,
hunter-gatherers,
the
have
properties.
been burning woods like this for their own convenience. You see, it's actually quite difficult to spot the game, and it's quite difficult to chase after the game if you've got so much dead wood and undergrowth and so forth. Plus, a lot of what does grow here is bracken, and not many things like eating this.
Yeah, it's not very
Better is to have
hospitable.
a
We
much
should.
clearer,
We could clear a lot
so
of
you can
this
see the
out.
game and chase the game so much more easily, and there are loads of new, young, tender shoots coming through for them to eat. So what do? Well, you set a fire, that burns away all the undergrowth. A lot of the larger trees might survive, but the smaller ones will go. And then you create clearings, and sunlight gets to those clearings, and the ash acts as a very effective fertilizer, and new shoots burst through, and the deer come along and go, oh, look at all this lovely food, and it's so easy for me to get to. And oh dear, I seem to have been shot by a hunter-gatherer. So there you go, mankind has been manipulating the forest environment for millennia.
Yes, we have. And hopefully not to the detriment of our relationship to it. Wow. That people who are like, "Oh, forests don't speak to you."
Hey
Forests
everybody,
do speak.
today I'm going to talk about the 2012 film The Lorax.
All right, let's rep stream up with a little bit of media analysis. We've got a couple of other things. Bird facts to drown my sorrows. Maybe climate migrations. No, it's all right. It's all right. I feel like we sort of understand the point. I would be curious to see what Vox has to say about how the climate fight will be won. And in all reality, it looks like, how long ago was this made? 5 days ago. Interesting. Okay, we'll do some analysis of that. Let's take a look here.
I feel like those words immediately invite a question.
Because the Lorax
why?
is very much so
Why am I interested
about
in this pretty
environmentalism.
bad, pretty irrelevant movie? Is there some secret thing that I want to talk about, and I'm just going to use the Lorax as a way to talk about that thing? Well,
Yes.
no. Surprisingly
Yes.
enough, I
No,
really
yes.
just want to talk about the Lorax. I think it's genuinely an interesting film.
It's
and
about
if nothing else,
environmentalism.
my dream is that you've watched this video, chew it over, and think, yeah, Big Joel, you're right. The movie is interesting. Wow,
So
that's a
the
pretty
interesting
helpful
thing
dream there.
about
Let's get started making it come true.
This Lorax
Before I
movie
get
is
into
the
2012
commodification of
Lorax, I
air,
think it's important to
which
establish
feels
what it's
more like they're
ostensibly
trying to
based on. For the purpose of
normalize
this video, I'm gonna
the
forget about
commodity
picture
of
and pretend
pure
like the
air,
1972 cartoon was the
rather
original
than
Lorax.
it being
It's
a
really
human
good,
right.
and Dr. Seuss wrote it, so whatever.
Grickle grass, street of the lifted Lorax.
More than anything, the first Lorax is a film dedicated to the relationship between two things, a truffulatory and a thneed. The entire story centers on the conflicted
And
process
production.
by which the former object becomes the latter.
Transformation.
Look, Lorax,
Magic.
calm down. There's no cause for alarm. I chopped down just one tree. I'm doing no harm.
It's
More
just
than
a
that,
little
the film
bit.
makes it as easy as humanly possible to substitute these objects for ideas. The thneed, of course, isn't meant to be read as a thing that only bears on the world of the Lorax.
It's a
meant to
thing
stand
you
for
need.
commodities, all commodities. Thneeds are amorphous, they're efficient, and they feel any desire any person could possibly have. As such, they represent technological, capitalistic progress. Likewise, truffulatories are a simplistic metaphor for nature. They are pure, largely useless to humans, and easily destroyed. And it's through this accessible, symbolic language that the original Lorax makes a really clear point. When we turn over our future to systems that are only devoted to profit, the planet suffers tremendously as a result. The main reason why I'm giving you this reading that a literal first grader could figure out is to juxtapose it with the 2012 version. See, where the original cartoon is clean and pointed, the new movie is defined by its messiness and by its sheer number of elements. In addition to truffulatories and thneeds, there's bottled air, because the world has become so polluted that purchasing clean oxygen is necessary. There's fake trees that the citizens of Thneedville buy. The Onceler has a face now and seems motivated more by a
Yeah,
sense
the
of
relationship
insecurity
between
than by
commodity
profit.
and
There's a new
human is, like,
antagonist,
a much
Aloysius
messier
O'Hare, a new protagonist,
in this
Zac
one.
Efron. There are walled cities that conceal things, and there are marshmallows. And honestly, just listing all of this, I feel like I need to take a deep breath. Because, you know, it's
It
very
does
easy
sort of
to engage
muddy
this film
the
on its own
message
terms,
in a
to recognize that it feels
poor
incredibly
way,
uninspired, and
or
see
in a
that
way
its
that it
number of
doesn't need
elements are
to.
the fault of lazy, unfocused writing. But if we choose to engage the movie on different terms, try to read into it a cohesive vision, then what we have here is a lot of stuff that needs untangling. So let's begin our analysis at the
Needs
first act of the movie,
untangling.
when we're introduced to Thneedville. On the face of it, the structure and economy of Thneedville seems to be a thinly veiled critique of capitalism. The citizens there are forced to purchase air that's supplied by Aloysius O'Hare.
It's the big guy. It's our guy. I love Aloysius O'Hare.
We can read O'Hare and the society he's created as a sort of dumbed-down, more extreme version of the original Lorax. Just
So
like Onceler,
I think most of the media, environmentalist media, is very much so only the superficial critique of it, and what we would expect from the liberals who are interested in our future is
only with
the
profits
secondary
and doesn't care
critique
about
on
whatever
top
negative
of
results his actions might have.
what's
The
being
more smoke
portrayed.
in
the sky, the more people will buy.
It's not just the individual, but also
But
the
here's
system that's
thing.
part of the
film's
individual.
surface
Anybody
level
could have
critique of
been
big, bad
Aloysius
business
O'Hare.
doesn't really work at all. See, if we wanted to problematize O'Hare's business practices, our arguments would have to look something like this. When a person sells a thing, they're implicitly saying they're okay with not everybody being able to buy it. And if that thing is necessary to human survival, as air is, then not being able to buy it could cause some major problems. People might suffocate, they might be forced to do horrible work to stay alive. It might be pretty awful. But the Lorax doesn't make this argument. In fact, it seems to devote a tremendous amount of time and energy to not making this argument. From the outset of the film, Thneedville is presented
And
as
it's
a sort of
innovation that's gonna
post-scarcity
save us.
utopia. Nobody in this society seems to want for much. They all have enough to live comfortably, at least. And nobody seems to hate their jobs or work overly long hours, either. Even air, the thing that we would expect to cause some problems for the citizens of Thneedville, is a totally unconflicted resource in the film. I mean, we're told that people buy air, we see their home air supply, but all this doesn't seem like
Yeah, we
much
don't
of a
see
problem.
poor people.
After all, people are able to go outside their
What
houses
good
without
is
thinking
being
about
a
their oxygen
zillionaire
supply. Who's paying
if
for
there's
that
no poor
outside
people?
air? Is it Aloysius? If so, how's he making money on that? Or maybe he's not making a profit on it, he just supplies that air out of the kindness of his heart. But in that case, what's stopping people from opening up their windows and getting some free air? Look, air is free, everybody. Problem solved. The point here isn't to get the Lorax for all of its juicy plot holes. It's to show that the movie has such a convoluted logic surrounding such a problem-free society that it can't possibly function as a direct critique of capitalism and its oppressions. So if Thneedville isn't meant to get at that sort of idea, then why is it there? What does the film want us to understand about this place? Well, to put it briefly, the movie makes one thing very clear. Thneedville is fake. The town represents a crude consumer culture, one that's deluged with a series of commodities which don't refer back to any concrete need or any
That's an
real-life meaning.
awesome-
I think the most obvious place we can see
awesome
this tendency
name
is
for a
with the
cereal.
society's strange fixation on artificial trees. Thneedville is just filled with these things.
It's
At the
about
beginning of the movie, we
simulacra
see
is what this
guy
movie
blowing up a
is.
fake shrub, and we learn a little later on that Zac Efron's mom is also really into them.
Oh my.
And, you know, how strange is that? Here we have a group of people who haven't seen an organic tree in 50+ years.
What are those?
And so what good are these
But
original
for some reason,
trees?
everybody is obsessed with their likeness. As such, these fake trees stand for an absence. They refer back to nothing simply because there are no real trees left. And this idea that Thneedville is pervaded with absent or hollow signifiers comes up again and again in the first act. For instance, we learned that Aloysius wants to start selling bottled air.
Well, here goes another lame Saturday. Dude, I don't think so. Huh?
Hey.
Jesus, fuck.
But
It's actually
what unique is that
crazy
product,
how
Phil? Everybody
cringe,
seems to
how
redefine
that
already.
makes me
So
cringe,
the only way to sell
and
such an
how
object
close
is to
it is to
convince
actual
people that it solves a
Coca-Cola.
problem that it doesn't solve. Convince them that it will make them happy or more appealing or whatever. Or let's look at one of my favorite lines from the movie. We pray to the Lord for all we've got, including this brand new parking lot. Ugh,
It's
gives me
prosperity
chills.
doctrine.
We see this and things like it, and
There's
the
no
idea is
critique of
clear.
prosperity
Thneedville
doctrine
is a
here.
place where any semblance of authenticity or genuine meaning has been replaced with a vast and artificial commodity culture. And at this point, I kinda hope there's a movie that's springing up in the back of your head. Say it with me now. That's right. It's The Matrix. Yeah, The Matrix is a weirdly apt companion piece to the Lorax. Both films present a society that is inundated by false images and absent signifiers. Both center around a plucky hero who escapes that society and sees the world for what it is. And in both films, the protagonist decides that the real, dismal world needs to be revealed. I would go so far as to say the Lorax and The Matrix are almost thematically identical. In fact, there's only one place that the films seem to differ on a conceptual level. But it's a really, really important place. See, there's a huge presupposition that exists at the heart of The Matrix, that the Matrix can be escaped. Yeah, it's hard, and not everybody can do it, but when Neo takes that red
That
pill
there
and
is
wakes
a
up in a
real
world totally unlike the one he's
reality.
always known, the audience is supposed to accept that this place is real. Things have
Eh?
substance here, actual meaning. They have a sense of worth that transcends anything the Matrix could offer.
It's not a second
living in a
Matrix
dream world,
within a
Neo.
Matrix.
This is the world as it exists today.
And it's this presupposition that the Lorax seems to take issue with. Not only does the film problematize the idea that there can be some escape from the ideological conditions of our culture, it also questions our very ability to delineate what is fake from what is real. So you can see what I mean by that. Let's talk about truffula trees and the world they seem to represent. As I said
Oh, and the
before,
fake and the
truffulas
real.
in the
Okay,
original
this
Lorax
is
are
this
a
is
really
so
easy symbol to
Baudrillard core.
understand. They don't get their value from what they can do for us or how pleasant they are. Rather, their meaning is intrinsic. They constitute the natural world, and they facilitate all sorts of life that is totally unrelated to human society. And when the Onceler
And
destroys the
joyful and
forest, when he
happy.
chops down the last truffula tree, that's not bad for a lot of reasons. reasons. Not bad because he won't be able to make Thneeds anymore or something like that. It's bad for one reason. The environment was good, and it kinda sucks that it's just gone now. It really is as simple as that. But when we move to the 2012 Lorax, Trofulas are no longer simple at all, and we can start to see how complicated and sort of unnerving their depiction is by looking at the reasons that characters want to have them again. See, the value that Trofulas have is not intrinsic in this movie. Protecting the environment isn't its own reward anymore. Instead, the film gives us 3 extrinsic reasons why trees are good. First, they enable the protagonist to date the lady he likes. In the inciting scene of the movie, Zac Efron and his love interest, Taylor Swift, have a conversation.
A real living tree, growing in my backyard.
So if, say, I'm just thinking out loud here.
Oh, and showing off your real living tree to your friends.
Here, Trofula trees are posed as a MacGuffin. Their value is totally instrumental. He can use their seeds to get the girl he needs. Second, trees solve the supposed air crisis of Thneedville. As we know by now, Aloysius profits on air sales, and since Trofulas provide free air, part of their goodness comes from their ability to disrupt this mean guy's mean business.
But I remember when trees were everywhere, and no one had to pay for air, so I say, let it grow!
Third, and maybe most importantly, organic trees are used to appeal to a sense of nostalgia and childlike wonderment. When Taylor Swift talks about how much she likes Trofulas, she never mentions the forest or the creatures who live there. Instead, she's only concerned with the ways trees can signify, how they can function as a powerful, potent object in her life.
They used to grow all around here. And people said that the touch of their tufts was softer than anything, even silk, and they smelled like butterfly milk.
And here, considering these 3 motivations,
so she doesn't value
the
forest itself,
what is the difference between a Trofula tree and the bottled air that Aloysius wants to sell? There really isn't one, is there? Both convey the idea that they will make you more desirable, get you dating the person you want to date or whatever. Both solve the supposed air problem, albeit in different ways, and both serve as commodities.
People don't do things because they believe in it, but because they think other people will like it.
And Trofulas are fundamentally the same. Then what does it mean to escape from the former object and go to the latter? Nothing is what it means. It means nothing. And as such, we can see how the film problematizes the passage from fake consumer culture into the quote-unquote real world. There is no escape in this movie, because the prospect of escape, the symbol that represents escape, is interpolated as just another commodity within a commodity culture. And this theme becomes so much more potent in the most iconic scene of the film, where the Onceler destroys the entire forest and sings this song.
Which is such a banger song, by the way. Literally the best song.
How bad can I be? I'm just doing what comes naturally. Jeez, I feel like that line is just so dense with meaning. I mean, look, we're watching this movie, right? And the movie is supposed to be about a conflict between 2 worlds. The world of commodity
The reason it's
industry,
dense is because politics is all about nature.
Line, the film calls into question the
about
idea
what's
that there's
going
a
to
difference
happen.
between those 2 worlds.
Because what happens is natural.
Trofula trees and the life they produce aren't really natural in any meaningful way. To him, our vision of nature is prefigured by a higher order of naturalness, one defined by consumption and ownership. And you might be thinking right now, isn't the Onceler an antagonist? Why would we assume that when he says, I'm just doing what comes naturally, that he's supposed to be right about that? What if he's just deluded himself and what he's doing to the environment isn't natural at all? Well, that's fair enough, but then we have to ask, if the Onceler is wrong, well, how is he wrong? What does nature mean that the Onceler isn't getting? See, it's not really important if the Onceler is doing something natural or unnatural here, because the second he raises that idea, the word nature suddenly has no clear referent within the film's logic. It could be a bunch of trees and the animals that live near those trees, or it could be a disposition to destroy and consume weak things. The idea of nature that appeared concrete and easy to parse is revealed to be as constructed and convoluted as the society Zac Efron thought he was escaping.
Which is exactly how our real society does perceptualize reality. It is a social construct. And the moments and observations that cease to be explained by the model of capitalist accumulation, of extraction, is where the real
In the final moments of the Lorax, we're left with one clear image, a Trofula tree planted in the center of Thneedville. And I think that image is maybe the most important thing about the movie, because this film is not the original Lorax. Where that cartoon poses trees as inherently good, this version sees them only as instrumentally good. I mean, the most important place to put one is in the center of town, where it can be used and enjoyed for all its sweet air or whatever. And this film isn't The Matrix either, where that movie shows us an iconoclast who escapes a world of artificiality and accesses the real. The Lorax troubles those waters and presents a culture that seems to absorb realness. The tree, and the concept of nature that it represents, is thrust back into Thneedville and becomes a symbol like any other. And it's because the 2012 Lorax is neither of those things that it's able to present an idea that I think is really unique and interesting. It suggests that when a society is only able to speak a language of commodities and untethered symbols, then there really is no going back on that. In the culture of Thneedville, the acts of preservation and restoration are really just alternate forms of consumption. And what I think is so cool about this movie is that if a director intentionally decided to express that message, it would probably be like super judgy. Oh no, people like buying
but
stuff.
they probably
people like
wasn't
commodities. Their language consists
intentional.
only of absent
It was actually
signifiers.
just a
What a nightmare.
bleed
But the
for
lore exists
real
so
perspectives
thoughtless,
on
and it's made to be
consumption.
so easy to watch that this idea can be expressed in a really loving, carefree way. Thneedville isn't so bad after all. It's just sorta what it is. Love it or leave it. Oh wait, you can't. I thought that was a sort of spooky way
Love
to
it
end
or
things.
leave it? Oh wait, you can't. That's so fucking true. That's so true, and such a apt description
host
of our
this show
current
right
political
here,
problem.
The Gray Area.
Oh lord.
This week I've talked to
Oh,
the
Lord.
legendary
I
climate
see the
activist
gray
Bill
area on your
McKibben, who's
fucking
got a new
face,
book out
bud.
called Here Comes the Sun. It's fantastic. We talk about the revolution in wind and solar technology and how it just
Oh,
might
Lord.
be the answer
Am I
to
gonna
our
hate
climate
watching
crisis.
this?
I hope you
I don't
enjoy
want to
it,
hate
and I'll see you
watching
next
this, because if I hate
Bill
watching
McKibben,
something,
welcome to
that
the
means
show.
that I'm not
Hey,
having
what a
fun.
pleasure to
That
be
means
with you, man.
Chat isn't having
You
fun.
have been in the trenches for a long time.
We're not doing
Bill. I wanted to
abundance.
ask,
Fuck the abundance
just to
shills.
set the table,
The abundance oil
where do you think we
shills.
are right now in terms of plausible goals? And you're pretty clear, and you have been for a long time, that we are well
Plausible
past
goals.
stopping global warming. So where's the bar for you? What are we reasonably aiming at?
Fuck, we're not quote unquote stopping. Yeah, there is no going back. As there's only the future. How are we going to leverage the systems of physics and nature to empower local autonomy?
Yeah, stopping global warming is no longer on the menu. What may still be on the menu is stopping global warming short of the place where it cuts civilization off at the knees.
All right. I think we're done, because we talked about this at the beginning of the stream. This sort of like a doomerism rhetoric is not going to be working. It's not it. Nope, not it. Cutting it off at the knees. Okay, well, you're obviously insinuating that some people are going to make it, some people are not going to make it, and let's.
That's an open question. And there's scary stuff happening right now with
He's got a
climate
fucking
science.
Nietzsche poster behind him. Oh my god, that's so fucking cringe.
Data on the biggest systems on planet Earth, the jet stream, the Gulf Stream, the atmospheric content, the moisture content of the atmosphere, driving this cycle of drought and of flood. These things are terrifying, and they're
Yeah,
enormous.
I don't know if
And
I
they have
want to.
big internal
Have a good night,
momentum.
Globalized My Agenda 69.
best
I
case-
appreciate you showing up. We do have a Discord if you'd like to stop by, say hello. Lots and lots of lovely people in there who've got a relatively similar mindset as me. There's like much more atheists than what I personally would be comfortable with. Maybe it'll make you comfortable. Before you run off, let me send you the Discord for our collective of a couple different artists and streamers who want to make a very schizophrenic, amicable place. Here, let's see here. If I go to live, and then I go mute, and then I press this and this, why don't you get a little bit of this copy link action right there? Holy fuck, YouTube redirect. Yeah, get that link going. If I delete this, actually, here we go. Press that, and you will make your way into the pond, one of the greatest environments in all time, where we've got an alluvial zone, the deep aquatic zone, the terrestrial forested zone, all sorts of
is
places,
that
all
we're
sorts of
able
different
to knock
perspectives.
some tenths of a degree off how
We
hot
appreciate
the planet
having you
eventually
by.
gets. And since each tenth
Yeah,
of
no,
a
I think I'm done with this fucking Nietzsche and gas mask
off how hot the planet
poster
eventually gets.
motherfucker. This guy, a gas mask and Nietzsche. Fuck you, you ghoulish bitch. Yeah, all right. Have a good night, everybody. Have a good day. I hope you have a good Sunday tomorrow. Have a good one.